Math! It's time for another Adventure Time compilation, this time featuring up-to-date info on the latest era of the show. And don't worry if you haven't been around since the era of Bonnie and Neddy, we'll make sure that we dive deep into the classic stuff too. We've taken all of our best and brightest content covering the Land of Ooo and beyond and stuffed it into one big lumpy, candy, slimy, flamey, icy sausage. Welcome back to ChannelFrederator. I'm Keegan, and today we've assembled the ultimate Adventure Time content sandwich. Hundreds of facts, entire timelines, fan theories, and more. Well, let's get started. To get us going, here is our latest Adventure Time timeline, complete with info on the newly minted Fiona and Cake series. Enjoy! Adventure Time just keeps the good times rolling, eh? After assuming it was over and done with, Distant Lands gave us more of Finn and Jake, and a little more closure to their story too. But even when that finale to end all finales hit our screens, there was more story to be told. More adventures to be had. The gender-bent versions of Finn and Jake, Fiona and Cake, had a world to make magic, and a whole lot of multiversal secrets to uncover. And just like before, even though it acts as a sequel of sorts, Fiona and Cake also adds some additional details to the lore of the past. With that in mind, it's time to get started on the most complete Adventure Time chronology we've ever seen. For now, anyway. More to come, I'm sure. As per usual, we're gonna start out with a huge shout out to JAGM, who is behind the wildly detailed Adventure Time timeline. You can check out their work at atchronology.com, and boy is it worth a look. Also, we're not including any of the stuff that happened in the comics in this timeline, as these are not canon. Ask Adamuto if you want that confirmed. This timeline is show events only. We'll continue to rock with the Great Mushroom War as our year zero, as that seems to be the way we do things when talking Adventure Time. Primordial monsters. More than 13.7 billion years before the Mushroom War, aka BMW, like the car. Everything kicked off about 13.7 billion years ago, but before that, according to the Lich, there was nothing. Before time, before material, it was a whole bunch of nothing. But before nothing, the whole multiverse was made up of monsters. Reality itself was just a big gooey puddle of monsters like Orgolor, Kokentepe, and the Lich. In fact, reality and all of the multiverse is just a result of the consciousnesses of all these monsters. Don't think too hard about it. At the center of it all, there's the Time Room, a single dimension that exists outside of time. Prismo lives here, but there's a lot more to it than that, as explored in Fiona and Cake. Time waves are made by two deities hitting each other over and over forever and ever, and are experienced by other dimensions and those within them. At some point, cosmic entities joined the party. These beings include the Cosmic Owl, Golb, and Prismo. The Elements and Catalyst Comets, 3.7 billion years ago BMW. Over time, the concepts of death and magic eventually came to be, and with these, life on Earth could also exist. Once life started, the core elements were present. You might recognize them: fire, ice, candy, and slime. There's also lumps, which are the anti-element. The beings that embody each element are known as elementals. They are immortal and constantly reincarnate. Every 1,000 years or so, a catalyst comet hits Earth and brings along with it an agent of change. This change can be good or evil, and it's kind of a toss-up every time. The Green Catalyst Comet and the creation of the Crown. 65 million years BMW. As the Cretaceous era wound down, Urgence Evergreen, the ice elemental at the time, noticed that an odd comet was coming toward Earth. The oddness was compounded by the fact that it was writhing around. Evergreen, wanting to stop this comet, built a magic crown with phantasmal circuitry that would bind to the first being to wear it and grant them their deepest wish. The other elementals didn't want to go along with this plan and didn't really seem all that concerned with the creepy new comet. So Evergreen turned them all to ice and stole a lava dog's eyes to power his invention. The blind dog came back with a vengeance though and incapacitated Evergreen. This left Evergreen's mutated dinosaur assistant Gunther in charge of donning the crown and stopping the comet. Gunther didn't want to stop the comet though. He wanted to be Evergreen. So in donning the magic crown, he made it into an artifact that grants ice powers at the cost of the user's sanity and identity. It also gives them a crazy beard. The wearer's own identity is stored in the crown as well. The comet hits Earth and everything dies. and now the Lich is laying dormant on Earth waiting for his opportunity to extinguish all life in the universe. Wizard City and vampires. Over 7 million years BMW. Magic users all gathered together to draw power from the primordial monster Kokentepe. Sure, Kokentepe died, but they still managed to get a lot of good magic from the entity before new wizards decided it was too dangerous and buried the monster deep beneath Wizard City. This is likely where the Enchiridion first came into existence, and over time it was contributed to by thousands of wizards and their spells. During this era, over time, the power of magic on Earth began to decline. Vampires actually predate humans on Earth, if we're gonna take Hansen Abadir at his word. We don't know when this demon takes over the Nightosphere, so we'll just assume that it happens at around this time. They're scary and live off the color red, but found out that they prefer blood because it tastes nicer. Martian society, and Orgolorg banished to Earth. 10,000 to 1,000 years BMW. Somehow, a society of green-skinned beings started up their own society on Mars. Abraham Lincoln, a human, somehow traveled back in time to become the king of Mars. His champion, Grob Gob Globgrod, had a brother known as Magic Man, who in turn has a wife named Margles. The chaos entity Golb attacks Mars and eats Margles, erasing her entirely from existence. Not even Prismo's wish room can bring her back. This messes Magic Man up big time. Orgolorg, one of the original monsters comprising the multiverse, was known as the Breaker of Worlds. He ruled over countless planets throughout the solar system for eons. During this time, he attempted to take a Catalyst Comet's power for himself. Abraham Lincoln, king of Mars, sent his #1 dude Grob Gob Globgrod to stop him with his awesome flame sword. Orgolorg loses this bout and is banished to Earth, where he's shrunken down into a little penguin who will one day be named Gunther thanks to Earth's gravity. He's still immortal though, and can be found in relics and artifacts from throughout human history. The Rainicorn Dog Wars, about 2,000 BMW. Should I have measured this one in dog years? Maybe. But somewhere in the Crystal Dimension, two armies have been at war over territory for quite some time. We've got Rainicorns, really long Korean-speaking rainbow-bodied creatures, and dogs, which are dogs, but with more intelligence than your average rover. The impacts of this war on Rainicorn and dog culture are long-lasting. Moko founded, about 20 BMW. A while back, before the whole Mushroom War chaos, there was this guy named Mosif Mastrogiovanni, who started up Moko, a fancy factory that cranked out some seriously mind-blowing robots for the next 1,000 years. The main gig over there was creating these super smart robots named Mos, and Mosif's absolute darling was BMO. BMO's special talent was all about soaking up the love. Now, as for Mosif, he went through a bit of a transition himself and became a cyborg, which turned out to be a pretty smart move because it helped him survive that wild mushroom war. The Enchiridion is discovered and Marceline is born, 5 BMW. Simon Petrikov, noted archaeologist and antiquarian, delivers a presentation on some artifacts he's looking for: the Armor of Zeldron, the Wand of Disbursement, the Enchiridion, and Evergreen's Crown. He, on a journey with Betty Groff, eventually discovers the Enchiridion in the Hindu Kush Mountains. If the right gems are used, this book can open passageways to other dimensions and even enable time travel. And hey, wouldn't you know it, Hansen Abadir has his first and only child with a human and names her Marceline. Evergreen's Crown is discovered. Petrikov goes on a bit of a hot streak and actually finds Evergreen's Crown. He buys it from a dock worker in Scandinavia. As a joke, he puts it on his head and it begins to transform him. For years, he slowly takes on more of the crown's magic, turning his skin blue, growing his hair long and white, lowering his body temperature, and granting him ice powers. He also loses his mind. Betty seems to run away after the first crown incident, but in actuality, she hops through a portal Simon makes in the future. More on that later in the timeline. The Mushroom War looms, and ahead of the bombs dropping, a human named Hugo hops into a rocket with some other survivors and launches into space. The rocket malfunctions soon after leaving Earth's atmosphere, but the group is saved by a group of Greys. Hugo somehow manages to biohack them and merges the extraterrestrial DNA with the humans. This forms a new race, the Grey Elves, who make their way to the Drift, an ancient space station host to numerous life forms. Hugo eventually becomes the leader and head scientist of the Drift. Year 0, the Great Mushroom War. Kablooey. The gigantic nuclear bombs drop. resulting in huge mushroom clouds, thus the name of the war. However, there is one bomb that is powered by something non-nuclear, and it more or less brings magic back into the world. Humans are basically toast, except for a select few. The Lich is freed from his underground dwelling and a gigantic piece of the earth is torn away, leaving a moon-sized crater. Earth getting magic again caused some major changes, as all sorts of strange creatures emerged and creatures from other dimensions come over as well, including rainicorns who seem to have an appetite for human flesh. Humans are mutated by radiation and magic and become the Oozers. The Blue Catalyst Comet, 0 AMW, after Mushroom War. Near the end of the war, or perhaps right after it, the Blue Catalyst Comet shows up and delivers an agent of change, which will eventually become Finn the Human, young Marceline, and the end of Petrikov, 2 to 5 AMW. Young Marcy and her sick mom Elise travel the barren post-apocalyptic wasteland looking for other survivors. Elise doesn't survive very long and Marcy is left all alone. Alone, that is, until she runs into Simon Petrikov. He's pretty far along in his Ice King transformation at this point, but he does still do what he can to take care of Marceline, even getting her the ever so famous teddy bear, Hambo. In an alternate timeline, Simon is killed by vampires before meeting Marceline, and thus she's taken in by the Vampire King, becoming the Star. These two survivors find each other and travel together, but continued exposure to the crown and the increasing need to use its powers defensively are wearing on Simon. Simon leaves Marceline when she's about 10, fearing that he'll soon become too dangerous. Simon disappears until he fully transitions into the Ice King. Simon did summon someone to take care of Marceline in his stead though, Hunson Abadir, serial French fry thief and the father that Marceline never met. Vampires eradicated and Founders Island established, approximately 13 AMW. So after Hunson Abadir's shot at being a guardian didn't quite pan out, Marceline took up vampire hunting. Turns out that her demon heritage was a real ace in the hole, letting her absorb the powers of the vamps she took down, which did come in quite handy. A few years down the line, Marceline found some of the last surviving humans, led by this guy named Two-Bread Tom. Now, Tom had a real knack for kicking back by the campfire and belting out those old 80s sitcom tunes. The humans, they got pretty smart, started wearing animal hats to blend in and protect themselves against their two main problems, vampires and rainicorns. These humans weren't just hanging out though, they were gearing up to set sail away from the mainland, and not just cause of the vamps and oozers, but the atmosphere was also giving off some real crazy vibes, hinting at a major shift on the horizon. But just when they thought they were in the clear, the last bunch of vampires came gunning for them, led by the big shot Vampire King. Marceline told the humans to make a run for it without her and took on those bloodsuckers solo. But the Vampire King had one last trick up his sleeve. He turned Marceline into a vampire, making her the last of the lot. After a long voyage, Two-Bread Tom and the gang landed on what they called Founders Island. They ended up as legends, founding fathers of sorts, and folks started to worship them. Over the years, these humans spread out to other islands and built a massive guardian to keep everything dangerous out, and, well, to make sure that nobody left either. Anyone trying to sneak away was scoffed at as a hider. As technology improved, they even implanted electronic chips in people to stop from leaving. For nearly 1,000 years, nobody left those islands. Ooo and the Revitalization of Magic by 149 AMW. Earth's geography is changed by the rising ocean levels following the Mushroom War. What we assume is the United States is now just a small continent and is friendly to life. This is Ooo, 3 O's. By 149 AMW, magic is strong enough there to stop comets and the wizards are coming back. The birth of Bonnabelle and Neddy Bubblegum. 172 AMW. The gum that appeared around Ooo began gaining sentience, and the mother gum came to be. Only 2 people have ever been known to leave the mother gum, Bonnabelle and Neddy Bubblegum. The rise and fall of Uncle Gumbald. Around 186 AMW. Over time, Bonnie and Neddy build a home around the candy juice tree that Neddy leaned on for comfort. In her early teens, Bonnabelle creates some candy relatives for herself, the first candy people. This new candy family founded Candy Town, upgrading the house, farming the nearby land, making new roads, the works. Gumbald starts wanting more power and plans a candy city. He also plans to use Dum Dum Juice to make Bonnie and Neddy docile and childlike and to get them out of the way. Bonnie finds out about his plan and pulls an Uno reverse, dumbifying Uncle Gumbald, who along with the already dumbified Lolly and Chickle become the first candy citizens. Bonnie declares herself princess. The Candy Kingdom grows, approximately 500 to 700 AMW. Bonnibel, now Princess Bubblegum, borrows Gumbald's aspiration to build a candy civilization. Her kingdom slowly expands out of her tree home with Neddy. She creates Banana Guards and the Gumball Guardians, and she's sort of dating Mr. Cream Puff, the boyfriend that Gumbald had previously made for her. To help her out, she also creates a new servant, Peppermint Butler. Peps soon takes an interest in dark magic. Before long, he casts a kind of protective curse on himself. Should he ever be dumbified, Peppermint Butler's pre-Dum-Dum version will be able to guide his new self back towards dark magic. In the intermediate stages of development, Bubblegum is visited by Shoko, a reincarnation of the Blue Comet. Being a mercenary thief, Shoko is sent to steal an amulet in Bubblegum's possession. She successfully swipes it after befriending Bubblegum, but in her flight, Shoko falls into the yet undiscovered radioactive river surrounding the kingdom, becoming horribly mutated. She dies at the base of the tree that will eventually become Finn's treehouse. Over time, the Candy Kingdom prospers. However, the wilder nature of the kingdom's earlier years encourage rather unfortunate authoritarian impulses in Bubblegum, such as creating an elite force of hundreds of soldiers called Rattleballs, finding them too violent and then killing them all. The success of the Candy Kingdom inspires other kingdoms to spawn in the following centuries, including the elemental kingdoms of Fire, Slime, and Ice, which is created by the remnants of Simon Petrikov, now known as the Ice King. Oh, and a Glass Kingdom is created when a magical bolt of lightning strikes in the desert. Eventually, after the Glass Kingdom has become more established, they're threatened by Molto Larvo, a flaming dragon that has been growing in the furnace beneath the kingdom. Unable to face the dragon themselves, the Glass Kingdom asks Princess Bubblegum to help, and she obliges, with Marceline tagging along. At this point, PB and Marceline are dating. While Bubblegum struggles to contain Larvo, Marceline gets on her last nerve, causing Bubblegum to lose her temper. In response, Marceline plays an angry breakup song about Bubblegum. Sure, it hurts Bubblegum's feelings, but it also forces Larvo to retreat into the furnace, saving the Glass Kingdom. The Glass citizens make Marceline a saint, and every year from there on out, they sing her song to keep Larvo at bay. The Margles Incident, around 600 AMW. Meanwhile, Mars is uneasy about the possibility of the second coming of Golb. To prevent this, Magic Man uses his long-curated scientific and magical strength to build the magical automated resistance-generating laser energy supplier, or Margles, named after his wife. Against the judgment of his older brother, Magic Man goes to Olympus Mons to install Margles, but is overcome by his desire to hold onto the image of his wife. The resulting struggle causes Margles to fall off Olympus Mons. Magic Man banished to Earth. 798 AMW. After Olympus Mons, Magic Man's personality drastically changes. He starts unleashing a series of mean-spirited prank plagues upon the Martians, like turning Mars's water into hair that would make you go bald if you drank it. Sick of Magic Man's harmful antics, Abraham Lincoln and Grobgrod banish Magic Man to Earth. They supply him with a transporter to get back home though, but it only works through feeling love. Magic Man, who was understandably traumatized, thinks the transporter is just broken, so he simply continues being a jerk on Earth. The Winter King, 913 AMW. In a different universe, an alternate Simon, who is still not Simon, manages to avoid the negative effects of the crown by displacing the curse onto Princess Bubblegum. This results in a role reversal. Simon, as the Winter King, rules sanely over a wonderful Ice Kingdom, while Bubblegum goes mad and keeps trying to kidnap him. Billy versus the Lich, around 970 AMW. The Lich finally shows his loathsome face and starts taking Earth's life force and changing it into unholy power to destroy the Land of Ooo. The legendary hero Billy doesn't like this though and kicks his butt into the candy tree at the heart of the Candy Kingdom. The Lich is imprisoned in amber, which will hold him there until someone comes close enough to have their mind entered. Lemon Grab and the Animals of Ooo, between 970 and 984 AMW. Princess Bubblegum realizes that if she bites the dust, the Candy Kingdom is in big trouble. To remedy this, she creates an heir to the throne. This ends up being the Earl of Lemongrab, and he's not really fit to be an heir. Bubblegum sends him off to rule over an empty kingdom, but he is still technically heir to the Candy Kingdom throne. Talking animals start appearing all throughout Ooo as well. Whether this is thanks to magic or interdimensional visitors is kinda up in the air though. Jake the dog is born, 984 AMW. An alien shapeshifter, Warren Ampersand, serially bites and thereby impregnates creatures with his offspring in a long con scheme to live forever. His victim this time is a dog in Ooo named Joshua. Joshua gives birth from the bump on his head as his wife Margaret gives biological birth. Their sons are named Jake and Jermaine, respectively. Finn Mertens is born and the first humans leave the islands, 984 AMW. On the islands, helper Minerva Campbell and reformed conman Martin Mertens give birth to their son Finn. When Finn is still a baby, people wronged by Martin in the past attack while Minerva's at work. Martin and Finn are chased onto a raft and barraged by a storm, and also that Guardian that we mentioned. You know, the one that stops people from leaving. Martin damages the Guardian and is thrown into the sea, while the massive wave from the Guardian's collapse sends Finn's raft deep into the ocean. They become the first people to leave the island since its founding. Finn survives the long voyage with a breadstick wand, literally a wand that produces breadsticks. The raft washes up on Ooo, making Finn the first actual non-vampire cyborg cursed wizard human in Ooo in nearly 1,000 years. He's found and raised by Margaret and Joshua. The island's most powerful seeker, Kara, is sent to look for Finn. She lands on Ooo but suffers complete amnesia. Martin is saved by pirates, having likely suffered brain damage and some memory loss. He reverts to his conman ways, his antics escalating to a cosmic crime that imprisons him in a celestial forest called the Citadel. The Epidemic. Around 989 AMW. Back on the island, a doctor starts conducting experiments that result in a virus killing more than half of the population. The fatality rate among helpers is 100%, so Minerva uploads her brain map to the island's computer, creating hundreds of Minerva bots. Humanity consolidates. Lady Rainicorn, around 990 AMW. The issues from the Rainicorn Dog Wars still permeate Crystal Dimension society, but after a dog saves the life of a Rainicorn pilot named Bob, Bob and his wife Ethel become indebted to the dogs. They have a daughter, Lady Rainicorn, who dates a racist Rainicorn revolutionary. She stops him from stealing a weapon from the dog military and has to flee to Earth. There she lives in a barn and befriends Princess Bubblegum. Jake is a bad boy. Around 990 AMW. Jake grows up in dog years and as such is fully grown when Finn is still a child. He graduates college and starts acting out. He pickpockets, sells stolen bikes, and then becomes the leader of a gang, which is where he meets Tiffany. He shakes this off and goes on the straight and narrow. This is where he meets Lady Rainicorn and learns to play the viola. BMO's mission, between 989 and 996 AMW. Of course, BMO's got some bonus lore in here. On a mission to grow potatoes on Mars, BMO bumps into a service droid and is transported to the Drift. When BMO arrives, the Drift is in poor condition and Hugo is trying to escape with his biohacked human pals at the expense of everyone else on the space station. BMO becomes the sheriff and befriends Y5. This duo works to expose Hugo's conspiracy and save the Drift. They fire him off of the station on a powerless Unity pod. Thus ends BMO's tenure as sheriff. He hops on a space lard and finds his way to Earth where he meets two new pals, Finn and Jake. Finn finds the Enchiridion and the Lich returns, 996 AMW. After the passing of Jake's parents, Joshua and Margaret, Finn and Jake move into their treehouse with BMO and kick off their time of adventure. They go to Crag Mountain and find the Enchiridion. Finn aces the trials, proves he's a hero, and gets the book. The snail, who's in every episode of Adventure Time, gets too close to the Lich's amber prison and gets got. The Lich uses his new lackey to crack open the amber, but Finn comes through and beats the Lich. Ice King shows up and kinda ruins everything though, dropping P-Bubs into the Well of Power. The Lich possesses the princess and a kaiju movie plays out. P-Bubs is taken down, but all of the candy biomass that got removed temporarily de-ages her down to 13. When Lemon Grab proves to be entirely useless at ruling a kingdom, Bubblegum grows back up quickly to Finn's chagrin, and the snail is still possessed by the Lich. Finn and Jake Adventure, 996 to 998 AMW. Early episodes of Adventure Time are covered here with all of the hijinks you so fondly remember. It was a simpler time, that's for sure. Finn's crush on P-Bubs is a major factor, and he and Jake become protectors of the Candy Kingdom. Jake has some interpersonal issues with Finn and Lady Rainicorn, finding it hard to spend time with the both of them. Tiffany comes back and tries to kill Finn in order to be Jake's bestie again. Jake almost dies a whole bunch of times, is revived by the ancient psychic tandem War Elephant, and even has a croak dream involving the Cosmic Owl. Turns out it wasn't an actual croak dream, and he lives to adventure another day. Shelby the Worm cuts off their own butt, and the new worm pal Kent defeats the Rat King, allowing the treehouse to bloom for the first time in forever. Finn and Jake meet Marceline, who isn't too happy that they're squatting in her tree home. She kicks them out, but they do become friends in the end. Finn helps Marcy record the Fry song, but Jake is still distrustful of vampires. Hunts an Abadir is summoned from the Nightosphere, eats a whole whack of souls, and is promptly sent back. Finn loses his golden sword to a black hole and finds a root sword to replace it. Then he gets the demon blood sword from Joshua's dungeon and uses that for a while. All the while, Simon Petrikov has fully lost control to the crown and continues his life as the Ice King. He kidnaps princesses and attempts to befriend Finn and Jake. His actions aren't malevolent so much as they are misguided and creepy. He just wants to be liked. Finn starts dating the fire elemental, Flame Princess. Their courtship is contested by P-Bubs, who knows that if they smooch, it could cause Flame Princess to burn through the Earth's crust straight to the core. With the help of Jake, though, they do make it work for a bit. During this time, Princess Bubblegum's less savory personality traits come to a head. Her massive surveillance network is revealed, and her need for control over everything becomes more clear. She keeps cloning any citizen who dies and makes some questionable choices while engineering new beings. Fiona and Cake, 997 AMW. While Finn and Jake are out there doing fun stuff, Prismo watches on from his time room. He decides to make a dimension and comes up with a gender-bent version of Ooo. Fiona and Cake are born. Prismo isn't technically allowed to do this though, and so he hides the dimension inside of the Ice King's brain. Ice King believes this to be his own idea and starts writing them down as fanfiction. The Death of Abraham Lincoln, 998 AMW. After 200 years, Magic Man is brought back to Mars to stand trial for his misdeeds, except Magic Man swaps his body with Jake's. Abraham Lincoln realizes his mistake too late after sentencing Jake and offers Death his immortality for Jake's soul. Grob Gob Globgrod becomes King of Mars. By the way, Death implies that Lincoln's made a deal with him before, which could explain some of the historical discrepancies here. The Lich returns and Farm World timeline is created. 998 AMW. After laying low, the Lich leaves his snail bod, kills Billy, and possesses his body. Finn then gathers the Enchiridian's gems for who he thinks is Billy, but once receiving the gems, the Lich then opens a gateway to Prismo the Wishmaster. He wishes for the extinction of all life, but Finn and Jake are spared as they follow the Lich to Prismo's time room, which exists outside of all realities and essentially protects them until they each make a wish themselves. Finn wishes that the Lich never even existed, creating an alternate Farm World timeline where the mushroom bomb never went off, and where Finn, under the influence of the crown, causes it to detonate and for the Lich to possess Farm World Jake. Our Jake, meanwhile, uses his wish to change the Lich's wish to send Jake and Finn back to Ooo. The Lich then becomes incapacitated in Prismo's time room. Baby Jakes, 998 AMW. Finn and Jake are kidnapped by Ricardio, and PB and Lady Rainicorn head out to rescue them. Then it's revealed that Lady is pregnant. She gives birth to 5 pups: Charlie, TV, Viola, Kim Kil-Wan, and Jake Jr. These pups are the first generation of what will eventually become one of the, if not the #1 most dominant species in Ooo. The Reign of Flame Princess, 999 AMW. After an extended bout of cockiness, Finn realizes that he and Flame Princess aren't actually all that compatible. This sends Finn on an adventure through Pillow World where he lives a whole separate lifetime and learns some serious lessons, only to forget it all when he returns to Ooo. He dreams of the Cosmic Owl and manipulates Flame Princess and the Ice King into fighting each other, which causes FP to break up with Finn. You blew it. Flame Princess takes over the Fire Kingdom with the help of Cinnamon Bun and locks her father away. Finn marries Slime Princess and Flame King attempts to take back his kingdom. Cinnamon Bun becomes fully baked, granting him the powers required to be champion of the Flame Kingdom. Flame Princess takes full control of the kingdom. Finn obtains the Grass Sword and Betty comes to Ooo, 999 AMW. Finn's Demon Blood Sword is absorbed by a demon, so he goes out and buys the Cursed Grass Sword for $3. This is an incredibly powerful cursed blade made to be part of its user for all eternity. Finn figures out how to work the cursed blade to his advantage though, for now. Shortly thereafter, Betty Groff, Simon Petrikov's fiancée, jumps through that portal we talked about. She dedicates herself to saving Simon from the crown. Within the year, she becomes Magic Man's apprentice. Lemon Grab Shenanigans, 999 AMW. Lemon Grab becomes lonely ruling over his kingdom of nothing, so Bubblegum makes him a clone for company. The Lemon Grabs find the formula for creating candy people and start bringing all of their food to life. This results in famine and the breaking of Lemon Sweets, the porcelain son of the two Grabs. With this, the power balance of the cloned Lemon Grabs falls apart, and the kingdom gets pretty messy for a bit. Lemon Hope is found and is yoked with the expectations of the entire kingdom. He just runs away for a bit, but eventually comes back to save the earldom. After that, he just wants his freedom. The two Lemon Grabs are stitched together into one, and peace remains for a bit. Prismo's death, the Citadel jailbreak, and the Lich transformed, 999 AMW. Finn learns that his father is a prisoner in the Citadel and asks Prismo to help him. The Lich sees his chance and murders Prismo along with the sleeping old man, which gets the Lich imprisoned in the Citadel as well. The Green Ghast then opens up all of the crystal prisons, which kicks off a huge jailbreak. During the chaos, Finn manages to hit the Lich with some funky Guardian blood, which turns the evil being into a gigantic baby, aka Sweet Pea. Tree Trunks and Mr. Pig adopt this enormous infant. This whole ordeal awakens Finn to his dad's deadbeat nature. Martin abandons Finn, who had lost his arm while trying to keep him around. The arm isn't all gone, however, as the cursed sword left behind a little flower, one that eventually grew back into a full arm, this time with a bonus green thorn. Dirt Beer Guy, 999 to 1000 AMW. P-Bubs wants to test her banana guard, so she stages a fake kidnapping. The bananas are useless, and Root Beer Guy is the candy citizen who solves the case. This gets him promoted to captain of the banana guard. This is awesome until he dies on duty. But wait, he's resurrected by a lightning strike, becoming Dirt Beer Guy, and he takes over the candy tavern. Prismo Reborn and the creation of the Finn Sword, 999 AMW. Prismo enacts his Plan B, which is incredibly convoluted but involves pickles and dreams. Long story short, an alternate reality version of Jake sleeps for eternity to revive Prismo, while an alternate version of Finn has his consciousness shoved into a sword, henceforth called the Finn Sword. Grob Gob Globgrod returns, 999 AMW. A faux comet, which is actually Martin's spaceship, hurtles toward Mars off schedule to the real comet. To save his planet from destruction, Grob Gob Globgrod faces the comet head on, averting catastrophe but sacrificing their corporeal form and therefore their ability to rule Mars. The four heads of Grob Gob Globgrod come to circle the Earth like satellites. Normal Man, 999 AMW. Betty tries to figure out the rules to magic and what makes magic users tick. Turns out it's a combination of magic, madness, and sadness. Magic Man tries to use Glob's discarded helmet to transform into the Globhead. This transfers all of his powers to Betty, who then falls under the effects of wizard insanity. Without his powers, Magic Man is now Normal Man. The first Candy Kingdom election, 1000 AMW. Seems like a long time to wait for democracy, but I guess I get it. The self-proclaimed King of Ooo tries to sneak an election by Princess Bubblegum, but she refuses to campaign at all. This results in a PB loss, but she's not too upset. For a while she goes and hangs out at Gumbald's cabin and eventually comes back to rule when the Candy folk stage a coup. Return of Orgalorg and the Purple Catalyst Comet, 1000 AMW. Orgalorg starts resurfacing due to the perfect mix of events. The death of Glob, the proximity of the Catalyst Comet, and the availability of a spaceship. Even though he doesn't initially understand why, Orgalorg rockets into space to try once again to absorb a Catalyst Comet. Orgalorg's true form is restored, but his absorption is thwarted by Finn's grass arm. For the first time ever, a Catalyst Comet meets with the incarnation of a previous one. The comet offers to take Finn to the end and the beginning, basically offering him a new form of existence, but Finn refuses. He's put a lot of time into Earth and he wants to see how it all plays out, but Martin does take the deal because of course he does. Finn and Jake then return the neutralized Gunther to Earth. The spread of the Lich's hand, 1000 AMW. The next few things in this timeline all actually happen pretty close together, so I'm not going to list the year until the year changes again. Ice Finn from Farm World gathers all of the gems necessary for Lich Jake to create that dimensional portal with Farm World's Enchiridion. Prismo sends our Finn and Jake to take care of it. The Lich's hand is knocked into the open portal, placing a sentient Lich hand in every dimension. The proper Lich is killed via a super weapon called the Maid. Prismo also relieves Farm World Finn of the Crown's torment as per our Finn's request. Normal Man becomes King of Mars, Normal Man retrieves Glob from orbit. The two brothers reconcile, and as Normal Man takes Glob back to Mars, Glob leaves the throne to Normal Man. Mars has fallen into poverty and disarray, but now King Man revitalizes Mars into a prosperous society. Patient St. Pim and the Grable tradition begins. Patient St. Pim awakens in the nethers of the Ice Kingdom and asks the Ice King to kidnap the other elementals. Bubblegum, Flame Princess, and Slime Princess spurn St. Pim, even after she awakens PB and Slime Princess to their elemental powers. Also, Ice King's fanfictions get scrambled together, inspiring him to string seemingly disparate short stories together with a theme. Over the next 1,000 years, Ice King's tables evolve into Grables, an oral and visual storytelling tradition. Finn's voyage and the elements gone awry. Finn's friend, Susan Strong, is revealed to be the Seeker Kara who is sent to retrieve Finn and lost her memories all those years ago. Susan's finder chip goes haywire, but Finn and company use its data to voyage to the islands. Finn finally meets his mother. Well, kind of. I mean, she's still an uploaded consciousness at this point, but Finn finally tells humans about Ooo. Also, Finn's grass sword merges with the Finn sword to form an alternate version of Finn named Fern, but eventually tensions rise between Finn and Fern, concluding in a dramatic fight that sees Fern cut down to size. This traumatizes Finn further than he has already been over the course of the series. While Finn's away, St. Pim uses Betty as a battery to charge a spell upon the other elementals, but Ice King interrupts her and the ritual goes sideways. The elementals turn into ultra-powerful, distorted versions of themselves, and Ooo and everyone in it is transformed into one of the 4 hyper-elementals. Finn works with the Ice King to save Betty and hands her the Farm World Enchiridion to reverse the spell, but Betty double-crosses him, instead using the Enchiridion to travel back in time to stop Simon from ever acquiring the crown. Ice King stops Betty's spell, and Betty's cosmic no-no sends her to Mars to do penance. Lumpy Space Princess, the anti-elemental, ends up saving the day. Her sassiness forces a sort of master reboot of life on Ooo, including Gumball, Chickle, and Lolly, Princess Bubblegum's first relatives. The final demise of the Lich. The Lich Hand is giving Sweet Pea some freaky nightmares. Finn follows the hand, the Lich's well of power, and Sweet Pea follows Finn, but instead of joining with the Lich, Sweet Pea rejects the Lich's evil influence, ending the Lich for good. Yeah, probably. The Great Gum War and Golb Reformed, 1001 AMW. With life being reset, Gumbald immediately begins his revenge. He repurposes Fern as the vengeful Green Knight and builds a vast industrial kingdom with impressive speed. The certainty of war is clinched when Gumbald sends Finn, who had gone to Gumbaldia on a rogue diplomatic mission, back to Bubblegum showered in his trademark dum-dum juice, unbeknownst to Finn, who was told the solution was a benevolent diplomatic tradition. Peppermint Butler comes in contact with the dum-dum juice and is de-aged to a baby. On the battlefield, Finn engulfs himself, Bubblegum, Gumbald, Jake, and Fern with a nightmare concoction, hoping they'll hash out their conflicts in the dream world, which works, though Lolly juices Gumbald just to be safe. Peace is established between the Candy Kingdom and Gumbaldia, but in a final attempt to save their beloved Simon and Margles, Kingman and Betty tamper with Golb. Golb descends upon Ooo and quickly overwhelms both armies. The Ice King, Betty, and Finn slip down the Maw of Golb, where they and the crown are reverted back to their original states as Golb digests them, meaning that once again, whoever wears the crown will have their greatest wish fulfilled. Back outside, the fighters realize Golb, being the embodiment of discord, has a weak spot: structure, like musical harmony. This enables Finn and Simon to escape, but Betty stays with the crown, unsure if its power will still work outside of Golb. She attempts to wish Golb away, which fails. She modifies her request to meet her truest, deepest wish, which is to save Simon at all costs. As a result, Betty's wish causes her to merge with Golb. Golb-Betty then leaves Ooo. The crown is spat out and claimed by Gunther, who apparently wishes to become the Ice King, keeping the crown on brand. As the dust settles, the defeat of the grass curse back in the Nightmare Realm kills Fern. Finn plants his seed where Finn and Jake's treehouse was destroyed, and the tree grows to towering heights over 1,000 years. Humans return to Ooo, around 1003 AMW. After hearing Finn's tales, the humans decide to leave the islands. Nearly 1,000 years after their departure, a fleet of ships arrive to return human civilization to Ooo. Distant lands. Sometime after 1003 AMW. Back in the Glass Kingdom, Molto Larvo is still held at bay, though the lyrics of the yearly Song of St. Marceline have become a little garbled at this point. Young Glass Boy is constantly ridiculed for the crack in his head, so believing Larvo to be dead, he sneaks into the furnace to repair his crack. Turns out Larvo is very much not dead, chases Glass Boy out of the furnace, and now reawakened poses a threat to the Glass Kingdom once again. To fix his mistake and save his home, Glass Boy sets out to the Candy Kingdom to seek Marceline's help. At this point, Marceline and Princess Bubblegum are back together, so once again they set out to save the Glass Kingdom. Trouble is, Marceline's song isn't enough to beat Larvo back. All it does is make Bubblegum feel bad. PB saw this coming, so she had the Moro follow behind with her scientific gear to set up a force field around the furnace's entrance. Marceline leaves the Glass Kingdom to rediscover her punk rock edge while Bubblegum stays behind to manage the force field. After some introspection and hearing an old message from her mother, Marceline returns to the Glass Kingdom, though her base is destroyed by Larvo's minion monsters along the way. Despite Bubblegum's best efforts, Larvo has broken free and is laying waste to the Glass Kingdom. Glass Boy, PB, and Marceline then lure Larvo back into the furnace. Trapped and ready to accept her fate, Marceline sings one last love song to PB. This time, the song touches Larvo so much that the beast's hard, flaming shell gives way to a docile, squishy creature that hid within. With Larvo defeated, the Glass Kingdom is safe. Meanwhile, Peppermint Butler is on a quest of his own. By now, he's grown into a schoolboy. Still spurned by the curse of his former self, the young Peps heads to Wizard City to relearn magic at Wizarts. All the while, he needs to keep his true identity of the legendary dark wizard Peppermint Butler a secret, all while keeping his dark magic on the down low. Peppermint gets stuck into the Skink class, the lowest house on the Wizard's totem pole, alongside aspiring magician Kadabra. As Peps navigates the academic and social life of Wizards, he uncovers a terrifying conspiracy. A number of Wizards professors, and even the guy who runs the cafe, are part of the cult of Kokentepe. They've been working in the shadows to find a vessel powerful enough to host the resurrected Kokentepe. Sure enough, as a once powerful dark wizard, Peppermint is just the vessel they're looking for. Unlike Spader. When given the opportunity, Peps is on board for some extra power. He drinks the ichor from the heart of Kokentepe, becoming the new host for the dark monster. After a brief rampage, Kadabra manages to trick Peps/Kokentepe just long enough to land a blow, forcing him to puke up the ichor, restoring him to his original candy form. The Peppermint Butler curse ghost pops up once again to give Peps a hard time, but this time Peps stands up for himself. He yoinks the curse right out of his mouth, freeing himself from its influence. Although his identity is exposed to the remaining non-cult headmasters at Wizards, Peppermint Butler is allowed to stay on as a student. Fiona and Cake enter the multiverse. 1013 AMW. 12 years after the Great Gum War, the humans in Ooo have managed to build a sky city. Simon lives there, but he's a relic, literally a museum piece. He can't quite get over what happened during his time with the Crown. The world of Fiona and Cake that Prismo put in the Ice King's head has lost all of its magic as Simon returned to his normal state. This makes Fiona and Cake very ordinary and upset at the lack of specialness going on. Finn is a grown man now, with a Jake tattoo on his chest. He finds Simon at Dirt Beer Guy's Candy Tavern and takes him on an adventure. This doesn't end well for Simon, and he goes home to try and summon Golb again. The ritual manages to connect Fiona and Cake's world to Ooo. Fiona and Cake take advantage of this new portal and find themselves in a magical land. They meet up with Simon and get transported to Prismo's time room. The Scarab comes to see what Prismo's up to and finds out about these so-called crossovers. Simon realizes that the only way to make Fiona and Cake's world magic again is to become Ice King. So they use Prismo's dimensional remote and start on a journey to find another crown. The trio ends up in Farm World, where they meet up with Farm World Finn and his family. They get their hands on a gem from this dimension's crown and use it to power the remote further. Next up is the wintry world ruled by the Winter King. This dude seems like a version of Simon who just willed his way to success, but it turns out that he actually displaced the curse and let Princess Bubblegum take on the burden this time around. Then when Fiona kisses him, he loses his powers and everything melts. Whoops. A quick visit to Baby World results in Baby Finn tagging along for an adventure. Unfortunately, the next destination is the world in which Simon was killed by vampires, so Marceline is now the star. She and Peebs duke it out to the death here, and there's still no crown to be found. Fiona, Cake, and Simon then end up in the world where the Lich successfully wished for the extinction of all life. The remote breaks, stranding the trio. BMO is still around, thanks to him not being actually alive, but unfortunately this does not last long. BMO tries to kickstart the broken remote and dies. Thankfully, the Lich is still here, bored and depressed after doing everything he set out to do. Fiona finds the crown, and Simon uses the Lich as a magic source to perform the Golb ritual once again, sending Fiona and Cake back into the world in his head. Simon finally comes face to face with Golbetty and attempts to put the crown back on his head. Golbetty won't let him sacrifice all that hard work she put in to get him back to normal, so she stops him from moving. She also transports his mind 1,000 years into the future to learn some new lessons. Scarab tries to kill Simon, but gets turned into little beetles that crawl up into his head, ending up in Fiona World. Simon comes to and produces the unmade wish from Prismo's creation of Fiona World, handing it to Fiona in his head. She wishes that her world was real, which adds it as a legitimate part of the multiverse. Scarab is big mad though and tries to keep rampaging. He gets turned into an egg and is made to clean Prismo's time room for the foreseeable future. Simon then makes his way back to Ooo. Space Candy Kingdom, 10,020 AMW. In 1000 AMW, Princess Bubblegum entrusted Tree Trunks' husband, not Mr. Pig, her other alien husband, with a capsule containing enough candy matter to start a new candy kingdom on the aliens' abandoned home planet. By 10,020, this candy colony would be up and running. Finn and Jake are dead. Late 1000s AMW. There's no telling how long Finn and Jake live out the rest of their lives. I can tell you though, they die. At some point. And Jake dies first. Based on Finn's beard, at least they lived long lives, so I'm just gonna be optimistic and ballpark this around the late 1000s. Also, at some point, Death and Life had a kid. Eventually, this kid is brought under a dark influence. The influence of the Lich's hand. With all that dark power swirling around, the kid kills his dad in a fit of anger, accidentally usurping Death's throne as the ruler of the Land of the Dead, becoming New Death. As the Lich's influence grows, New Death seeks to access the 50th Dead World, the only one he was not able to access. Now, in the Land of the Dead, Finn is desperate to reunite with Jake. With some help from Mr. Fox, Finn crosses paths with New Death and one of his undertakers, Jake's old friend, Tiffany Euler. Turns out that Jake is in the 50th Dead World, so New Death sees Finn as his ticket in. Finn gets his hand on Tiffany's harmonica, hopping from Dead World to Dead World, hoping to reach the 50th. After bumping into a number of old friends and acquaintances along the way, Finn finds his parents on the 45th level. However, New Death has been watching the whole time. The Lich's influence has finally boiled over too. Through New Death, he starts destroying the Dead World, starting with 45, seeking to truly end all life by ceasing reincarnation itself. Believing his parents' souls to be lost forever, Finn cries out and Jake finally appears, descending from the 50th Dead World. With the way to the 50th Dead World open, New Death finds his way in and promptly destroys it, sending all of the residing souls down to the horrid first Dead World. Stumped, Finn and Jake decide to reach out to Peppermint Butler as ghosts for advice. Peppermint sends them to New Death's mother, the goddess of life. To defeat her son, she arms them with a special staff, the Kiss of Life. Tiffany helps Finn and Jake infiltrate New Death's castle, and they finally do battle. First with New Death and the Lich, then with each other. They know that whoever kills New Death will become the New Death, so they fight for the chance to land the final blow. Well, Mr. Fox manages to actually hold the Kiss of Life by the right end, vanquishing New Death, becoming Death himself, and sparing Finn and Jake from having to argue further. With the Lich defeated once again, Finn and Jake finally say goodbye and part ways. With Jake returning to the restored 50th Dead World and Finn going to be reincarnated, until Jake changes his mind and joins Finn in reincarnation, excited to live their new lives together. The future of Ooo, 2000 AMW. Bimo becomes a mountaintop hermit, living at the top of Mount Cragdor and telling stories to anyone who'll listen. Sweet Pea, aka the Lich, ends up a hero, getting the Night Sword from Finn. The Candy Kingdom expanded a whole lot, possibly joining with Gumbuldia, but it seems to be abandoned. Lemon Hope did come back for the Lemon Grab Earldom though. Jake and Lady Rainicorn's descendants become the most dominant race in Ooo thanks to their rapid lifespans, and are ruled by Gibbon, who has an Ice Thing jewel. Acting against Gibbon are Shermie and Beth, an adventurous duo who could be reincarnations of Finn and Jake. They do some graffiti, tick off some of Gibbon's pup cards, and make their way to the library. Shermie is briefly taken over by the spirit of Simon Petrikov, who learns about his own careless ways through a book about Casper and Nova. Shermie and Beth also go to see Bimo, learn about the Great Gum War, and find the Finn sword at the top of the fern tree. After that, there's even more adventures to embark upon all the way up until the sun explodes. We're just waiting for those to come into focus. And with that, we've made our way through the entirety of the Adventure Time timeline. What a journey that was, or should I say, adventure. Fiona and Cake definitely adds some context and reveals some very interesting things, but it's always a blast to go back and see how everything fits together. I'm sure I missed some events, but hopefully all the major ones were covered. Next on the agenda is a double feature of facts. Our 107 Facts series has always had lots to offer those willing to learn, so we've put 2 of them back to back for your viewing pleasure. Here's 107 Adventure Time Facts You Should Know, parts 1 and 2.
A 12-year-old boy battling evil with his magical dog. Doesn't get much better than that. Today here at ChannelFrederator, we are listing 107 facts about our beloved franchise, Adventure Time. Yeah! Number 1. Marceline and Ice King have known one another since she was young. Strangely enough, the same connection can be made between their voice actors. Olivia Olson, the voice of Marceline, and Tom Kenny, the voice of Ice King, first met when Olivia Olson was a baby. Her father played the piano at a comedy club he performed at. Number 2. Speaking of Olivia Olson, did you know that her father Martin is a comedy writer and that he voices Marceline's father, Hudson Abadir, on the show?
Keep your crummy soul.
Talk about cartoons crossing over in real life. Olivia has admitted that her father eats her food, just like how Hudson ate Marceline's fries. Number 3. The episode Business Time led to a major shift in the show's backstory. Prior to its airing, there were no plans to make the show post-apocalyptic. The businessmen who emerged from the iceberg that episode had a distinctive 21st century feel to them though, which implied that the Land of Ooo was of the future. The team just ran with it. Number 4. In the opening theme song of Adventure Time, keyboard typing can be heard.
Go to very distant lands.
Creator Pendleton Ward has revealed that when he was recording the audio for the opening, it was meant to be a temporary stand-in. Derek Dryman, the executive producer at the time, was typing away and it was caught in the recording. Afterwards, though he tried re-recording the track, Pendleton found that he liked his temporary version best of all and kept it. Number 5. You can find the snail hidden in every episode of Adventure Time, except for Food Chain. Number 6. Adventure Time's title sequence contains a multitude of objects just waiting to be analyzed. Nuclear bombs can be seen. There's also a dismembered arm that fans speculate belonged to Shoko, one of Finn's past lives. Number 7. Finn may be inspired by Bueno the Bear, an early webcomic character created by Pendleton. Number 8. One of Taiwan's high-speed rails trains features characters from Adventure Time on both the exterior and interior. Other Cartoon Network franchises, such as the Powerpuff Girls, also make an appearance. Number 9. Cartoon Network's Amazon theme park in Thailand features an Adventure Time themed area called Adventure Zone. Number 10. In the original pilot for Adventure Time, Finn was voiced by Zach Shada.
Look! Those ninjas are stealing that old man's diamonds!
Give me back my diamond.
By the time the series rolled out, Zach was older and his younger brother Jeremy had a voice that was closer to what Finn originally sounded like.
I actually got the job because my voice sounded a lot like his.
Jeremy was cast and the rest is cartoon history. And in case you were wondering, Jeremy says there's no bad blood between brothers.
Friends who ride majestic, translucent steeds.
I would follow you into the mists of Avalon.
Number 11. At San Diego Comic-Con one year, Adam Muto and Kent Osborne expressed their desire to have the entire cast of The Office guest star on Adventure Time. Number 12. Adam and Kent also want the entire cast of Star Trek: The Next Generation to voice characters.
Is there a John Luck Pickard here?
Number 13. In the episode Hug Wolf, Finn and Jake fist bump while declaring
Hot to the touch!
An episode by that name later aired where Finn met Flame Princess. Number 14. In the episode Son of Mars, Magic Man sings
Memories drift in and out of my mind, and the little people get left behind. So whatever.
Later, an episode by the name of All the Little People aired that featured Magic Man. Number 15. In the episode Butopia, one of the Love Glubs is seen consuming a skull with a bunny hat on. The hat is very similar to the one Fiona wears in the Gender Bend Adventure Time episodes. Number 16. Executive producer Fred Seibert initially rejected Adventure Time.
And I watched the pitch and it was great, and we went back to decide whether we were going to say yes or no, and I said, look, we don't make art films here. And Eric quietly closed the door and he goes, we have to make this.
Number 17. Marceline has a pet zombie poodle named Squabble, who is based on Marie's poodle Squabble, a friend of Pendleton's. Number 18. In the episode Fiona and Cake, Fiona's dress for Prince Gumbel's party is based on Princess Serenity's dress from Sailor Moon. Number 19. The episode Dream of Love has some continuity errors. Mr. Pig's scene takes place during the nighttime, but Tree Trunk's scene takes place in the daytime. When the two characters meet, it's daytime. Number 20. Princess Bubblegum shares a voice actress with Starfire from Teen Titans.
I have journeyed to the mall of shopping and discovered the joy of earthly hair ornaments.
Number 21. Nickelodeon passed on Adventure Time multiple times before Cartoon Network picked it up. Number 22. Jake can speak, read, and write in Korean.
자기야, 나 완전 중요한 할 말 있어.
Number 23. Ice King has a tattoo of a penguin on his right butt cheek. Number 24. Finn and many other characters in Adventure Time actually age unlike most other cartoon characters. While he was 12 at the start of the show, Finn just turned 17, assuming that his birthday is March 14th. This would be based on the fact that an episode featuring his birthday aired on that date.
Happy birthday.
This works well with the real-life aging of his voice actor, as his voice has deepened over time.
And we'll be back with more right after these words.
Number 25. Jake the dog is based off of Bill Murray's character in Meatballs. According to Pendleton, Jake is a 20-something-year-old dude who gives crappy advice.
It just wouldn't matter because all the really good-looking girls would still go out with the guys from Mohawk because they got all the money.
Number 26. Finn's favorite food is meatloaf. Number 27. Finn and Jake have arachnophobia. Number 28. Fans speculate that the Ice King may have some sort of eating disorder. His weight is shown to fluctuate, and creator Pendleton has revealed that Ice King frequently diets but binge eats when he's depressed. Number 29. Pendleton voices Lumpy Space Princess.
Where's my ring? I knew you liked me, Fan.
But his favorite character is Beemo.
No, football, like this.
Number 30. Tom Kenny, who voices Ice King, also voices SpongeBob SquarePants. Number 31. Lady Rainicorn speaks in Korean, and when the things she says are translated, they can be pretty racy.
Oh, sick! You can phase people into your body?
당연하지. 난 제이크랑 항상 한 몸이 되는데.
Number 32. Adventure Time has had some great celebrity guest stars. Neil Patrick Harris, Andy Samberg, and Lena Dunham are just a handful. Number 33. Beemo is gender fluid and changes from male to female at will based on what situation she is in. Some take Beemo as an example of third wave feminism. Number 34. In the Adventure Time video game, Adventure Time Explore the Dungeon because I don't know, it's revealed that Princess Bubblegum is 827 years old. Number 35. Princess Bubblegum has spoken German in a few episodes.
Ich bin so glücklich. Ich könnte.
Number 36. In the German dubs,
Adventure Time mit uns in dem Sinn zieht uns zu fremden Ländern hin.
She speaks Turkish instead. Number 37. The relationship between Marceline and Ice King came about when Ice King sang a song about fries that Marceline had written.
You ate my fries, and I cried. But you didn't see me cry.
The writers realized they had to come up with a reason for how he knew the tune, which is how the tragic backstory between the two came to be. Number 38. The episode Memory of a Memory was actually inspired by the film Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
Joel, hey, no, sweetie. Jolie.
Number 39. The characters in the show often break into raps and songs. The voice actor of Finn relates to this in real life. He's released a few kid-friendly rap videos.
Don't forget to wear your jeans when you go to school.
Number 40. The original short for Adventure Time was commissioned by Nickelodeon Shorts program Random Cartoons. It leaked online in 2007 and went viral. Number 41. Pendleton worked as a storyboard artist and writer for Cartoon Network's The Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack before Adventure Time was greenlit. Number 42. My Neighbor Totoro, The Simpsons, and Pee-wee's Playhouse are stylistic influences for Adventure Time. Number 43. The romantic plotlines in Adventure Time are inspired by Archie comics featuring Betty and Veronica. Number 44. Pendleton says he's embarrassed by how much he relates to Lumpy Space Princess.
My beans!
friends!
Don't be embarrassed, Pendleton. That's just adorable. Number 45. Olivia Olson was a little girl who sang All I Want for Christmas Is You in the film Love Actually. Number 46. Party Pat is based on a former creative director of Adventure Time. His name was Pat McHale. Number 47. Lady Rainicorn and BMO are both voiced by Nikki Yang, who was a storyboard artist for season 1 of Adventure Time. Number 48. Pendleton was the voice of Lady Rainicorn's Universal Translator device.
Then I ate all the peaches in the orchard.
Number 49. At WonderCon one year, Adam Muto confirmed that Marceline's mother was a human. Number 50. Finn's original name in the pilot was Penn, after Pendleton. Number 51. Princess Bubblegum was originally named Betty, after Pendleton's mother. Her name now is Bonnibel, which only Marceline calls her. Number 52. Princess Bubblegum's age can be altered by adding or removing candy biomass. Isn't that delicious? Number 53. Marceline's song, I'm Just Your Problem,
I'm just your problem.
was based on a real-life falling out that Rebecca Sugar had, which she says made it difficult to write. Number 54. Finn and Marceline are ambidextrous. Number 55. As Finn aged alongside him, Jeremy would purposely crack his voice when recording to show that Finn was going through puberty.
This is gross! Man, I can't eat this!
Number 56. In the pilot for Adventure Time, Jake is 28 years old. Number 57. In the episode The Silent King, it's revealed that Jake's insides are cursed to smell like vanilla. That sounds like the best curse ever. Number 58. In the episode Sons of Mars, Jake dies but is later resurrected. Number 59. The gender bending that goes on with the Adventure Time episodes featuring Fiona and Cake is a common fantasy sci-fi trope known as Rule 63. Rule 63 states that for every given character of a certain gender, there is an opposite gender version. Number 60. Adventure Time is heavily censored in Australia. Come on, guys, what's up with that?
What the cabbage?
Number 61. The Adventure Time cast records all their dialogue in a single room.
Never!
Number 62. Most of the jokes that the network rejects are fart-based.
Jake!
I thought it would be funny.
Number 63. It takes about 9 months for each episode to be made. Number 64. Pendleton has compared the writing process of Adventure Time to the tabletop RPG Dungeons and Dragons. Number 65. Lumpy Space Princess is composed of irradiated stardust. Number 66. The episode Gotcha was partially inspired by the made-for-TV film Beauty and the Briefcase starring Hilary Duff. Number 67. Pendleton would love to see Card Wars, the card game, from the eponymous episode Card Wars come to life in hyper-real form. But for now, it exists as a real card game. Number 68. Pendleton is also the creator of Bravest Warriors.
Bravest Warriors!
A show on Frederator's online channel, Cartoon Hangover. Hey, that's one of our channels. Gee golly, we made it on the list. Number 69. Pendleton's mother once brought him, unannounced, to the home of Matt Groening, the creator of The Simpsons, to ask for advice creating a successful animated show. Number 70. Pendleton has listed David Lynch and Japanese horror films as some of his influences. Number 71. Jake is classically trained in playing the viola. He knows works by Beethoven, Wagner, and Mozart. Number 72. Pendleton has said in an online interview that the radiation in Ooo has caused changes in Finn's anatomy. Number 73. Jake is actually the second magical talking dog John DiMaggio has voiced. Food Dog from American Dragon Jake Long was the first. Number 74. Hudson Abadir, Marceline's father's name, was the name of storyboard artist Jesse Moynihan's childhood family Nissan. It was also the name of his first band. Number 75. The Cosmic Owl.
You're probably a big nerd.
was inspired by a shiny and reflective urinal at Pendleton's workplace. Number 76. Tree Trunks was based on and written for her voice actress Polly Lou Livingston. Livingston is a longtime friend of the Ward family. Number 77. Olivia Olson, the voice actress of Marceline, confirmed that Princess Bubblegum and Marceline are ex-girlfriends. This information came to her from Pendleton himself. Number 78. Character designer and storyboard revisionist Natasha Allegri sang the theme song for the gender-bent episode of Adventure Time.
Adventure Time, come on, grab your friends, you go to very distant lands.
She also created the gender-bent characters. Number 79. Natasha's pet cat Pancake makes cameo appearances in Adventure Time. Number 80. Phil Face is a running gag in Adventure Time. Appearing as an Easter egg occasionally, it is a face meant to resemble that of Phil Rinda, the lead character designer of the show. Number 81. A number of Adventure Time alumni have gone on to create their own exciting shows. Natasha is the creator of Bee and Puppy Cat.
Puppy Cat, can you pass me those?
Rebecca Sugar is the creator of Steven Universe.
What's going on here?
And Patrick McHale is the creator of Over the Garden Wall.
A bird's brain isn't big enough for cognizant speech.
Hey, what was that?
I mean...
Number 82. Aspects of Rainicorn culture are based on Korean culture. Some examples are things like games, snacks, and war history. Number 83. The character Meow came about when a fan drew a tiny ninja cat by the same name based on the idea of cat Monochromicorn Wars. The creators liked the idea and the episode Jake vs. Meow came about. Number 84. Maria Bamford has voiced over 20 characters in the show, including Slime Princess, Kim.
Kim, get underneath Trudy.
No, man, please. I freaking hate Trudy.
Kim!
Wildberry Princess, even males like Wormo and Tanya. Number 85. When Adam Mudo pitched the episode What Was Missing, he messed up saying the line, "I'll get your toy back, kid," and accidentally said,
"I'll get your kid back, toy."
The team thought it was funny and kept a flub for the actual episode. Number 86. The chanting from the ghost you hear in Heat's signature is actually a backmasked message to Patrick McHale. It says, Number 87. Executive producer Fred Seibert once mentioned that Cartoon Network had tried to remove Princess Bubblegum and Marceline from the show because they didn't feel they need to appeal to women. Number 88. Many staff members on Adventure Time have Formspring pages where they will answer questions from fans about the show. Number 89. In the episode Thank You, Jake wore Ice King's crown but suffered no ill effects. Adam Mudo explained that the crown doesn't corrupt Jake because he already has his own magical powers. Number 90. Jake Jr. is voiced by Christian Shaw, and TV is voiced by Dan Mintz. These two also play siblings in another show called Bob's Burgers.
Enough already, come on.
Number 91. In The Prince Who Wanted Everything, Lumpy Space Prince's outfit bears a resemblance to that of Charge from the Gundam franchise. Number 92. Flame Princess's outfit after she takes over the Fire Kingdom resembles the armor worn by Azula, Princess of the Fire Nation in Avatar: The Last Airbender. Number 93. Abraham Lincoln offers Death a penny in Son of Mars and was the king of Mars for a time. It's fun to note that there's now a penny on Mars in real life. Number 94. In the episode The Real You, Professor Worm has a binder with a slice of pizza on it, along with the date 6/18/1986. The date is Natasha's birthday. Number 95. Marceline's outfit in Betty is the adult version of the outfit she wore as a child. Number 96. In the episode All Aboard Who's Coming Aboard of the show Parenthood, one can see the Adventure Time episode Too Young playing on the TV. Number 97. According to the Adventure Time Encyclopedia, when Joshua and Margaret first found Finn, they thought he was a mudfish, hence the name Finn. Number 98. In the episode From Bad to Worse, Princess Bubblegum notes have some interesting things written on them. Examples are Hotmail, What Is It? And Lactose Intolerance, Fact or Fiction? Number 99. Rebecca Sugar has said that she designed Flame Princess to look like a match. Woo! Number 100. In the episode The Cooler, it's revealed that Flame Princess's first name is Phoebe. Number 101. If you input the Konami code on the title screen of Adventure Time, Hey Ice King, Why'd You Steal Our Garbage? On the 3DS, the secret screen song will appear. It shows Pendleton singing with Finn and Jake.
This is the secret screen.
Number 102. The Adventure Time Encyclopedia states that Peppermint Butler served as Hudson Abadir's assistant in the Undead Gold Tournament. It's rumored that he hid bodies under the 9th hole. Number 103. Susan Strong was inspired by a character that Pendleton played in the old MMORPG Blade Mistress. All playable characters in the game are buff women. Number 104. On a Spring account, storyboard artist Annie Ristino stated that fellow storyboard artist Jesse Moynihan confirmed that Shoko's tiger was one of Jake's past lives. Number 105. In the episode Holly Jolly Secrets Part 2, when Ice King breaks in through the chimney, a poster can be seen that seems to depict someone in a Star Trek uniform. 106. Scientific parasites can be seen in the pockets of intelligent people in Adventure Time. They feed on intelligent brainwaves, and because one can be seen in Simon Petrikov's pocket, it can be assumed that they exist during, and maybe even prior to, the Great Mushroom War. And number 107, Prince Gumball's original name was Prince Blowpop, but it had to be changed because Blowpop is a brand name.
Adventure Time is beautiful, quirky, fun, and powerful all at once. So could only 107 piddly little facts be enough for such an amazing show? Of course not. That's why we've compiled 107 more facts on Pendleton Ward's epic animated adventure. We also did it because a bunch of you requested it. And since you can't seem to get enough random trivia about Finn, Jake, and the rest of the gang, we're here to help. My name is Tim, and today on ChannelFrederator we have 107 more Adventure Time facts. Let's get started. Number 1. Pendleton Ward's goal in creating Adventure Time was to give kids real, relatable characters that could reach their hearts. Aww. Number 2. Ward's opportunity to make the Adventure Time short came after Frederator's Eric Homan saw Ward's student film, The Producer's Show, at an end-of-year screening at Cal Arts. Eric proceeded to ask Ward for a pitch, and the rest, as they say, is history. Number 3. It took Ward 2 weeks to storyboard the Adventure Time short. Number 4. According to Fred Seibert, the founder and CEO of Frederator, that's our boss, Ward's pitch began with him playing the Adventure Time theme song on a guitar he brought with him. Fred claimed he had never seen a pitch quite like it before. Number 5. Working on the Adventure Time short was Ward's first job out of college. Number 6. During season 5, Ward stepped down as Adventure Time's showrunner and passed the torch to the show's creative director, Adam Muto. However, Ward is far from done with Adventure Time, as he still contributes to the show's writing, and will even be heavily involved with the Adventure Time movie. Number 7. Ward put a lot of thought into making female characters of the show, since he's not a fan of the stereotypical molds TV usually forces women into. He was sure to give the ladies strengths and weaknesses to make them feel like real people. He cites Princess Bubblegum as a prime example of this. While she's extremely intelligent, she's also kind of a goofball that botches up plenty of her experiments. Number 8. Marceline is the only main character that didn't appear in the original short. Number 9. The only main character whose voice went unchanged between the original short and the series was Jake the dog, who was played by John DiMaggio in both. Ward would later reprise his role as Abraham Lincoln in the episode Sons of Mars. Number 10. Despite this, DiMaggio and Ward aren't the only voice actors to play a role in both the short and the series. Lady Rainicorn's original voice actor, D. Bradley Baker, went on to voice multiple characters in the show, most notably Cinnamon Bun. Number 11. The title Princess Potluck was one of the proposed episode titles in Ward's original pitch presentation for Adventure Time. Muto claims the season 4 episode of the same name had nothing to do with Ward's original idea for the episode. Number 12. In the original pitch presentation, it was stated that Jake and Lady Rainicorn were in a band together called the Angel Cakes, where they played a fusion of classical and bluegrass. They would hold rehearsals in Princess Bubblegum's garage every Thursday. Number 13. A conceptual map of Ooo refers to the Fire Kingdom as the Burning Lands. Number 14. Finn's original name in the Adventure Time short, Pen, is actually explained in issue 9 of the Adventure Time comic. Finn went through a phase in his life where he had a fascination with pens, so much so that he temporarily changed his name to Pen. Number 15. This comic also features an explanation for one of the short's most obvious continuity errors. In the original short, Pen's sleeping bag mysteriously vanishes after a few shots. The comic states that the sleeping bag was stolen by a time-traveling Finn and Jake who were watching them from behind a hill. Number 16. In the storyboards for Burning Low, Jake talks about an additional relationship tier. When talking about tier 9, Jake was supposed to say, "On that one, just make sure you have a comfy place to sit in the next day, cause you'll need time to reflect on what you did." Number 17. According to the original storyboards for his hero, Billy's name was originally Hogarth. Number 18. Early storyboards show that Finn's dad was meant to be revealed in the episode The Lich. It probably makes sense that he wasn't. That would have been a lot going on. Number 19. Former Adventure Time storyboard artist Rebecca Sugar refers to Abraham Lincoln as the Jesus Christ. However, Muto claims Lincoln is simply a recognizable figure and that calling him Jesus would be a stretch. Number 20. Marshall Lee wasn't meant to be just a silent cameo in the first Fiona and Cake episode. Sugar wrote lines for the character. Unfortunately, his speaking role was cut due to time constraints. Number 21. Sugar wanted Marshall Lee to be played by Dante Dante Bosco, better known as Prince Zuko on Avatar: The Last Airbender. Number 22. Despite being an unmarried royal female, Flame Princess was referred to by the show's writers as the Flame King after she staged a coup on her father and took control of the Fire Kingdom. Number 23. According to Jack Pendarvis, a writer for the show, Stephen King was seriously considered to be the voice of Root Beer Guy, but nobody ever approached the author about it. Number 24. The show's writers keep track of all narrative loose ends with a piece of paper labeled Unresolved Stories. Two topics that formerly had spots on the list were Finn's dad and the Lich. Number 25. Natasha Allegri, a writer for the show, lied to a fan about Arthur Cade voicing Marshall Lee because she wanted to see fans create a page for Arthur Cade on the Adventure Time wiki. Number 26. The various pronunciations the Ice King makes with the name Gunter were the result of inconsistency with how the name was spelled in the script.
Gunter, wake up!
Sometimes the U in Gunter would possess an umlaut and other times it wouldn't, which would cause Tom Kenny to pronounce it differently. As a result, it was decided by the writers that the Ice King had multiple penguins that he called Gunter using different pronunciations. Number 27. Olivia Olson got the role of Marceline through her father, Martin Olson, who knew Ward prior to Adventure Time. Ward said he was interested in casting the voiced actress that played Vanessa Doofenshmirtz on the show Phineas and Ferb, which Martin wrote for. So when Ward asked him how he could get in touch with her, Martin revealed that she was his daughter. Number 28. Marceline's immortality is the result of her being a vampire, not half demon. The only demon trait she inherited from her father was the ability to suck souls. Number 29. Olivia Olson recently got in touch with her inner vampire queen and wrote an Adventure Time book called Marcy's Super Secret Scrapbook. The other half of this book is called The Enchiridion, written by her father, Martin Olson. Number 30. The Earl of Lemongrab is voiced by Justin Roiland. You may know him as the creator and voice behind Rick and Morty. Number 31. Playing Lemongrab is extremely strenuous on Justin Roiland's voice, so much so that it usually takes 2 recording sessions to record all of his dialogue for an episode.
This is unacceptable!
Something no other actor on the show has ever had to do. Number 32. Lemongrab was meant to be a one-off character that the show's staff thought would never take off. Unfortunately for Justin Roiland's vocal cords, the character was so popular that Lemongrab became a recurring character with a legion of lemon citizens, also voiced by Roiland. Number 33. Banana Man is played by the famous parody musician Weird Al Yankovic, which, yes, he is famous for being a parody musician, but I think it's also fair to point out that he has original songs too. Number 34. Voice actor Dana Snyder plays the ancient sleeping magi of life-giving, a wizard who grants life to inanimate objects that go on to terrorize people. This is a regular occurrence in Snyder's other show, Aqua Teen Hunger Force, where he voices Master Shake. Hey everyone, break time again, this time with something a little bit important. If you're used to seeing ChannelFrederator's 107s go up on Thursday, you might want to adjust your schedule a little bit because we're going to be uploading them on Fridays now. So go ahead, adjust your calendars and your schedules, make all the appropriate Rebecca Black references, and let's get back to the facts. Number 35. Flame King is played by primetime Emmy Award winner Keith David. David's previous roles include Captain Anderson from Mass Effect and the Arbiter from the Halo series. Number 36. In the episode Evergreen the Candy Elemental, Chatsberry is voiced by Alan Tudyk, who coincidentally played King Candy in the Disney film Wreck-It Ralph. Number 37. Finn's alter ego, Davy Johnson, is played by an actor named, you guessed it, Davy Johnson. Number 38. John DiMaggio, the voice of Jake, refers to Adventure Time as this generation's Yellow Submarine. Number 39. The episode Everything's Jake reunited DiMaggio with his Futurama co-star Billy West. West plays Jake's in-flesh best friend Goost and a scientist named Eric Adamkinson, both of whom mirror his roles of Philip J. Fry and Professor Hubert Farnsworth in the Groening cartoon. Number 40. Finn's hero Billy is voiced by Lou Ferrigno. Ferrigno is best known for his numerous portrayals of the Incredible Hulk. Number 41. The Lich's voice is provided by the man behind Hellboy, Ron Perlman. Number 42. While it currently appears as though Flame Princess has no interest in re-establishing a romantic relationship with Finn, her voice actress Jessica DeChico is a huge advocate of the pairing and wants them to get back together in the future. Number 43. Jeremy Shada, the voice of Finn, started a band with his brother Zach called Make Out Monday. Number 44. Shada had the most fun making Trouble in Lumpy Space because he and DiMaggio loved impersonating lumpy space people. Number 45. When asked if he and Finn had anything in common, Shada said both of them are terrible at math. Number 46. DiMaggio's favorite Adventure Time fan creation is a mashup of Jake's Bacon Pancake song and Jay-Z's Empire State of Mind. Number 47. The original lyrics for the song All Warmed Up Inside were a bit too suggestive. Sugar's original demo started off the song with Oh Flame Princess, I like your dress. You're like a beautiful treasure. I want to open your chest. Number 48. Flame King's original response to the song was even less subtle. His line being, "A fire inside my body? That's pornographic." Number 49. Marceline's famous Fry song was originally much darker. It focused more on her father abandoning her and the issues she had because of it. A verse in the original song, "Why did you make me if you're not gonna take me to get a burger and shaky?" inspired the idea that her father ate her fries, and with Ward's help, it became the song we know and love today. Number 50. The song that plays during the show's credits is called Christmas Island. It was written and performed by the indie band Lake. Number 51. In Simon and Marcy, Simon sings a song called Where Everybody Knows Your Name.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you've got!
Unlike just about every song performed in the show, this is not a song created by the Adventure Time staff. The song is actually the theme to an American sitcom, Cheers, which ran from 1982 to 1993. Number 52. Some of the scenes in King Worm were based on YouTube poop videos. Pendleton Ward is a big fan. Number 53. The name Catalyst Comic may be a play on a device used in writing stories called a catalyst, an inciting incident that sets the narrative's conflict into motion. This would hold true for the Catalyst Comic, which sets up a conflict that causes Finn and Jake to spring into action and stop its collision with Earth. Number 54. In the episode No One Can Hear You, the deer sticks candy people to the sewer walls in a gooey substance, and the xenomorphs from the Alien franchise trap their prey in an identical manner. Number 55. In the episode Red Starved, it's revealed that Finn suffers from a form of color blindness known as deuteranomaly, where one often mixes up red and green colors. Number 56. Despite establishing that Finn has a fear of the ocean in Season 1, he doesn't appear fazed by it at all when he and Jake are at the beach during the earlier episode, Business Time. Number 57. The most heavily censored episode in the series is Trouble in Lumpy Space for its seemingly endless innuendos. Number 58. The Braille message in The Great Birdman actually reads, "Dear Zergiak, thank you for your donation. The kidneys fit great." Number 59. The show's staff refer to the shapeshifter seen in Joshua and Margaret's investigations as the Peeper. Number 60. The crew behind Trouble in Lumpy Space forgot to include a snail cameo in the episode. The snail was added in later after the episode first aired and now appears in the rerun version. Number 61. The new intro sequence seen throughout the miniseries Stakes was created by Masaki Yusa's animation studio called Science Saru. Number 62. In Stakes, there is an episode where Princess Bubblegum is seen wearing an intriguing dress. This dress is a traditional Korean hanbok. It fits in line with the Korean undertones that are pervasive throughout the show. Number 63. In the episode Everything Stays, Two Bread Tom and Marceline sing a cover of the song According to Our New Arrival, the theme song from the sitcom Mr. Belvedere. Number 64. The Hierophant, the Fool, the Moon, and the Empress, the opponents that Marceline faces off against in Stakes, share their name with tarot cards. Number 65. Despite the fact that Food Chain is non-canonical, the song featured in the episode reappears at the end of The Cooler, performed by Finn and Jake. Number 66. The episode A Glitch is a Glitch was single-handedly written, storyboarded, and directed by animator David O'Reilly. Number 67. The Season 4 episodes Bimo Noir and Princess Potluck take place at the same time. In both episodes, Jake's appearance at the end of each is identical, and Finn has lost a sock. Number 68. Although it's never revealed in the episode itself, the theme of Another 5 Short Graybles is the 5 stages of grief. The first Grable shows Finn accepting a package from Jake. The second Grable shows Princess Bubblegum denying Cinnamon Bun his nightlight. The third Grable has Ice King bargaining with his penguins over what movie they should watch. The fourth depicts Lemon Grabs being angry at each other. And the final Grable, the fox notices a depression in his bed shaped just like him. Number 69. When Bimo cracks their screen in Bimo Lost, the character's face closely resembles the macOS Finder logo. Number 70. Finn's name may be derived from Finn McCumhale, a legendary Irish hero from the 3rd century. Number 71. The Ice King heavily resembles the Winter Warlock from the Christmas special Santa Claus is Coming to Town. Both characters can command snow and initially appear evil until it's revealed they have a warmer side to them. Number 72. Gunter's true form, Orgalorg, was originally intended to be the antagonist of a scrapped Adventure Time made-for-TV movie. Number 73. The Earl of Lemongrab appears to have haphophobia, or in layman's terms, the fear of being touched. Number 74. 64. One of the few things Lemongrab deems acceptable are tree trunks, apple pies. Number 75. Marceline loves music in the key of E flat. This is why she sings in lower keys. Number 76. When Marceline was a child, she fell into a pig pen and was licked by a huge hog that smelled putrid, unlike anything she had ever whiffed. From that moment on, she developed a fear of all pigs and hogs, with the experience becoming a recurring nightmare for her. Number 77. Pigs aren't Marceline's only Achilles heel. The vampire queen developed a deep hatred of celery after a piece of it got caught in her teeth as a child. Removing it proved to be a traumatic experience for her. Number 78. Marceline's tongue is forked because she accidentally bit the tip of it while chewing a piece of gum. Number 79. Marceline's ex-boyfriend Ash was arrested by the East Ooo police precinct for fencing stolen property, impersonating a wizard under the name Rag Wizard, stealing memories, and the totally legitimate crime of being a general pain in the butt. Number 80. Hunson Abadir has existed for so long that he doesn't even remember his own origins. Number 81. Death was the drummer in Hunson Abadir's first band. He was kicked out by Abadir for being better than him. Number 82. BMO's voice is one of the many vocal settings on the device called Adorable Child. The setting tested positively with 20 imprisoned Nightosphere demons. Number 83. Lady Rainicorn's favorite drink is an iced latte without whipped cream. Number 84. Although Lady Rainicorn's body contains all the colors of the rainbow, it lacks the color orange. Number 85. Jake was taught how to read Braille by an ex-girlfriend. Number 86. Flame Prince and Lady Lemongrab made their first appearance in the Adventure Time comics, not the TV show. Number 87. Jeremy Shada, the voice actor of Finn, states that the age gap between Finn and Jake is due to Jake's age being represented in dog years. In human years, both characters balance out. Number 88. Peppermint Butler has a vampire hunting kit to use on Marceline in case she ever goes rogue. Number 89. Peppermint Butler uses Cinnamon Bun as a vessel to communicate with spirits. Number 90. Princess Bubblegum suitor Braco has a helmet on the shelf in his room that resembles the one worn by Boba Fett in the Star Wars saga. Number 91. The Fiona and Cake episode Bad Little Boy is the first episode in the entire series where Finn and Jake do not appear at all. Number 92. After Jake tears up Finn's backpack to get the gold tooth in Gut Grinder, a piece of paper can be seen amongst the items that fall out of Finn's backpack. It reads, "Do not lose this paper, PB." Number 93. The lion form Jake takes in You Made Me resembles Pon de Leon, the mascot of a Japanese donut house. Number 94. The character Blastronaut from The Hitman greatly resembles Samus Aran, the protagonist of the Metroid video game series. Number 95. Root Beer Guy was originally killed off to justify the Banana Guard's continued stupidity, despite them being under his leadership. Number 96. The alternative Farm World version of Finn seen in the Season 5 premiere was first alluded to in the Season 4 episode King Worm, when Finn looks into the mirror and sees this other Finn as his reflection. Number 97. Warner Bros. Is in the early stages of developing an Adventure Time movie. The film is to be co-produced by Chris McKay, who served as an executive producer on the Lego Movie. Number 98. Some of the games Finn and Jake play on BMO throughout the series, like Compy's Castle and Pro Football 1861, were made into full playable games for the BMO iPhone app. Number 99. Even though one of BMO's games is called Pro Football 1861, the first game of American football wasn't played until November 6, 1869, and the first game of professional American football occurred even later on November 12, 1892. Number 100. Adventure Time contains hidden messages written in a runic code. These messages can be found on anything from swords to pictures. Number 101. In the video game Adventure Time Explore the Dungeon Because I Don't Know, Flame Princess's introductory cutscene was censored in European versions because she calls Princess Bubblegum a tart.
You tried to destroy me, you tart!
The word tart is a slang term for a promiscuous woman in some parts of Europe. Number 102. Fiona and Cake became so popular that they received their own comic book series. The better news is that it's not written or illustrated by the Ice King. Number 103. The existence of magic in Ooo is the result of radiation from the Great Mushroom War. Number 104. One of the stickers Cinnamon Bun uses to attach his note to the front door in Earth and Water resembles Totoro from the Studio Ghibli film My Neighbor Totoro. Number 105. Above Marceline's closet is a head mounted to the wall that looks identical to the head of the Pale Man from Guillermo del Toro's film Pan's Labyrinth. To make the reference complete, mounted to the right of the head is a severed hand with an eye in the center of the palm, another distinct feature of the Pale Man. Number 106. The fan character that is most often requested to become a real character in the show is Water Princess. And finally, number 107. In the Simpsons episode Treehouse of Horrors 25, an alternative version of the Simpsons family that resembles characters from Adventure Time can be seen at the end of the final story.
Before we get into some new character-specific facts, why not enjoy a new and very comprehensive timeline focused entirely on Finn the human? From his birth on a far-off island to his death in the Pillow Realm, all the way up to his adventures with Simon Petrikov, it's time for the complete Finn the Human timeline. Alright, there are plenty of events to cover here, so let's get right into it. Before Finn got to Ooo. Around the time of the Great Mushroom War, the Blue Catalyst Comet hit Earth, leaving an Agent of Change. This Agent of Change takes the form of a butterfly, which eventually reincarnates as Finn. Finn was also once a one-armed thief named Shoko. Shoko stole an amulet from P-Bubs ages ago, but was knocked into the ooze under the Candy Kingdom, mutating and making her way to the tree that is now the Tree Fort. Then, almost 1,000 years after the Blue Catalyst Comet hit, Finn was born on the human-inhabited island, known as Hub Island. His parents, Martin Mertens and Minerva Campbell, are a conman and a helper, respectively. Martin's conman ways catch up to him and he's forced to flee the island with Finn. The father-son duo is separated while floating on the ocean, and that's the last Finn sees of his biological dad for a long time. Somehow, baby Finn came into possession of a breadstick wand. This provided him with enough food to survive until he washed up in Ooo. He goes boom boom on a leaf and falls into it and remains stuck there until a dog couple, Joshua and Margaret, find him. They adopt the little human baby and raise him alongside their pups, Jake and Jermaine. Thus begins the legendary Finn and Jake friendship. Finn grows up alongside Jake and Jermaine, totally unaware of his human parents or any other humans that may be out there. Joshua wants his sons to be adventurers just like him and designs a bunch of dungeons to test their mettle. His dog brothers grow up much faster than him because of dog years. Jake heads off to college and to be a rapscallion while Finn is still just a kid. Eventually, Joshua and Margaret pass away, and Finn and Jake bury them. The duo inherits the iconic Tree Fort. Adventure time! Living together with Jake and BMO after BMO crash-landed on Earth, Finn can begin his life of adventuring. He kicks off this journey with a slumber party to prevent candy people from getting eaten by zombies or exploding from fear. He makes a royal promise to Princess Bubblegum to tell no one and eventually does tell Jake. This causes the Guardians of the Royal Promise to freeze time and almost try him by fire. Bubblegum gets them to chill out a bit and Finn ends up getting some easy math questions instead. All is well in the Candy Kingdom. Soon, Lumpy Space Princess accidentally bites Jake during a tea ceremony, which gives him the lumps. In order to cure him, Finn and Jake go with LSP to Lumpy Space, where Finn has to constantly remind LSP of the urgency of their situation. After LSP insults the only folks in Lumpy Space with the antidote, Finn gets angry enough to impress the anti-lumpers and scores some for Jake. In order to administer it though, Finn has to become Lumpy himself. He cures Jake, but ends all lumped up himself. In the end, he is given the antidote and everyone dances. One day, while sledding in the Ice Kingdom, Finn and Jake beat up a bunch of ice monsters. They selly a little too hard and Ice King freezes them and tosses them in a cell with a handful of princesses. The princesses tell Finn that they've been trapped for weeks because the Ice King wants to marry them. Finn breaks his flute trying to escape. He convinces the princesses to pretend to have fun to make Ice King feel left out, and it works. Finn kicks Ice King's butt and escapes with the princesses and Jake. Slime Princess wants to marry Finn, so Jake says he pees his pants all the time. Tree Trunks asks for Finn and Jake's help to get the Crystal Gem Apple. They agree to help and head into the evil forest. Finn and Jake fight off the Wall of Flesh, Sign Zombies, and a Brain Beast, all while Tree Trunks acts pretty carelessly. Finn gets really mad at Tree Trunks for putting herself in danger, which makes her cry and run off. This results in a fight with a Crystal Guardian who's eventually tricked into being less dangerous by the adventurers deciding to fight Tree Trunks style. Finn then witnesses Tree Trunks eat the Crystal Gem Apple and explode. This horrifies everyone. Finn saves P-Bubs' life, who then designates him a hero. And what's a hero without a quest? She sends him off to find the Enchiridion. Finn and Jake go to Mount Cragdor and complete a whole whackload of trials. You know, hang gliding on ogre dollars and kicking dark magicians in the nards. Finn proves himself a righteous hero and gets the Enchiridion. Upon receiving the book, he immediately flips to chapter 5, How to Kiss a Princess. Aw yeah. Our boys accidentally kidnap a jiggler and dance all night with it. They don't know how to take proper care of it and plug it up with glass eyes and eye patches. It becomes clear that the jiggler just wants to go back to mama, so they bring it home. After rescuing Princess Bubblegum from Ice King, Finn and Jake are honored with a party. Ricardio the Heart Guy shows up and Finn gets super jealous even though he insists that he's not. He finds out that Ricardio is Ice King's super messed up heart and gets the blood pumping muscle back into the crown wearing villain before kicking him away. P-Bubs requests a kiss, but it's actually just a picture of Jake's face on her butt. Finn and Jake hire a bunch of de-thawed businessmen to build their gauntlet bridge, and this ends up making everything way too efficient. Heroism gets too easy, and the brothers get really lazy. They eat ice cream and play video games all day while the businessmen do the hard work. Eventually, the businessmen become villains, and Finn and Jake defeat them before rehiring them and telling them to go back into the ice. Jake's gut is magically returned to normal size, but Finn's is not. After realizing that he's having trouble balancing his relationships, Jake gets Finn and Lady Rainicorn to hang out together. At first, it's a little rocky, but after Lady puts on a universal translator, they start to get along. In fact, they get along so well that Jake gets jealous. Finn catches Jake hanging out with his old criminal pal, Tiffany, and once he realizes that Tiffany is a boy, he fights the miscreant. Finn emerges victorious and says that he and Jake should hang out again. While hanging out, Finn notices a mountain with problems and flashes back to his Boom Boom Leaf Sitch. This inspires him to help out all sorts of people who need help. At first, he's a little overwhelmed by all the problems he's supposed to solve, but then he figures out a Rube Goldbergian way to get it all done at once. Then he and Jake ride on a love-struck dolphin. After that dolphin ride, Finn and Jake are brought to a wizard training facility where they learn dustomancy and shadowsery. Finn keeps learning magic until he gets all of his stars, and is then conscripted to help some old wizards keep a meteor away. He'd rather get it over and done with, so he runs off on his own to zap the space rock. This doesn't work, but everyone else shows up to help and the meteor is taken care of. Suddenly, Marceline the Vampire Queen shows up and reveals that she's actually claimed the tree fort. Finn and Jake are homeless. They end up in a cave and it's pretty nice, but guess what? Marceline laid claim to this spot too. She just knows all the good places. Jake convinces Finn that home is where the heart is, and that's all very sweet, but Finn ticks off Marcy anyway and they get into a fight. It looks like Marcy drank all of Jake's blood, but he moved his insides around. This is so amusing that Marceline gives them the tree fort back, which is now full of worms. At the City of Thieves, Finn sees a young girl named Penny asking for help. He decides to help her, which involves heading into the city. The City of Thieves is not a good influence, and Finn slowly becomes more corrupt, while Jake is already technically a thief from his time away from home. Once Finn realizes that Penny duped him, he goes on a revenge spree and cleans Penny. She still steals his stuff. After Jake loses his powers to a vengeful pastry-loving witch, Finn gets knocked out by a mermaid and is brought to a nest as food. Thankfully, Jake gets his powers back in time to save Finn from being mermaid bird food. In order to get back at Jake for some butter-based shenanigans, Finn builds a never-ending pie-throwing robot, aka Nepter. It doesn't work until struck by lightning, but even then it has technical problems. Finn brings Nepter to Ice King, and they have a weird co-parenting clash. In the end, Nepter chooses Finn and goes to throw pies at Jake. While chasing a newt, Finn realizes that he's scared as heck of the ocean, probably thanks to being separated from his father while out on the water. A dark entity known as the Fear Feaster emerges from his belly button and tells him that he's never gonna beat the fear. Lo and behold though, Finn finds a way to get rid of that fear. He even saves Jake's life while doing so, and then 3 wise men show up in a limo and say that Finn truly is a hero. Ice King decides he's gonna get married and drags Finn and Jake into his preparations. They participate in his manlarette party, which goes about as well as you'd expect it to. Finn finds out that his bride-to-be is brainwashed and tries to stop the wedding, which results in Jake accidentally marrying Ice King. They get a divorce. P-Bubs puts up a sign warning against entering a dungeon. Of course, Finn enters said dungeon. He even claimed that he could do it solo after Jake said he was useless without him. Turns out things are pretty tough without Jake. There's a demon cat with approximate knowledge of many things. There's a guardian angel who heals him up just to prepare to eat him. Oh, and Jake's there. They steal the crystal eye and get attacked by eye demons and are rescued by Bubblegum on her flying swan. Finn learns that he and Jake are better as a team, which is not the lesson the princess wanted them to learn. Finn's rough streak with Bubblegum continues as he accidentally snipes her with a boomerang bottle full of green potion, making making her both green and bald. The Duke of Nuts takes the fall for it, and Finn feels bad. He gets sent to arrest the Duke and finds out that he's got a pudding deficiency, part of the reason Bubblegum doesn't want him around. Finn decides to come clean about the boomerang and then gets sent to a grand meeting as P-Bubs' body double. Magic Man flips a bird inside out and then turns Finn into a foot. Jake sees this as a boon, but Finn doesn't want to be a giant foot, even if he can get catapulted into giant crotches. The Rump people don't much appreciate Finn's giant footness, so they toss him off of a bridge, which puts him in the domain of Freak City. Finn and the other freaks realize that they can make up one big body with all their parts, and they fight Magic Man. The lesson? Don't give your sugar to jerks. Finn gets turned back into his regular human self. Finn and Jake civilize a freak named Donnie, which has consequences they couldn't possibly imagine. The Little House people need Donnie to produce obnoxygen in order to keep the Y-Wolves away, so Finn and Jake make Donnie annoying again. After seeing how Marceline treats her old man henchman, Finn offers to take his place. He's hesitant to follow her orders because they all seem so gosh darn evil, but as it turns out, Marcy isn't so bad after all. Jake doesn't believe that she's any good though and attacks her while dressed as a strawberry. Finn thinks quick and tells Marcy how to trick Jake. Jake is happy to have saved his bestie, Finn is happy that Jake is happy, and Marcy is happy not to have been staked. Friendship. During a knife storm, Jake starts imagining things that become dangerously real, like lava floors and poisonous snakes. Finn fights his way through the invisible gauntlet, almost dies, and then switches it off. The imagination switch also turns off Jake's personality now, leaving him boring and emotionless. This Jake sucks so much that Finn starts to use his imagination, something he claimed was for turbo nerds. He conjures up a big red button and gets everything back to the way that it should be. The knife storm ends, but Finn decides that's enough adventuring for one day. Princess Bubblegum sent Finn and Jake on a mission to kidnap Ice King. They sneak into his kingdom, snag his crown, and tie him up. Once he's in jail in the Candy Kingdom, Finn feels a little bad for him as Ice King really didn't do anything wrong this time. Well, not on purpose. The Candy people were suffering from freezer burn flu, the side effect of Ice King's beard flakes. The only cure were his sad howls, and by the time Finn learned this, he'd already let Ice King go. So Finn and Jake go back to the Ice Kingdom and pretend that a bug is flying around. The so-called bug lands on Finn, Ice King tries to hit the bug, Ice King hits Finn, and Finn pretends to die. Ice King is so distraught he begins to wail, and the Candy people are cured. While fighting a swamp giant, Finn and Jake find the sword of Billy, the greatest warrior ever. When they try to take the sword, it opens up Billy's cave and they get to meet their hero. Billy is old now and a little disillusioned. He convinces them to try and help folks non-violently, which doesn't work out too well for our adventurous duo. After a bunch of misadventures, they decide that they can help people with violence, which cures a hole in Billy's tummy and returns him to his old self. Finn can't find Jake, so he starts playing his viola, badly. When Jake shows up, they hear cries for help and go to see what's up. The soft people had their gold stolen by the gut grinder, who everyone thinks looks just like Jake. Finn is worried that more people will think Jake is the monster and does what he can to convince them otherwise. Eventually, Jake gets imprisoned and starts to believe he is the monster, but Finn uses a gold tooth to lure out the real one. Jake starts acting like the gut grinder, but Finn badly plays his viola again and brings him back to his senses. After hearing Marceline's sad song about French fry thieving fathers, Finn summons Hunson Abadir from the Nightosphere. Abadir tries to steal Finn's soul, gets stopped by Marcy, and steals her base. Finn tries to stop him from sucking more souls, but is unsuccessful. Finn and Marcy end up fighting a gigantic Hunson Abadir and reveal his true form. Finn isn't strong enough to take on this ancient entity, but he does distract him by playing a recording of Marcy's French fry song. This gives him the opportunity to slice open the soul sack, releasing all of the trapped souls back into Ooo. Finn then banishes Abadir back into the Nightosphere. Also, Jake was in his pocket the whole time. Finn and Jake went to sleep after a crazy adventure, but a horse with whacked out poo brain prevents them from doing so. They try all sorts of stuff, but nothing gets the horse to go away. Finn stops Jake from killing the horse, and they then find out that it was Ice King in a costume all along. Now they want to know what he's up to, but he won't tell. After an extended fight where Finn knocks off Ice King's crown and threatens to behead him, Ice King admits that he was just trying to figure out what made the duo happy. Oh. Finn and Jake learn about the Nice King and decide to be his knights. The Nice King is holding a bunch of princesses in a sandcastle cell, looking for the best one to marry. He sends Finn and Jake to get his stolen razor from the Ice Kingdom, where they discover that he is indeed the Ice King without a beard. When they return, the princesses won't let them beat up the Nice King. Finn glues Ice King's beard back on, revealing his true identity, which prompts the princesses to beat him up themselves. Finn gets a splinter and buys a thimble from Choose Goose to protect his little fingies. He runs into some well-armored knights who make fun of him for his lack of impressive protection. Thus begins a quest for the armor of Zeldron, foretold to be totally... Finn travels through the swamp of embarrassment, facing naked people, a crying creature who thinks he's her baby, and a ghost who wants to play drop ball. Finn does not deal with the embarrassment well, but he does find the armor. Too bad it seems to be built for girls, and Finn doesn't want to wear it. The ghost gets mad and starts sucking Finn's soul out, but Jake dons the armor and forces the ghost to go outside. Sir Slicer shows up and makes fun of Finn again, but now Finn is ready to fire back. Slicer's armor gets the better of him, and Finn gets the last laugh. He then rides on Jake, who is still wearing the armor, which is totally... Jake gets sick and demands that Finn tell him a story including romance, fighting, suspense, and a happy ending. Finn causes trouble in the woods, including getting Bubafina and Mr. Fox to kiss, fighting a teenage bear, and menacing a bird's nest with a rock. The forest wizard knocks him out and puts him in a cage for his crimes, but Finn manufactures a happy ending by teaching all of his new forest pals some important lessons. When he tells Jake this story, Jake immediately gets better. Too bad Finn catches Jake's illness immediately afterward. When a giant snail named Snorlock wrecks Finn and Jake's tree fort and sprays them with happy juice, they decide to find him a lady snail. This doesn't go very well for a variety of reasons, largely thanks to Jake's weird advice. Well, maybe the advice would have worked if Snorlock was a snail, but Finn realizes that he's a slug. No wonder. Finn gets kidnapped by gnomes who want to use his boundless energy to power their upturn overdrive. He's tossed into a giant hamster wheel and forced to run under threat of electric shock. He's then tossed into a glass prison and shocked into dancing. Then he's strapped into a machine that slurps up his thought energy, which makes him imagine Jake rescuing him. Soon after, Jake does rescue him. Jake challenges Finn to a tough guy contest and accidentally injures him pretty badly. Because of this, Jake takes a vow of non-violence. Finn gets pulled into the crystal dimension by crystal guardians who put him in a bubble and zap him, so he starts becoming crystal. Jake goes to rescue him, but can't do much if he's not being violent. Tree Trunks appears and reveals that she is now the Crystal Queen. She wants Finn to be her Crystal King and is transforming him for that role. Finn tells Jake to save him, but he just gets beat up. Jake realizes that it's okay to hit evil people and knocks the Crystal Gem Apple out of Tree Trunks, which stops Finn's transformation. Then it's apple pie time. Princess Bubblegum hires Finn and Jake to tote royal tarts to the sacred back-rubbing ceremony, as the old tart toter has gone insane. They agree to her plan, but also pull a little trick. Cinnamon Bun is given poisoned tarts to take on the safe route, as Finn and Jake tote the real tarts through treacherous territory. The treacherous territory turns out to be terrible for their tarts, and they don't retain any. Cinnamon Bun does just fine though. Finn worries that P-Bubs is gonna eat a poisoned tart, but in the end it's all good because she pulled a little trick of her own. After feeding some baby birds, a tree witch asks for Finn's help in getting some hair. He agrees to help, but Jake says that he should reconsider because she's obviously evil. The witch then puts Jake into her bottomless bottom and says that Finn has to get her hair if he wants to see his dog again. Finn runs off to find some princesses, failing to get hair from Muscle Princess, Lumpy Space Princess, and the dead Princess Beautiful. He does get some of Bubblegum's hair after a woodsy spaghetti dinner, but this is literally just Bubblegum. The witch won't accept it, and Finn chews her out for being ugly inside and out. This makes her sad, and she lets Jake go. Finn feels bad and offers his own beautiful hair from beneath his hat. Ninja time! Finn and Jake stake out Ice King's castle and watch him fly off with Gunter. They enter his abode and find all of his awesome ninja stuff. With this new knowledge, they start wrecking the place via awesome ninja combat. Ice King comes back with Gunter and a newly laid Gunter egg and sees the destruction wreaked by the duo. Finn feels bad and takes Ice King's duffel to the cage, but finds Dr. Princess hidden inside. Finn and Jake fight Ice King with ninja powers, and Gunter's egg hatches into a little pink cat. Finn helps Jake look like a rainicorn in order to impress Lady Rainicorn's parents. He is mistaken for a goblin and gets beat up helping Jake play rainicorn games. Finn gets mad at Jake, who begs for his forgiveness. During a picnic with the rainicorns, Finn almost gets eaten, which makes Jake mad enough to reveal his true identity as a dog. Also, Finn eats some soy people. On the way to an ice cream marathon, Finn and Jake are accosted by a frog gnome knight. He hands off his chest of beans, 2 good and 1 evil, and then dies. Finn wants to protect the beans, but Jake decides the best way to deal with this would be to plant them and kill whatever evil shows up. One plant pops out baby pigs in cute costumes, another creates magic wands, and the third is full of ice cream. The baby pigs turn out to be evil, but thanks to a personality quiz Finn gave them, he realizes they're all allergic to ice cream. He sprays them with the ice cream plant, causing them to explode into confetti. Finn defeats and deposes a goblin king who liked spanking his subjects' butts. With no leader, they ask Finn to take over as king. It's weird because the gobs have no idea how to react to niceness. Plus, there's all these weird rules that prevent Finn from doing, like, anything. And every time Finn breaks a rule, the goblin people assume he's coming to spank their booties. The deposed king returns with an army of ear clapses, which Finn defeats by clapping real loud. He defeats the goblin king again, eats his wand, and leaves the goblins to their own devices, with a king that looks like Finn, but will let everyone do stuff for him. After gifting P-Bubs a scale model of the Candy Kingdom built from spit bubbles, Finn puts out a fire and is asked to speak at the science BBQ. He doesn't think he's smart enough, so he goes to study at the library. This doesn't go well. Instead of learning, he gets the glasses of Nerdicon from Choose Goose, which grant him immediate genius status. He creates a 4th dimensional bubble to cast a 3-dimensional shadow, and this causes space and time to collapse, resulting in a black hole. He jumps in and makes it explode. Bubblegum sees that he was trying to win the heart of the princess while wearing the glasses, but Finn makes the excuse that he was only doing that because of the glasses. He gets a little cheek kiss anyway. Finn plays the video game Guardians of Sunshine on BMO, but gets frustrated when he can't beat Sleepy Sam. BMO reveals that they could go inside the game, but it's too dangerous. Finn and Jake sneak into BMO's game that night while the little cutie is sleeping. After a couple of lost lives, Jake helps Finn cross a pit, but Finn gets killed by Bouncy Bee. Soon, they run into Sleepy Sam, who takes even more of their lives. Finn wants to get the Bomba, but can't without a controller, and accidentally opens up a hole in the game by trying to grab it from the game's HUD. The video game enemies make it into the real world and try to kill BMO for trapping them in there. Finn finally manages to do the combo move he messed up earlier and beats the enemies. Finn and Jake accidentally kill Bubblegum's princess plant by feeding it pizza and cookies, and also some other stuff that's bad for plants. They decide they're gonna go to the Land of the Dead to revive it and get Peppermint Butler to give them an in. The skeletons down there really want their flesh, and Jake does not do a good job of staying stealthy. They get to Death's castle, but need to cross a river which Jake inevitably drinks from. This erases Jake's memory, and the duo make it to Death. Finn attacks Death, who challenges the boy to a musical battle for the princess plant's soul and Jake's memories. Finn puts on a sleigh bell performance, which does not win out against Death's wicked drum solo. Right before Death takes Finn's life, Finn says that Peppermint Butler says hi. Death changes his tune, impressed that they know Peps, and sends them back to the living world with the plant's soul and Jake's memories. All is well, but Peppermint Butler does want their flesh as payment. Finn meets Susan Strong after getting all soul-searchy and weird about being the only human. Down in the depths, he discovers a tribe of people known as humans, afraid of pretty much everything. Susan Strong adventures with Finn and Jake for a bit, learning what he has to offer, and finds out that candy is delicious. Finn tells her not to eat the ones that talk, which to her just means Peppermint Butler. Susan brings all of the humans to eat the Candy Kingdom, and they end up being set on fire, revealing gills underneath their animal hats. Susan, however, does not remove her hat. Finn is confused as to whether she was human or not. For Finn's 13th birthday, Jake takes him on a train ride that will end in a surprise. But the candy people along for the ride keep dying, putting Finn in a detective role. As he investigates, more and more candy people become skeletons, until even Jake is all bones. Finn realizes that it must be the conductor, and the two engage in a sword fight. He breaks the control panel and the train goes flying off the tracks and lands in a big pile of jello. Jake and the candy people are waiting for him by the gelatin, where they celebrate his birthday big styles. A couples only movie night is planned, and Finn wants to invite Princess Bubblegum to go with him. She turns him down, but Jake and Marceline think they can still convince her. They enact some pretty complicated hijinks to make her jealous. This culminates in Finn wearing a loot suit, singing to P-Bubs, and putting her in a headlock. He gets kicked out of the castle. Marcy encourages him to go feral, and together they do, bringing a pack of wolves into Bubblegum's bedroom. Finn is banned from the Candy Kingdom at large. He realizes realizes that Marcy was the perfect person to take to the movies all along, but she doesn't like him that way. But really, all Finn wanted to do was go to the movies, so they go together and hate the romance. The wolves return and they go off into the night. Finn and Jake hop into a giant monster's stomach because they hear cries for help. A bunch of Care Bear looking party animals are in there having a sick rave, but they don't seem to realize that they're inside of a stomach. Wanting to help them out, Finn and Jake collaborate with Cubby, the littlest bear, and perform a sad song to get them out of the tummy. In the end though, the bears need a stomach to party in, so they agree to be less rowdy in there and the monster takes them back. Finn and Jake wish upon a star for an ancient psychic tandem war elephant. They're then sent to help out the hot dog knights who are trapped in a labyrinth. Jake uses his stretch powers to become a breadcrumb trail of sorts, which worries Finn as they go deeper and deeper. The hot dog knights love it though. The group makes it to the chamber in the middle and meets Aquandrius. He grants them wishes, but also makes them navigate deadly traps. After Jake wishes for a sandwich and the hot dog knights are dumb, Finn must choose between saving his friend and getting the APTWE. He wishes for the elephant, which then makes a wish of its very own, for Finn's friends to be saved. Huzzah! Finn calls off a movie night because of the FBI copyright warning that plays before it. This inspires him to make his very own movie with Jake, where they have a lot of creative differences. They hand over all their footage to BMO and ask whose is better. No reply. At the screening, they find out that BMO has replaced all of their footage with an animation that shows all the fun Finn and Jake had making their movie. Check please! Marceline tricks Finn and Jake into thinking they're vampires. Her ghost pals are jerks and try to kill and or devour Finn and Jake. In the end, the ghosts spare their lives because they want to watch a movie. The snail in Finn's backpack enters into the chamber containing the Lich without a protective gem. The Lich sees his chance and escapes the amber, beginning a destructive rampage across Ooo. Bubblegum gives Finn Billy's gauntlet and tells him he has to defeat the evil. She also gives him a sweater. Ice King interrupts and gets gauntleted. When Finn catches up to the Lich, the evil entity is already powering up in a pool of toxic waste. The gauntlet is destroyed and Finn's hand is burned. Finn gets possessed by the Lich, but his sweater saves him from the cold. He realizes that the sweater is keeping him safe thanks to the power of liking someone a lot. He uses the sweater to break the Lich's face off, turning him to dust. Ice King then drops P-Bubs into the toxic waste. Finn and Jake take on the role of caretakers for P-Bubs as she recovers from her swim in the green pool. Finn wants to confess his feelings, but she's definitely not herself. She's acting weird and keeps conjuring fire and looking for chemicals. Finn brings her a lot of dangerous stuff, which she mixes in a bathtub and then drinks, becoming a massive monster. Ice King wants to help, but Finn is still mad at him for dropping Bubblegum in the first place. Finn tries to use the sweater to fight again, but it doesn't work. Ice King gets to help, and as Finn distracts her, he casts an ice spell. Monster Bubblegum is frozen, but she falls over and shatters. She's put back together, but lost a lot of Bubblegum and is now technically 13. Finn is very happy with this development. Finn finds the cuties attacking his tree fort and thinks they're very cute. They prove to be quite violent, but ultimately are not a threat to anyone but themselves. Finn fakes his death to appease these so-called evil creatures, and Jake's laugh gives it away. They then convince them to use their cute powers to control Ice King. Finn and Jake run into the Fight King, who gets Finn to fight in gladiatorial combat. Finn keeps getting more and more violent while Jake tries to find other ways to deal with this. The final showdown, demanded by Fight King, pits the two besties against each other, which Finn pretends to be ready for. Once given a bigger sword, he smashes it, effectively killing Fight King and releasing all of the trapped ghosts. Rag Wizard leads Finn and Jake to Marceline, who is under a self-inflicted sleep spell and needs the duo to enter her mind to fix it. They enter her memories and relive a bunch of her life experiences, like repairing Hambo, having her dad steal her fries, and all sorts of stuff regarding her ex-boyfriend Ash. They snag the memory of her breaking up with Ash and return to the real world. Well, turns out Ash was behind this whole thing and wanted Marcy to forget about their split, tricking Finn and Jake into doing it. In order to get Marcy her memory back, Finn brings her into his memories, and we get to see a wonderful song and dance by baby Finn. She realizes what happened and everyone beats up on Ash. Finn grounds the Ice King, so Ice King hires a hitman to get Finn and Jake, not knowing that Hitman doesn't just hit people. Finn and Jake eat some sandwiches made from Meatman's meat and go to bed, unaware of the hijinks going on around them. To prevent Scorcher from actually killing them, Ice King lowers their body temperatures to the point where they appear dead. Finn lives to adventure another day. Finn is on a so-called date with the 13-year-old Princess Bubblegum. He eats some spicy instant bath serum and then meets the Earl of Lemongrab, who is here to rule the Candy Kingdom until the princess is 18 again. Finn and Bubblegum then pull some wicked pranks on Lemongrab to get him to leave, which only gets Candy citizens put in the dungeon. The two youths flirt and bond during this prank spree. In the end though, it becomes clear that the only way to get Lemongrab out is to get Bubblegum back to ruling age, accomplished through the addition of candy mass from the imprisoned candy people. Finn and Bubblegum do share a kiss before she returns to her true age, but that was like 5 years ago, you know? Jake gives Finn a little pep talk about love. LSP runs away from home, so the lumpy Space King and Queen hire Finn and Jake to bring her back. They find her moonlighting as a crop-stealing monster who was raised by wolves and convince her to apologize to the villagers, with mixed results. She goes home and Finn gets thanked despite his lack of really doing anything. Finn wakes up one morning and is unable to move. The reason? Ice King sprayed him and Jake with a freezing potion in order to become friends with the duo. Finn feels that his mind is more powerful while his body is incapacitated and attempts to summon an astral beast. This puts him to sleep. When he awakens, he believes he's succeeded in summoning one but doesn't know what it looks like. The beast eventually shows up as a swarm of butterflies which Finn and Jake can control. They attack Ice King with the bugs and he accidentally freezes himself. At the wizard battle, it's revealed that the grand prize is a kiss from P-Bubs. Finn enters to prevent Ice King from winning, air quotes, but we know why he's really doing it. He meets up with Abracadaniel, who thought the prize would be money. Finn comes up with a plan to help Abracadaniel defeat the Ice King, which ends up working. With this, Finn forfeits and becomes a cat. But when Abracadaniel actually wants to kiss the princess, Finn leaps out from his cat form to beat Abracadaniel with a power shriek. He admits to Jake that he does want to kiss the princess in a rather angry way and then goes to receive his smooch. The princess kisses him, slaps him, and sends him on his way. While trapped in a block of ice, Finn is regaled by the Ice King, who is telling him the story of Fiona and Cake, Finn and Jake's gender-bent fanfiction counterparts. While cuddling with a piece of Princess Bubblegum's hair, Finn witnesses a door lord pop out and steal special items from the Tree Fort trio. As they pursue him, they run into Marceline and Bubblegum, who also appear to have been stolen from. In order to get their stuff back, they've gotta be a real band. Finn is shocked when Marcy sings "I'm Just Your Problem" and then suggests a noodle break. After everyone else acts like jerks, Finn starts singing a song about best friends, which turns out to be the goal of the Door Lord all along, to make them realize that friendship is the true treasure. Finn is still embarrassed when he gets the hair lump back though. Finn doesn't like Korean food, so he takes Jake to Tree Trunks' house for apple pie. Too bad someone stole all of our apples though. Finn leads them on an investigation, taking them to seedy places where thieves and criminals hang out. But in the end, it turns out that magpies had stored all the apples on Tree Trunks' roof, and they'd fallen into her closet through a hole. Oh, happenstance. Murder Mystery 2.0. This time, Finn and Jake head to a mysterious party. They learn that their host is a ghost who will take over someone's body and kill the rest of the partygoers. Finn and Jake run around and discover skeletons and such while getting more and more paranoid. When Bubblegum melts and Cinnamon Bun is splattered all over the walls, Finn admits that he set up the whole thing, but he didn't plan for these deaths. He sees a crazy monster and the house comes alive, but Jake reveals that he set the whole thing up to flip the script on Finn. Except for the Monster House bit. Another candy zombie plague hits the Candy Kingdom, and Princess Bubblegum is bit before she can do anything about it. Her last words are, "Just let science do the work." Science is... that's it. Finn tries to make his own cure, but just ends up giving the zombies wings. After everyone else is infected, Finn locks himself in the science shower and discovers that P-Wubs has a rat named Science. Science then saves the day. Susan Strong shows up and asks Finn for his help, needing his hero's heart and fire. Jake doesn't wanna, but they go anyway. Lubglubs slow their journey to the human tribe city, but Finn puts fire into the city heart, killing off the creatures. Still not entirely sure if Susan Strong is human or not. Uh-oh. Finn's legs are broken thanks to a crazy stag in the Candy Kingdom. When he wakes up, he has to get around in a wheelchair and Jake has gone insane. Jake claims that everyone in the Candy Kingdom is missing because they're prepping for a surprise party. This is not true. Finn starts to believe that Jake has gone truly crazy and has trapped all the candy people in the sewers. Well, it wasn't Jake. It was the stag who has creepy human hands. They beat the stag, rescue the candy people, and go to take a bath. Finn promises to protect Wildberry Princess after she finds a note from an assassin. After getting mad at Jake for eating too much, he starts noticing his pooch pal acting weird. Jake gets Finn to sing their mom's lullaby, which puts everyone to sleep except for Finn and Jake. Finn reads a message from Jake but misinterprets it and starts to meow. A bird flies into Jake's head, knocking a tiny assassin out of his nose, revealing why Jake was acting so odd. Finn wants to fight Meow and even takes a slash to the face. It just makes his face look cooler though. Jake grows his liver to be enormous enough to process Meow's poison, and Finn watches Wildberry Princess knock Meow off a cliff. They then all head to the hospital. Finn and Jake try their darndest to get past Ice King's ice armor, but to no avail. There's also a snow golem and some fire wolves getting up to their own stuff. Axes seem to do the trick, and the ice armor is broken. The snow golem gets some loving licks from a fire wolf pup, and Finn learns a little from this, giving Ice King a smooch on the cheek. Following Jake's croak dream involving Banana Man and a rocket ship, Finn sees Banana Man outside of their place. Finn desperately tries to keep Jake from heading to the rocket ship with Banana Man, but Jake still does his best because it's his destiny. Finn accidentally causes Jake's croak dream to happen while attempting to prevent it, but he does save Jake from croaking. Also, Banana Man just wanted some sugar. Finn and Jake find a suitcase of tapes at the dump. These tapes were once the Ice King's, so they decide to hold a screening. The tapes are kind of boring, but Finn and Jake think there could be a secret message on them, so they call up Bubblegum to help. Ice King interrupts, covering the land in snow and sending snow soldiers. They defeat these snowmen and watch the final tape, which reveals that Ice King was once an antiquarian named Simon Petrikov. His backstory is revealed, causing Finn and Jake to feel a fleeting moment of empathy for the biggest weirdo in the Land of Ooo. Thus begins a holiday tradition. They get together once a year to wear cozy sweaters and watch videos. Marcy invites Finn and Jake to her place to jam, but she's not there when they arrive. They're not supposed to go inside, but Jake hides inside of her house. Finn follows him in, and soon Marceline comes home. They hide in her closet and watch her do a bunch of gross stuff because she thinks she's alone. They try to sneak out without being found, but Jake gets bit by a spider and he and Finn get into an argument about whether or not they can be heard. Marcy finds them, they explain, and everything's cool. Marceline hides at their place all the time. At Turtle Princess's library, Finn finds out about a secret race of beings known as pagelings. Jake doesn't believe him, so Finn tries to prove that they do indeed exist. Finn moderates a war between the pagelings and their mortal enemies, the Moldos. He even brings some Moldos to throw at Jake to prove that he isn't just making stuff up. To keep the Moldos from hurting Jake, Finn gives up his shirt, which also proves to be an excellent peace offering. After breaking his toes jumping from a flying bird, Finn refuses treatment from clown nurses. He instead opts to find a Cyclops whose tears can heal any wound. He runs through an acidic river, flattens a tiny man's home with watermelons, and sings a sad auto-tune song. This tune attracts a Cyclops who is evil. Finn punches its eye, gets healed, and decapitates the Cyclops to make a portable healing device. Jake wants the clown nurse's kisses, and Finn understands that everyone has their own way. Ghost Princess haunts Finn and Jake as they roast some glizzies over a fire. They try to find her grave at the cemetery, but can't find any clues. Ghost Princess meets Clarence, who is pretty cool. Finn finds out that Clarence was the person who killed Ghost Princess. Turns out she was Warrior Princess in life and was also in love with Clarence. These star-crossed lovers ascend to the dead world, and Finn then helps Jake get over his fear of softy cheese. Finn and Jake's dad, Joshua, contacts them through a hollow message player to let them know that he's got a dungeon for them to explore. It's secretly to help toughen Finn up, but Finn isn't supposed to know this yet. Finn and Jake fight a hot dog monster and a hamburger monster, and tell a gross monster to take a bath. Jake and Joshua keep calling Finn a whiny baby, and Finn almost eats a cursed apple. In the final chamber of the dungeon, Finn fights against an evil monster, has his confidence restored by more recordings from his father, and slays the beast with his dad's demon blood sword. P-Bubs rejects Finn once again, inspiring the song All Gummed Up Inside. Jake and BMO feel real bad for the guy, and so Jake heads off to find him a new love interest. Jake pretends to be Finn to talk with Flame Princess, who goes on a bit of a rampage. She follows him back to the tree fort and wreaks havoc, destroying some of Finn's bubblegum stuff. He gets mad and heads out to fight, but Flame Princess takes her girl form again, surprising Finn. He says she likes her, gets slapped, and finds out that he's got a crush. Finn takes this crush and runs with it, trying to convince Jake that Flame Princess is not evil. This is tough as FP thinks they're attacking her, and also she's trying to take over the Goblin Kingdom. Finn utters that classic line, Listen, when I look at you, my brain goes all stupid, and I just want to hug you and sit on the couch and play BMO with you. This sort of works for a second, but Flame Princess still goes to take over the Goblin Kingdom. Finn finds Nepter after more than 15 months of hiding, who builds them fireproof suits. These suits help put out the fires, which inadvertently hurt FP. Finn leaves his suit, not wanting to hurt her, but still cries some tears on her, which do sting. FP thinks he's a water elemental and says that they would just hurt each other if they stayed together. Finn wants to defy nature for her. She hugs him and leaves. Ouch. Finn and Jake witness BMO doing weird junk when no one's around and then attempt the most ultimate high five ever, catapulting across Ooo. Their high five finally detonates above the Candy Kingdom talent show, causing a sonic boom and winning the competition. LSP is not impressed. While stunting on a forest trampoline, Finn and Jake get stuck in a giant spider web. The spiders behind the web are a married couple and aren't getting along. Finn, showing some maturity, becomes a quasi-marriage counselor for them. He convinces the husband, Ed, to find a gift for his wife, and while he's away, Finn tries to make an escape plan work. The dysfunctional spider couple argues to the point that Finn and Jake can escape, but Finn wants to help them anyway. He almost gets eaten by Barb, the wife, but then she gives birth to all sorts of baby spiders. Mr. Pig admits he likes tree trunks, so Finn and Jake encourage him to let her know. The feeling is mutual, which is great, but Tree Trunks neglects her pie making, which is not great. Also, they're being really gross with their PDA, making out in all sorts of conspicuous places, like inside of Finn's sandwich and at the drive-in movies. Finn and Jake have to split them up, but eventually relent because their love is so strong. Ah well, at least Finn and Jake got their apple pie. Finn and Jake wake up in a pile of bananas in the Nightosphere jail. They have no idea why. They leave the jail and wait in a really long line to ask Hunson Abadir questions, but he sends a storm cloud to kill all question askers. They start to escape and are chased by Abadir, who is revealed to be Marceline as soon as they get back home. She closes the portal to the Nightosphere and tells them to never return. They discover that Marcy accidentally turned into an evil demon via evil amulet and needs help. Finn and Jake dress up as demons and head back to the Nightosphere using the same spell Finn accidentally summoned Abadir with way back when. Abadir is happy that Marcy's doing evil stuff, but Finn wants to rescue her. He takes her amulet and puts it on, temporarily becoming evil, but Hunson takes the amulet back. They're all able to return to Ooo and everyone seems okay. Well, except for Finn. That's a lot of evil to deal with. Now there's a bear who wants to be like Finn. Jake is worried that he's trying to impersonate his buddy, and Finn lets it go for a while. The bear, dressed as Finn, throws a party in the woods and invites Bubblegum, convincing Finn that he's trying to steal his ex-girlfriend. Finn gets mad and exposes the bear as an imposter, and then realizes he's being a jerk to a woodland creature. He hands over the Enchiridion and says that the bear can be a hero. The bear heads off with the book, only to hand it off to the lich snail. Finn gets hugged by a hug wolf and goes to bed with a fever. The next day, it appears that the citizens of Candy Kingdom have been terrorized by hugs. Finn needs to be locked up after breaking into some homes, but Cinnamon Bun frees him for, quote, just a little hug. Finn ends up in a hug lock with the Alpha Hug Wolf, which breaks the curse and frees them both. Finn and Jake discover that Ice King has been stealing princess body parts to create a Frankenstein's monster-esque creature known as Princess Monster Wife. They keep passing out whenever they lay eyes upon her. They try to fight her without looking at her, but a crisis of conscience sends the princess on a quest to return all of her parts to their rightful owners. Finn and Jake are called upon to meet and watch over Princess Bubblegum's scientifically engineered successor, a giant pink sphinx named Goliad. While navigating an obstacle course of Finn's design, Goliad expresses some of the same hyper-controlling tendencies as P-Bubs, using psychic powers to make sure that everything is perfect. This quickly gets out of hand as Goliad can tell that they are the strongest and nobody can stop them. Finn and Jake distract the Sphinx until Bubblegum creates another one, Stormo. These two creatures end up in a stalemate. P-Bubs reveals that Stormo was made from Finn's DNA and, as such, is like a son to him. His heroic qualities allowed the Sphinx to sacrifice itself to save everyone else. Finn wishes Stormo a happy birthday. While searching for a mystery cave, Finn comes across a porcelain lamb. He touches it against Jake's advice and is teleported to the spirit realm. His face is now on the lamb and he cannot be seen or heard by anyone except for Ice King. Ice King shows Finn all these spirit realm creatures he can see and gets him to toss them into a hole in his basement. When Finn gets rid of the last creature, Ice King reveals that Finn is now trapped in the spirit world. Finn threatens to reopen the hole, so Ice King promises to help him. They try to break the lamb, but Ice King just ends up in the spirit realm with Finn. They come to realize that they can affect small things in the real world and finally get Jake to break the lamb, freeing them. LSP decides she's gonna write a book about Finn and follows follows him while he adventures. She ends up trapped by magic mirrors, but is rescued from the fake Finns by Finn and Jake. As Finn sits outside after his adventure, LSP realizes she might have a crush on him. Finn is sent into a hostage situation by P-Bubs. As Jake deals with the cookie in charge of this operation, Finn sneaks into the back and takes the chocolate chips out while yelling, "Alvin's hot juice box," in order to confuse them. Jake breaks the cookie out and runs off with him, and Finn decides not to help. Later, Finn watches as Princess Cookie is coronated with a grass crown at the Candy Kingdom Mental Hospital. Jake asks Finn to play Card Wars with him, something that BMO abhors. Finn agrees and does pretty well against Jake, which causes the dog to freak out. Jake wins by a hair and makes Finn drink a nasty concoction from the Dweeb Cup. Finn says it's pretty good and gives Jake some. It's not pretty good, but they're sipping from it anyway. Jake is framed by Magic Man and is sent to stand trial on Mars. Finn finds a way to get there via an apparently broken teleporter and attacks Grob Gob Globgrod to prevent him from killing Jake. This makes Grob Gob Globgrod drop his wand, killing Jake. Finn tries to bargain with death for Jake's soul, which doesn't work, so Abraham Lincoln gives up his immortality to save the pooch. Finn then frees a tiny manticore from a bottle. Finn builds Flame Princess a house and has to be wrapped in tinfoil before he can get a hug. Things seem to be going well between these two lovebirds. Princess Bubblegum shows up at the tree fort and tries to tell Finn that he can't be with FP, but he heads out without hearing what she has to say. She tells Jake, who writes it off as jealousy. P-Bubs later finds Finn and thanks him for not seeing Flame Princess because responsibility demands sacrifice. Finn blows up on Bubblegum for toying with his feelings and runs off. He heads to Flame Princess's house and reads her his romantic poem, which burns up as he recites. They then kiss, which causes FP's elemental matrix to kick off, burning her brighter than ever before. She starts burning through the earth around her, heading down towards its core. Finn, now burned, grabs onto Jake's stretchy arm and heads in after her. Jake seals off the oxygen to the hole to prevent the reaction from getting worse. Finn does CPR on Flame Princess, who seems blue and cold, but they're both okay. When brought back to the surface, he kisses a rock and then holds it out to FP to kiss as well. Same diff, right? Finn and Jake get into an argument over a lost sock, sending BMO into noir detective mode. They then head out, with Finn wearing only one sock. When they return, BMO lets Finn know that his sock was in his pillow all along. The king worm takes over Finn's mind and feeds on his dreams, trapping him in a dreamscape. Only through focusing on his fears does he start to deteriorate this unreal world, defeating the worm. Finn and Jake are kidnapped and poisoned by Ricardio, who broke free from Ice King's chest and need to be rescued by Lady and Peebles. When Finn wakes up, he hears that Lady has big news for Jake. She's pregnant. Finn watches on as Lemongrab is creepily stalking Candy citizens. He helps P-Bubs find some volunteers to live in the earldom of Lemongrab, but this doesn't work out. He and Jake head to Castle Lemongrab to find the pup gang, but they get captured and reconditioned by Lemongrab. Finn escapes this and saves Bubblegum from a sound sword blast. When Lemongrab 2 enters the scene, Lemongrab releases all of his prisoners. The legendary fighter known as the Farm shows up, and Finn and Jake want to fight him. In order to get strong enough to win, they start training really hard. The training soon turns into fighting, and they eventually turn to cheap shots. You know the ones. When they wrapped up their scrap, it was time to fight the farm, but they were no longer going to do it together. Now they were approaching it separately. They get knocked out right away, but during their unconsciousness, they dream of the Dream Warrior telling them seemingly random stuff. When they awake, they work together again and realize the nonsense from their dream was actually cheap shot instructions to beat the farm. They win, and Finn and Jake are given medals. Flame Princess sends Finn and Jake to get her scented candles back from the Flame Kingdom, as she doesn't want to see her dad. Finn gets Flambeau to cast Flame Shield, and then he and Jake head to the Fiery Land. There, they discover a conspiracy to kill the Flame King. It's his brother's children, Torcho and Fernius. The Flame King had killed their father to secure his place, and they were seeking revenge. Finn asks the Flame King if Flame Princess is evil, which is affirmed. He then asks if hanging out with good people could change that, which is also affirmed. Finn then drops the candles off at FP's place, but she's asleep. A river scamp asks Finn and Jake for help fighting the Mega Frog. They oblige and head on over to take it on. After hiding in a cave, Finn realizes that he has to kiss the frog to win. This works, and the Mega Frog turns into a prince. Gunter uses Ice King's demonic wishing eye to multiply, and his clones go everywhere. Finn's room is full full of Gunters, who hold him and Jake down while slapping them. They notice all the Gunters heading towards the Candy Kingdom and chase after them. Finn calls P-Bubs and tells her he's got a plan, but does not elaborate. This is to keep her in a state of confusion so he has options if Flame Princess doesn't work out. He explains that this is known as future farming and it came from a book of Jake's. Jake says that book is just for laughs as it's full of bad advice. When it's time to defend against the army of Gunters, Finn's plan is put into action. All of the glass bottles in the land were brought because Gunter loves breaking bottles. The army shatters all the glass in no time at all. The other plans don't work, but the day is saved by Ice King, who squirts Gunter with water. Finn and Jake see Ice King show up at Marceline's place with a bunch of torn pages. They think he's searching for trouble, but Marcy actually wants him there to write a song. Finn and Jake are confused about this whole thing as they do not know about Ice King and Marcy's connection from the before times. Finn dreams of the Cosmic Owl, Billy, and the Bear-Snail combo that took the Enchiridion. He and Jake head over to Billy's to make sure he's okay. When they explain the dream to the hero, he sends them on a quest to collect magical gems. During the quest, Finn finds out that Billy is in possession of the Enchiridion and asks why. Billy claims that he got it from the mouth of a bear. The plan is to push the Lich into Prismo's time room. As Finn steals Bubblegum's gem, she accidentally cuts him with her scissors. She then realizes that Billy is actually the Lich in disguise. A Gumball Guardian blasts Billy, revealing the Lich's face. Finn smashes the Enchiridion and opens a wormhole. The Lich tries to pass through, but Jake grabs him. Finn grabs Jake, and all three pass through. Finn then appears to be a normal boy with a nose and a normal non-magical dog. Finn and Jake are dropped into Prismo's time room and see the Lich depart after wishing for the extinction of all life. Finn wishes that the Lich never existed and is brought to the timeline he creates with that wish. Farm World Finn time. Farm World Finn goes to sell his family's mule, Bartram, and sees his dad being harassed by the Destiny Gang. Farm World Finn comes across the Ice King's crown, which is being guarded by a decrepit Marceline. She explains how the Simon in this world prevented the mushroom bomb from detonating by freezing it with the crown's powers, but ended up dying in the process. Farm World Finn says magic isn't real and takes the crown anyway, planning to sell it instead of Bartram. Farm World Finn sees Marcy being attacked by the Destiny Gang, so he goes to help her, drawing the ire of Big Destiny. Farm World Finn gets a sword and heads up to the mansion to get the crown back. Destiny beats him back and shows him he's burning the market as well as Farm World Finn's home. In order to save his family, Farm World Finn dons the crown. Farm World Finn uses the ice powers to put out fires and stop the Destiny Gang, but he loses control and detonates the dormant mushroom bomb. He sends his family away, afraid that he's become too dangerous. He finds Farm World Jake in the goo puddle at the explosion site, and a super skeleton-y Marceline tells him that she knew this would happen. The goo transformed Farm World Jake into a lich-like monstrosity, and Finn continues to lose his mind. In Prismo's time room, Jake wishes that the lich changed his wish to send Finn and Jake back home. Boom. Finn and Jake are back home, and Finn is super confused as to why the Lich did that. He does not remember Farm World. Jake finds what he believes to be a spell book, but is actually an old nursery rhyme compendium. He shows it to Finn, and after reading Little Jack Horner, they go around sticking their thumbs and stuff, saying, "Oh, what a good boy am I." They then go home and play video games with BMO. After tossing his frisbee into a tall tree, Finn begins climbing to retrieve it. He meets a porcupine and then gets shrunk by a squirrel's cursed apple. Turns out the animals in this tree are in a sort of tree cult, and they lock Finn up. Finn and the squirrel want to get away, and Finn tosses the frisbee as a means of escape. It's the perfect throw, and Finn and the squirrel fly off into the sunset. Magic Man makes a bag of miniatures of the people of Ooo and sneaks it into Finn's possession. Finn gets way too obsessed with playing with these toys, especially when he realizes that they can interact with each other. He does some weird stuff, making Jake want to stay with Lady Rainicorn, and plays alone in the house for 16 weeks. When Jake returns, Finn realizes he's gotta get rid of these things as they're ruining his life. And so he does. Lady Rainicorn gives birth to her pups, and Jake decides he's gotta be a good dad, so he can't be hanging around with Finn and BMO. Finn accepts this. Jake eventually returns to the tree fort as pups age quickly and they don't need him anymore. Finn saves a bunch of candy people from a dragon and gets a lot of praise for it. This turns out to be too much for him, so he takes on a false identity, Davy, in order to be left alone. He forgets who he is and starts building a log cabin with a candy person, and Jake tries to snap him out of it. Finn just calls the police and Jake is arrested. He finally snaps out of it and wrestles with his identity, eventually opting to become Finn again, but only after he saves Jake as Davy. Finn and Jake watch on as the Ice King feels depressed after completing the mystery dungeon. Bubblegum sends Finn and Jake to deliver candy seeds to the Lemon Earldom. They discover that the Lemon Grabs have the formula for candy life and have been turning all of their food into candy people. Finn suggests that they see Princess Bubblegum, which they interpret as attack the Candy Kingdom. Lemon John, a giant lemon person, heads over to destroy the kingdom, but Finn and Jake accidentally kickstart his heart, giving him emotions. He sacrifices himself for the earldom, and then P-Bubs erases the life formula from the Lemongrab's heads. Finn's hat is enchanted by the ancient sleeping magi of life-giving and comes to life. Finn dubs it Little Dude. It follows him back to the tree fort and eats a bunch of food. The Magi breaks in and tells Finn that his hat is actually evil now, and so it is, jumping on candy people and transforming them into monsters. Finn and Jake tell the Magi to bring some things to life and to make them good, so he does. These objects capture Little Dude and Finn wants him to be good. The Magi turns Little Dude good, and now Finn needs a new hat, which apparently is made from skinning an evil bear. Then there's an episode where Finn and Jake don't appear for the very first time, which is notable. This happens a few more times, but I won't be mentioning them. Finn takes Flame Princess to a dungeon to prove she's not evil, but she does have some evil-ish tendencies. She tends to burn things down to ashes. When Finn gets caught by a goo monster, he gets worried that she'll burn him too, but she takes a page out of Finn's book and saves the day. She even calls him her boyfriend. Finn and Jake go to the Badlands in search of the Great Birdman. They get really dehydrated and are rescued by Zergiak the Goblin King, who is now apparently reformed and also a birdman. They spend some time questioning if he is really good, but find that he has done lots of selfless things since they kicked his butt. He is reminded briefly of his time as Goblin King and goes back to his old ways for a moment, but realizes the error of his ways and asks to be made blind. Finn and Jake are playing basketball with Marcy and Ice King. They want to know more about Ice King's past, so Marcy tells them more about their time together after the Mushroom War. When all is said and done, Finn and Jake feel more friendly towards the old weirdo. He doesn't stay in favor long though. Finn and Jake try to make an animation of the Ice King on their computer, but they don't have the patience for it. Ice King then makes a gross computer virus and claims that everyone in the universe will be deleted except for Ice King and Princess Bubblegum. Finn and Jake enter the universal source code to try and fix this, and they start glitching. They emulate the gross hair-eating virus video from earlier, causing the glitch to feel sick and throw up all the stuff it ate. Finn is all bummed out about the fact that he told Flame Princess a joke and she didn't respond. Jake tries to tell him to focus on what's real, but Finn just gets more bummy and crawls into his pillow fort. Inside, he finds a secret door opening up to a pillow world. He slays the blanket dragon, meets the mayor, and dances with his daughter, Rosalinen. He lives a long life in Pillow World, marrying Rosalinen and having 2 children, Jay and Bonnie. Over time, Finn starts to wonder how he can get back home, and his wife says she understands but wants him to remember his family here. Finn opts to stay in the Pillow World. There he remains until he's an old man, and then he dies. He's sent back to the real world where he almost tells Jake about the crazy dream he had, but forgets when FP calls him and says she finally got the joke. BMO falls off a mountain and cracks its screen, demanding that Finn and Jake kiss it. Finn then watches as BMO mourns the loss of a bubble. Finn and Jake head to the Princess Potluck, and Finn complains about the irritation on his foot caused by his missing sock. He hands P-Bubs a warm, shaken-up soda, which she stashes in the Ice Kingdom's snow, alerting the Ice King to this party. Finn asks Gunter for a sock, but Gunter electrocutes him. Ice King ruins the party with his ice powers, but Finn jumps off of Bounce House Princess and knocks him down with his shoe. Ice King finds out that he was indeed invited to this party and asks if it's cool if he joins. Finn agrees, but only if he stops acting nanners. Finn wins a sea lard in the potluck raffle. Inspired by James Baxter, the beach ball riding horse, Finn and Jake try to come up with a way to cheer people up. Copying the horse does them no good and is quite off-putting, so they workshop some other ideas, landing on a James Baxter-esque routine which accidentally raises a skeleton ghost that almost beats them to death. Thankfully, James Baxter arrives and calms the ghost. Finn and Jake start up a quiet contest and freak BMO out. BMO thinks that they're not themselves because they won't talk and hides away. BMO then throws a party with Bikini Babes and has them attack Finn and Jake, with Jake crying uncle. All is well and the party continues until Party God arrives. Finn hands a map off to Bracco, a suitor of Princess Bubblegum, and tells him that the road you're on leads to nowhere. Yikes. He then yells at the Ice King to leave the Candy Kingdom, but Ice King is already on his way out. While Jake is off with his old gang doing one last job, Finn and BMO hang out and play instruments. Finn and Jake hang out with Jake Jr., who has some anxiety about the future. They decide to build her a time machine to assuage those fears, and it's all just a fun make-believe time. LSP rants and raves about being robbed until P-Bubs tranquilizes her, and Finn and Jake start up an investigation. They start looking for a Pete Sassafras, boarding a train and having Jake turn into a car. They find out that this Pete is not who they're looking for, and LSP reveals that it is her heart that was stolen by a pizza delivery driver named Pete. To help Bubblegum get a cold spell from Wizard City, Finn and Jake dress up like wizards. Finn is impressed by the magic in Wizard City, but P-Bubs waves it off as science presented like magical hoodoo. She offends a shopkeep by asking about the ingredients to a potion, which sends the police after the trio. They run away, running into Abracadaniel, Bufo, Laser Wizard, and Forest Wizard, along with a hologram of Ice King. Her anti-magic stance gets them thrown in prison, and Finn tosses the cold spell to the princess. They escape and use magic to distract Starchy long enough to use regular old healing serum. Finn hurts Jake while wearing him as a Jake suit and says that pain isn't a big deal. Jake says otherwise and challenges Finn to the reversal. He'll shrink down and control Finn. Jake tries to injure Finn in a similar way but isn't so good at controlling him. He gets a little more competent in controlling his Finn mech and waddles his way over to Flame Princess's house where she's hosting a family dinner. Embarrassment abound. FP sees that Jake is controlling Finn and wishes Finn luck. Jake takes Finn to see Lady Rainicorn in TV, who says that to win, he just has to jump into a volcano. Finn is crazy and doesn't seem to care, so Jake gives up and Finn wins. He then hops into the Jake suit and jumps in the lava anyway. And who's there to heal them but the clown nurses? Finn and Jake find BMO glitching out because it needs new core system drivers. These drivers can be found at the Mo factory. To get in, they dress up as JMO and FMO. The factory wipes all memories of units in for repair, so Finn and Jake have to sneak BMO into the update area. There is no B port for BMO though. They get caught by the other Mo's, but when BMO says their name aloud, the creator of the factory, Mo, explains that BMO is very special. BMO gets repaired and the group is good to go. While working to update the Candy Kingdom's defenses, Finn gets knocked out by sleeping gas. After a fight between Flame Princess and Ice King, Finn has a premonition dream involving FP burning him, but it feels good. Finn assumes their fight caused the dream and does what he can to get them to fight again. This makes him dream of the Ice King though. When he wakes up, he pens an incendiary letter to Ice King under the guise of Flame Princess. The resulting fight is of enormous proportions, with Ice King and Flame Princess growing huge and causing mass destruction. Finn's next dream can be summarized by the Cosmic Owl saying, "You blew it."
You blew it.
He comes clean to Flame Princess about manipulating the fights and she heads off on her own. Finn and Princess Bubblegum head to the Lemon Earldom to see how the Lemon Grabs are doing. They are not doing well. One lemon is huge now and the other is sickly and weak. Finn wants to impress Peebles now that he and Flame Princess are done, but she's focused on the Lemon Grabs. Finn pulls a prank with Lemon Hope, getting them locked in the dungeon. Lemon Hope plays Finn's flute poorly, which the Lemon Grabs seem to think is beautiful music. Then one Lemon Grab eats the other. Finn and Princess Bubblegum break Lemon Hope out of jail and the young lemon receives a quest: save the Lemon Earldom. Finn then thinks it's time to make up with Flame Princess. Ice King comes to stay with Finn and Jake after his kingdom was destroyed by Flame Princess, and Finn is still bummed about his breakup. P-Bubs wants to see how FP will react when she sees Finn, but Cinnamon Bun has taken her back to the Flame Kingdom. Finn and Princess Bubblegum follow them and find out that Flame Princess is now the ruler. Finn apologizes to Flame Princess for how he acted and asks if they're still together. Flame Princess says that they're not, but they can be friends if he's totally honest with her. Magic Man steals Jake's ultimate sandwich and leaves Finn and Jake with a riddle. Only by solving it can they get the sandwich back. Finn calls Princess Bubblegum, but her scientific solution does not get the job done. He realizes that the riddle involves being sad, which lets Jake move through the time bubble more quickly, retrieving his sandwich. Finn keeps seeing a ghost lady, which Jake and BMO try to remedy. He keeps all the memories that he can't handle in a place known as the Vault. He plays Regression Simulator on BMO and can see his past lives, including a comet, a butterfly, and the ghost lady. He finds out that he was once a one-armed thief named Shoko. Finn exits his past and calls up Bubblegum, showing her Shoko's skeleton under his place, which then returns the amulet. Slime Princess asks Finn to marry her in order to save the Slime Kingdom. At first, he refuses, but agrees when he's guaranteed that it will be in name only. Finn and Slime Princess are challenged by her sister, Blargatha, to the Trials of Glarb. Whoever's more in love will rule the kingdom. They win the first game with a song about Flame Princess, but Finn won't spoon Slime Princess, so they lose round 2. Round 3 is smooching, so Finn just decides to punch Blargatha's husband. He discovers that he's not even real, simply a blob with olives for eyes. Blargatha is disqualified and Slime Princess is announced as ruler. Finn musters up the courage to go for a smooch, but SP just vomits. Still reeling from his breakup, Finn feels pretty gray. He and Jake run into the dungeon train, which is full of stuff to fight and loot to acquire. After a while, Jake tires of the encounters, but Finn wants to keep going. Jake finds a future crystal showing Finn as an old man, still fighting away. He worries about Finn and pretends to leave, but sticks around to keep an eye out. Finn finds the crystal and sees future Jake loyally following him and realizes his mistake. He tells Jake that he will leave, but in like 2 weeks. Now the crystal shows them back at the tree fort doing dishes together. Finn finds the Box Prince, which is a cat in a box, and realizes that the Box Kingdom has been overthrown. He goes on a very cute adventure to return the cat to its rightful place and ends up hanging out with a bunch of cats. Finn and Jake get stuck with Marceline in an underground city, and Marcy runs out of her red eraser snacks thanks to Jake. Finn heads off to find something red, leaving the dog and vampire together. He comes across a red light and a bunch of sand people, which leads him to a turtle with a red gem. The turtle says that the gem is an emerald, but Finn takes it anyway. He brings it back to his pals, who confirm that it is indeed an emerald and that Finn might be a touch colorblind. Marcy's about to go feral from hunger, but P-Bub saves the day in the nick of time. Finn finds a broken truck, so he and Jake invite Banana Man to come and fix it. The next day, Banana Man has got the vehicle up and running, so he, along with Finn, Jake, and BMO, hop in and go to the Candy Kingdom. Finn and Jake encourage Banana Man to talk to a Lady Banana Guard, but end up just annoying her. A bubblegum imposter shows up, but BMO sees through the disguise and they explode the lizard person with their truck. In order to get Ice King out of their house, Finn invites Abracadaniel over. The two wizards become friends and are annoying together. Ice King shows Abracadaniel Finn and Jake's treasures, including Finn's demon blood sword. They accidentally summon the demon Keoth, who threatens to kill them if Finn and Jake use the sealing chant. Finn has to break his sword to appease the demon, who becomes stronger with the returned blood. Keoth kidnaps Jake and the wizards head back to the Ice Kingdom. Finn calls Lady Rainicorn to help rescue Jake. The Rainicorn brings a tape to the tree fort that explains where the demon might be and how to defeat him. Finn attacks Keoth with a holy grape juice sword disguised to look like a demon blood sword. Keoth absorbs the juice from the sword and explodes. After rescuing Jake, Finn admits that he is still in love with Flame Princess. Finn and Jake accompany PB on an excursion along with her assistant James. They encounter some goo people and get trapped inside of their transport. Finn begins to suspect that James is a saboteur but can't convince Peebles. As they run out of options, Finn says that he'll distract the monsters to let everyone else escape. PB knocks out Finn and allows James to be the sacrifice. She explains to Finn later that she'll be able to clone James, but not Finn, before awarding the clone James an award for heroism. Finn and Jake stage a kidnapping of Princess Bubblegum to test the banana guards, but the case solver actually ends up being Root Beer Guy. Finn is tasked with preventing Lumpy Space Princess from crashing tree trunks in Mr. Pig's wedding. They brawl for a while. With his demon blood sword broken, Finn goes looking for a new weapon. He finds a $3 grass sword and likes how accurate it is. The sword proves to be cursed and tries to attach itself to him, which worries Finn. He seeks out the wizard that made it, who tells him that it's with him forever. Finn accepts this and can now control the sword. Finn rededicates himself to serving Princess Bubblegum following his breakup and works himself to the bone. She orders him to take some time off, so he heads off to the junkyard to cut stuff. There he meets Rattleballs, a police robot / swordmaster made by Bubblegum. His kind was destroyed due to their excessive violence, but he survived. He offers to help Finn with his swordsmanship, and Finn turns him into Bubblegum. Rattleballs is spared and is allowed to help the kingdom from the shadows. After the Flame Kingdom is overthrown once more, Flame Princess and Cinnamon Bun seek out Finn for help. Finn tries to show off, but they're not interested. They attack the kingdom, but Finn can't do much because FP is worried about her people. Cinnamon Bun frees Finn from the dungeon, and they defeat Don John the Flame Lord and the Flame King. Finn gets shown up by Cinnamon Bun. While jamming with Marcy, Finn and Jake are enlisted to help Simon Petrikov contact Betty. They peddle a bike-powered generator to sacrifice Hambo. Finn watches as P-Bubs unveils a time travel machine, and LSP goes bonkers trying to go to a time where Brad loved her. Finn is involved in the morality training of Lemonhope. Later, Finn asks Bubblegum to sing the song she wrote for Levenhope. Finn finds Billy's bucket list and decides to complete the tasks himself. He takes Billy's ex-girlfriend for one last ride and heads to the ocean to float on his back. The grass blade kills the Fear Feaster as he floats. A Billy constellation then tells Finn that his father is alive and imprisoned at the Citadel. Jake brings Finn to Prismo for help finding his dad. They find out that to get into the Citadel, they must commit a cosmic crime. They set out to do this, bringing a sleeping man back to Prismo's time room. Waking up this dude will technically kill Prismo, which is a cosmic crime, but the Lich beats them to the punch and disintegrates the old fella. The Lich is then brought to the Citadel and Finn and Jake give chase. They hop onto the Citadel Guardian and make it out to the prison, where they find Martin Mertens. There, the Lich does some weird stuff to break everyone out, resulting in a mass jailbreak. Finn wants to ask his dad a whole bunch of questions, but Martin is more concerned with getting out. Finn asks why he abandoned him in the woods and gets no answer. The Lich bursts out after Martin escapes with the other prisoners and commands Jake and Finn to fall. A little bit of Guardian blood, which has healing properties, touches the Lich, which causes him to develop flesh. Martin and the other escapees try to get away, but Finn doesn't want to let him go. He holds on as long as he can, but it's too much and Finn's arm is severed. A bit of Guardian blood touches him and a little flower grows on his stump. The Lich is now a gigantic baby, and they all return to the Candy Kingdom via a portal that a Voidcaster had opened up. Finn watches as James, remember James, continually sacrifices himself for silly reasons. Finn and Jake are sent to clean up James's apartment, where they find 25 cloned Jameses. He's been faking his death the whole time in order to get more clones and more medals. The goo monsters return, and the clone Jameses save PB from the original James. All sorts of princesses send replacement arms to Finn, but he's not a fan of any of them. He develops a telekinetic arm and decides to build the tower into space to find Martin and take revenge. He gets to the edge of the atmosphere and passes out. When he wakes up, he sees his dad and tries to take his arm, but it's actually just Bubblegum in disguise. His telekinetic arm goes away and he chills out. When he takes a plank out of the tower, it collapses on the Candy Kingdom. Finn meets a bee named Breezy who really likes the flower on his arm. Breezy wants to get with the flower, so she tries to help Finn get with some princesses. The wingman act works, and Finn tries to kiss a bunch of princesses in order to maybe feel something. Breezy falls for Finn and becomes a queen bee, asking for Finn to be her drone. He wants to keep things simple though, hurting her feelings. Breezy returns once more and makes his flower grow into an enormous tree, which restores his arm with the addition of a thorn in his palm. Finn and Jake visit the Candy Kingdom Museum of Natural History and enact the food chain. Finn and Jake want to spend all of their treasure on something, so they go to the Wildberry Kingdom and start booling out. They realize that people will do anything for money and start getting folks to do some wacky stuff. They take it too far, spend all of their gold and treasure, and are no longer welcome in the Wildberry Kingdom. When Maja summons Darren to attack the Candy Kingdom, Finn and Jake are called in to assist. They sneak off during the battle and return riding their ancient psychic tandem war elephant, which turns the tide. APTWE tells Finn Darren's weakness, and Finn explodes Darren. After the fight, the elephant asks Finn what he should do, and Finn says he's free to make his own choices. Kim Kil-Wan buys the deed to the tree fort and starts renting it out to new people. Finn gets arrested for entering someone's room, but is bailed out by the pup. Finn and Jake talk to Kim Kil-Wan, and Jake trades a poorly made ocarina for the deed. Finn and Jake miss the bus to go on a road trip with some wizards. Princess Bubblegum calls up Finn, but he, Jake, and Rattleballs are seeing how long they can hold their breath in the bathtub. At Jake's birthday, Finn and Jake reminisce about their parents, where it's revealed that Jake wasn't born naturally, but was actually the result of a shapeshifter bite. After Jake kills a fly, Finn is possessed by the bug's ghost. He grows wings, flies around, and spits on the floor. Finn then hangs out as Jake explores a different world. Finn and Jake hold a memorial for Prismo, and Jake eats the last Prismo pickle. Finn dreams of Prismo that night and wakes up screaming. He sees Jake reenacting different memories around the house, but whenever he's noticed by Finn, he explodes. Finn replicates the exact thing that happened the night of the last pickle and sees Jake enter another dimension. Finn follows him. There, he runs into Prismo, who is still technically dead, but Jake can resurrect him via Bro Bond. If one of Jake's alternate selves is able to sleep for all eternity, like Prismo's old man Bod, then Prismo can exist again. Finn then stops an alternate Finn from waking that Jake, and that Finn explodes and turns into the Finn Sword. Now, Prismo's back. When Jake becomes a brick in an old shack, Finn leaves him a walkie-talkie in case he needs anything. Jake provides running commentary on the world around the brick shack, which Finn finds so compelling that he has Starchy broadcast it from the radio tower. Finn also misses a lot of garbage can free throws until it's time to retire the walkie-talkie. Finn gets a toothache and Jake convinces him to go to the dentist, except instead of going to the dentist, he goes to war in the Ant Nation. He's partnered with his rival Tiffany and they take down the Queen Worm mostly by accident. During the fight, his teeth are shattered and Tiffany is swallowed by the worm. The ants fix his teeth and send him home, but now he's being watched by a fly spy. During a Candy Kingdom sleepover, Finn and Princess Bubblegum end up in a closet together. They get bored and take a secret exit out. The Candy people try to eavesdrop and make up their own little stories about what they're doing. Finn and PB have a fun night away from the Candy people, hanging out with Timmy the giant cat and talking about their lives. Finn talks about his dad and Bubblegum talks about running the kingdom and possibly letting the Candy people rule themselves. That experiment falls apart and the Candy people get into a wild fight without P-Bubs. Finn and PB almost have a moment, but Finn gets a funny pic from Jake and laughs. Later, Finn looks back on the photos he took with Princess Bubblegum. Finn sees a comet in the sky and enters the astral plane. There, he runs into Bounce House Princess, sees a Cloud People party being crashed by Ice King, and watches Marcy singing on her own. He makes it out to Mars with the help of some space lards and witnesses Grob Gob Globgrod lead the charge against the comet. He tells Finn about the Catalyst comets and then goes off to attack the comet himself, resulting in Glob's death. Finn and Jake take Tree Trunks and Mr. Pig's adopted son, Sweet Pea, who is the refleshified Lich, to school. Finn is nervous that the child will exhibit Lich-like behavior, but it seems like Sweet Pea is pretty well adjusted. Finn wakes up near a farming village and finds out that his dad is pretending to be a tree spirit to make the villagers fix his escape pod. Finn is not happy about this and accuses his dad of being a serial liar. He tries to find out why the villagers are so happy to help, especially as Martin makes them do hard labor and doesn't seem to care about them. The spacecraft starts to overheat and Martin doesn't care. He leaves and Finn has to go stop it from exploding. His dad tells him about the right switch to hit and Finn does so. He then brings all of the tiny villagers back to the tree fort with him. Finn witnesses the dap of the heavens through a telescope and then also sees Flame Princess. Bummed out, he follows Lemongrab to the Mountain of Matthew. Finn undergoes a crazy ordeal and chooses to join a past life of his, a butterfly. He trips out for a bit and finds Matthew along with Lemongrab. Lemongrab doesn't like what Matthew says and throws some lemons into his mouth, causing him to explode into other creatures. Finn saves Lemongrab and they skedaddle. Finn brings licorice and a car freshener to Marceline and Bimo as they watch Jake skateboard. Finn waits for the Super Porp delivery, which arrives shortly afterward. They wonder about the mystery of Super Porp, but decide to delve no further. While walking through the woods at night, Finn and Jake fall into two big holes. Finn wakes up in the kingdom of Hughes and is encouraged to stay and wait for Jake by King Hughes. He's tied up with spaghetti and told that he'll get what he wants if he sticks around. Finn breaks free and breaks a cuckoo clock, putting out the cooking fire. This allows Jake to fall into the room with Finn and King Hughes, and Jake and Finn escape with Jake's new bear friend, Seven. Finn and Jake go to visit their brother Jermaine. He's been living a reclusive, demon-fighting lifestyle in the old family abode and is a little resentful towards his adventurous brothers. Jake offers to make him a meal, but uses salt from Jermaine's protective salt barrier, letting the demons in. During the fight, the house burns down, but the three brothers reconcile. Bimo brings a puppeteer over for dinner who ritualistically transfers chips and ice cream to Jake's head. This gets really annoying really quickly and Finn is quite upset about it. Bimo figures it all out though. Finn digs a hole after defeating a wizard with a thought cannon wand. The Cosmic Owl visits another one of Finn's dreams, this time featuring Sweet Pea and Martin Mertens. The owl sees a ladybird and ignores his dream duties and does his darndest to find her. Finn and Jake head to a water park, but Finn forgets his underwear. While going back to get it, he rescues a princess and gets a universal coin. He and Jake then head to the water slide where they prank Ice King and get him kicked out. Finn and Jake search for Glob's helmet after all that stuff with the astral plane. They see Betty Groff take the helmet and follow her to Magic Man's house, where they're turned into an egg and a bowl of soup, respectively. Finn tries to escape to help Betty at the behest of the tiny manticore, but he falls into a bowl of flour and is made into bread. Betty gets Magic Man's powers and zoops away, and Tiny Manticore flies Finn to Wizard City for a cure. Then Finn doesn't show up for a while. Princess Bubblegum gets ousted as leader of the Candy Kingdom and tells Finn and Jake that they are loyal to the kingdom and not her. They go looking for the King of Ooo and find Gunter disguised as Mr. X stealing Bubblegum's spaceship. The duo grabs onto the ship thanks to Finn's hand thorn and they ride out into space. They get spacesuits and learn that Gunter is actually Orgalorg. He fires Finn and Jake through space and they're separated. Finn becomes one with the universe and gets where he needs to be, on his dad's space moth. They fly back to where Orgalorg is and Finn jumps in Orgalorg's mouth as the alien consumes the Catalyst Comet. His grass arm levels up, becoming a vine whip and slices through Orgalorg, revealing the comet's core. It offers Finn a journey to the end and the beginning, but Finn wants to see his current existence through. Martin takes the offer though. Finn accepts this new form of abandonment as inherent to his father. Jake and Banana Man catch up with Finn and they all head back to Ooo. Beemo plucks any new mustache hairs Finn gets in order to keep him forever young. Beemo is then bit by a rat and asks Finn to kiss the boo-boo better, which makes Finn very ill. He's nursed in bed by Jake for a bit. P-Bubs accidentally makes infinitely multiplying muffins and Finn's diseased rat breath sends them packing. Finn and Jake then witness Death doing something he claims is called bushing. Finn and Jake are knighted by the King of Ooo for saving the land from the comet. They find a candy juice making dragon below the kingdom and the king scares it off. Finn and Jake go to Bubblegum for help, who reveals that it's her brother, Neddy. She finds him and brings him back to the Candy Kingdom, telling Finn and Jake about her origins in the Mother Gum. The King of Ooo sends Finn and Jake to capture a flying mushroom. On their journey, they run into Billy's ex, Canyon, who makes a fake mushroom. The real flying mushroom attacks, forcing them into a log. Canyon finds a sacred spring and uses the water pressure to blast the mushroom to pieces. Finn and Jake return mushroomless, but with a mushroom pizza, and are fired from the Royal Guard. Finn eats a whole lot of grapefruits and then starts slicing them with his sword. All the while, Beemo and Football have a bit of a crisis. Finn and Jake are called to help find whatever is sucking the blood from all the local cattle. People believe it is Marceline, but she was just de-vampired and says it wasn't her. Finn and Jake find the vampiric monster behind it all, but Marcy is grabbed by the villagers and tied to a windmill to await sunup. Marcy tells Finn to burn all her diaries. Marceline survives the sun and is deemed mortal. Jake brings Finn and Marcy news of vampire activity ramping up, which confuses Marcy as she staked them all earlier in her life. She finds out that the Vampire King is back and alerts everyone of the upcoming disaster. She, Finn, Bubblegum, and Peppermint Butler go to the vampire cave, but it's deserted. Finn gets kidnapped by Ice King, who is under the control of the Empress. Marcy tries to kill the Empress, but stops when Ice King brings Finn out. Finn and Marcy escape again, but are hunted down. Marcy reminisces on her past with Simon, and Ice King starts crying. Finn and Marcy come out of hiding, but it turns out Ice King was just faking it. He's ordered to kill the two, but it turns out he was never actually hypnotized, just lady crazy. Marcy steals the Empress's powers. Finn and the rest of the vampire hunters look for the moon in the woods, following a trail of pearls. Finn is used as bait, which lures out the Hierophant. Jake morphs into a house, and as such, the Hierophant cannot enter him without being invited in. Crunchy accidentally knocks the vampire into Jake, vaporizing him. While the rest of the group tries to find a cure for Marceline, Finn and Jake are tasked with finding the moon. They encounter her in a resting state and start staking and sunning, but the moon has crazy healing powers. Instead of taking her out, they take her back to the Candy Kingdom where Marcy can absorb her and take her healing powers. Finn is captured by the Vampire King and held hostage until the king surrenders to Marcy to make way for a new era. Finn won't let Marceline strike down a surrendering opponent though. After a short duel, the Vampire King agrees to be devamped like Marcy. His essence is released into the skies of Ooo though. Uh-oh. Finn picks up pieces of Peppermint Butler and is tasked with stopping the Dark Cloud. The fight is a losing one and there's not much anyone can do against it. That is until Marcy shows up and absorbs it into herself, becoming a vampire once more. Finn, Jake, and PB repay the favor by stocking her fridge with red stuff. Someone claiming to be Mo comes to the treehouse and sends Beemo back to the Mo factory. Finn and Jake hang out with Mo and go sledding. Mo gets fed up with being outside, so he tells everyone to go inside to play hangman. Finn and Jake get bored, so they go and hunt a real hangman. When they return, Mo claims that Neptr stole his legs and then knocks Finn and Jake out. Finn and Jake then meet up with Olmo and climb up to where Beemo just pushed Amo off a cliff. Finn goes to a play featuring Jake's daughter, Viola. He has trouble staying awake. Beemo pays Finn in sentient sandwiches to play the character of a Wild West outlaw named Jack Rabbit Johnson. He gets taken by bounty hunter Meow and is eventually freed by Beemo in cowboy mode. Finn is then pursued by other people looking for his alias's bounty. Finn, along with Banana Man, Jake, BMO, and Ice King, hops into a submarine to find President Porpoise. When they reach Fish Parliament, Vice President Blowfish suspiciously delays their investigation. Finn thinks that Blowfish is behind the president's disappearance, but Porpoise just comes back and says he took a 3-day weekend. Finn and Jake hear an episode of Starchy's paranormal radio show about the blank-eyed girl, and Jake gets freaked out. When they get home, they see a blank-eyed girl outside of their house. They call Starchy, but his advice is of no use to them. Finn tries to rationalize them as tulpas and says if he just ignores them and doesn't believe, they'll go away. Jake has trouble with this until the real creatures disrobe their blank-eyed girl costumes and float on up. Finn, Jake, LSP, and BMO see a crazy storm on the horizon and get to work building a bunker. Jake doesn't seem to be doing any work and LSP gets mad at him, although Finn and BMO come to his defense. Once in the bunker, they learn that the storm is actually fueled by bad vibes, or jubies, and they need to chill out, which is facilitated by Jake. Gunter goes missing and Ice King comes to Finn and Jake for answers. He shows them a ransom note that tells him to meet at Moosebone Clearing and to come alone. Finn and Jake follow covertly and hear a voice ask for Ice King's crown. A group of foxes bring decoys and split the group up. They use Ice King's nose as a compass to find the crown and locate it in a cave. Ice King finds Betty reprogramming the crown and then she teleports away, leaving Gunter and the crown. Finn is tasked with taking the Marshmallow Kids, a group of juvenile delinquents, on a camping trip. He saves one of them from floating down the river and is scammed. He later falls into some quicksand, but is saved by the kids who thought they were still scamming. Finn and Jake are teleported by Prismo to Farm World, where Ice Finn and Farm World Lich are working together to open a portal with their Enchiridion. They find the other Finn and see that he's being manipulated by the Lich. This results in a fight where Finn's grass sword chops off the Lich's arm, which falls into a portal and multiplies to exist in every dimension. They then use a magical item from Prismo called the Maid to erase Farm World Lich. Prismo then has the magic crown destroyed in Farm World, allowing Farm World Finn to live a normal life. Finn accidentally traps himself in a weird cave without any apparent exit. Whenever he closes his eyes, he can find his way out, but once he opens them back up again, he is where he started. He takes longer and longer trips outside the cave with his eyes closed, but every time he opens them back up, he's back at the beginning. On his longest eyes closed journey, he finds a similar cave to the one that he entered, avoids all the traps, and eventually comes to a hatch. Through this, he finally exits. Huntress Wizard approaches Finn while he's playing the flute naked in a river. She wants him to play a flute spell, but he can't quite figure it out. Jake teases Finn, saying that he has a new girlfriend, which Finn denies. Huntress Wizard wants to hunt an electric boar to make a new flute and has Finn drink from a magic spring to become immune to lightning. They kill the boar, make a new flute, and play together to summon the forest spirit. Finn admits that he thinks Huntress Wizard is great and she reciprocates. They kiss, but because they're both exceptional beasts, they cannot fall in love. Finn and Jake pretend to be banana guards in order to uncover a graffiti conspiracy. Finn finds the banana guard artist and has conflicting feelings about turning him in. Thankfully, in the end, PB was just looking for a muralist. Finn and Jake follow a frog around for all 4 seasons to see what happens when he puts on his crown. Finn learns about Death Mountain and decides to travel there. He and Jake burst in and find that the Hermit of Death Mountain is dead and has been for a while. Finn takes the Hermit's glasses off and is given the Hermit's eyes. His new eyes turn anyone he sees into how he sees them, like turning BMO into a little angel. He continues to accidentally turn people into his perception of them, like turning Ice King into Simon Petrikov and Nepter into a microwave, until he sees himself as a monster. His friends gather together and convince him that he's not a monster, deactivating the eyes and returning everyone back to normal. Finn can't sleep, so he chucks a sea lard into the pond outside the tree fort. Shelby tells him that the sea lards are saltwater fish, causing Finn to panic and pursue the lard. He and Jake follow it to a grotto, get touched by purple stuff, and make everything all trippy. The sea lard ends up saving the duo, and Finn apologizes for his treatment of it before. Finn loses his Finn sword while doing tricks on a bridge. He makes a new one, but it breaks pretty fast. He also has a bunch of weird dreams, which he realizes are messages from the Finn sword. As it turns out, Bandit Princess had found the sword and was robbing people with it. She uses the sword against Finn, but his grass sword acts on its own and stabs the Finn sword's crystal, breaking it. Finn hangs up the broken Finn sword above the fireplace at the tree fort. P-Bubs tasks Finn with delivering a mini cinnamon bun named Bun Bun to CB in the Fire Kingdom. After he drops off the little bun, Flame Princess asks him to hang out. He apologizes to her for how he acted and told her that he now knows how messed up it is to manipulate someone. Their friendship is back on track and they freestyle rap together. Normal Man asks for Finn and Jake's help in getting Glob from the atmosphere and going back to Mars. They make their way through a whole bunch of monsters, but Tiny Manticore knocks Finn and Jake down with a boomerang. Normal Man does indeed make it back to Mars, although Glob continues to orbit Ooo. Finn and Jake catch Ice King stealing Candy Kingdom hangers and find out that he's been using them to try and fish his keys out of a crack in the ice. Digging down into the ice, they find Patience St. Pym, the ice elemental. Patience tells Ice King to capture the slime, candy, and fire elementals, aka Slime Princess, Princess Bubblegum, and Flame Princess. Finn and Jake try to stop this, but they are frozen. After an excessive mope session about the loss of the Finn sword, Finn is made the judge of a battle of the bands. During the competition, he hears a wonderful song and tries to track it down, much to the chagrin of the other competitors. He finds the music hole, who reveals that it's been around for 1,000 years and can only be heard by innocent and pure children and those who have had significant loss. Finn says that the hole wins and tosses the crown in, and then joins it in a duet. The Finn sword seems to get a little better. Finn, Jake, and Susan Strong find an underground arcade near Butopia. A bionically upgraded Tiffany shows up and brings the trio to Dr. Gross, a human scientist who wants the whole world to be cybernetically enhanced. She paralyzes them with some lollipops and attempts to experiment, but Susan Strong, who already has some unnamed implant, saves the day. They destroy Dr. Gross's ship and release all of the hybrid animals. Finn, being immune to electricity, hops on a massive electric eel as it heads towards the Candy Kingdom. Jake smashes it with a tree. Susan Strong's implant is affected by the electricity and she becomes a much better English speaker. She also kidnaps Finn. Finn is saved though and brought back to the Candy Kingdom. Susan follows him and gets a major power-up from the Gumball Guardian. Now gigantic, Susan Strong goes on a rampage, destroying Rattleballs. Finn dons the Jake suit and fights her, knocking her down. He hits her with the Finn sword, knocking out the implant and rendering her back to normal. His grass arm almost strangles Susan, but Finn stops it. It then wraps around the Finn sword and unravels Finn's arm. A grass person with a grass sword is born from this. Finn wakes up at the Candy Kingdom Hospital with a new bionic arm from Bubblegum. He recalls his encounter with the grass guy who claimed he was Finn Mertens before running off. Bonnabelle tells Finn that Grass Guy is actually just Finn, as a result of the grass and Finn sword merging together. Finn gets a call from BMO about the Grass Guy causing mayhem, and Finn manages to calm him down with a Finn cake. Grass Guy says he doesn't know who he is, and Finn gives him a hug. Finn then goes back to the hospital to see Susan Strong, leaving Jake to hang out with the other grassier him. Finn is deemed a doctor by Dr. Princess, who reveals that she was never actually a medical practitioner. He helps Mr. Fox and Ice King using unusual methods, but these have consequences. Dr. Princess stops him from dropping a sword on Susan. Finn goes home, wondering if the people he helped would have been better off without him. Grass Guy tells him that they are obviously different people and names himself Fern. He then takes Starchy's motorcycle and drives off. Finn is brought to a skate park to play the flute for Jake's granddaughter and her friends. James Baxter's famous beach ball is damaged in a mole explosion, so Finn, Jake, and BMO try to help. Finn gets really nervous about being around an artist and helps him wash himself. In the end, Finn tells James Baxter that he can let go of what is lost and that it's time to make himself happy. James Baxter then heads off on his own, beach ball-less, and performs on his own for the first time. A human transport ship shows up in Ooo searching for Susan Strong. It also recognizes Finn by his last name, Mertens. Jake destroys the ship before Finn can learn anything else. Finn heads to the hospital to talk to Susan again and decides he's going to go back to the island the ship came from. He leaves Fern to be the hero in his absence and boards the ship with Jake and Susan. While sailing, they meet a dragon named Whipple who helps them out. He's kind of annoying though, and a stowaway BMO cries out for headphones, offending the dragon, who breaks their boat. Jake forms a boat with his body, but starts hallucinating thanks to poison jellyfish. After they take care of these nasty creatures, Whipple comes back and apologizes, blowing them over a bunch of dangerous obstacles, but landing them in front of a colossus. The massive creature then chucks them. Finn wakes up alone on a strange island and starts searching for his friends. There he meets an old human lady and her pet bear. She only speaks Swedish, so they have a hard time communicating. During a storm, she heads into a weatherproof tree and watches an old film featuring humans, revealing that her name is Alva. Finn concludes that he, Susan, and Alva are the only humans left. After the storm, Alva helps Finn find Jake and realize that there are other islands that their friends could be on. Finn and Jake make their way to a largely artificial island and find BMO engaging in some sort of virtual reality. BMO is a big shot in this world and doesn't want to leave. Finn and Jake hop out and follow some robots to an area where other humans are totally matrixed into this virtual reality program. Jake turns it all off, releasing the players into an unfamiliar world. BMO manages to reboot the system and realizes that it couldn't live without Finn and Jake. The three amigos then head into a pod and go to the next island. Finn, Jake, and BMO are dropped on a beach near Susan Strong, but they can't really seem to get her attention. Susan remembers her real name, Kara, and regains some memories, so she takes Finn, Jake, and BMO to a place where they might be able to get to Founders Island. She tells Finn that she's taking him to see his mother, Dr. Minerva Campbell. Finn doesn't say anything for a while. They arrive and start looking for Minerva. Finn sees other humans for the first time, and Jake is a hit with the locals. Finn finds what appears to be his mother, but she only gives robotic responses. They're then tranquilized by Minerva clones. They wake up in a jail cell, and Finn is identified by a Minerva, shocking the Minervas all over the island. She explains how after Finn and his father left the island, she sent Kara to find them, and Dr. Gross released a virus that killed more than half of the island. Minerva then uploaded her brain map and created an AI to help the rest of the islanders. She says that they can live safely there for the rest of their lives. Minerva tells Finn that if he tries to leave, the Guardian will destroy his ship. She wants to protect him and doesn't want him to go. Finn convinces some humans to stop being afraid, and when it starts to work, Minerva sends some bots to quell this uprising. Finn shows his mother his memories of helping people in Ooo, which is enough to make her stand down. Susan and her friend Frida distract the Guardian to allow Finn, Jake, and BMO safe passage. As they sail away, Finn hops into virtual reality to say goodbye to his mother, who disappears once they're out of range. While sailing back to Ooo, Finn, Jake, and BMO get their dreams hijacked by Nightmare Princess, who wants their bananas. They agree, and Finn gets a weird liquid in return. Upon arriving back in Ooo, the trio realizes something is different. Everything is pink and everyone's made of candy, even those who were not previously Candy citizens. Finn runs into Sweet Pea, who tells them that everyone is candy and that PB is at the top of the candy tower. They see candied tree trunks and Mr. Pig and a marshmallowed Marceline. Finn discovers that Bubblegum is the candy tower and is taking advantage of her candy elemental status. Ice King drops some skyhooks for them to grab onto and pulls Finn and Jake away before they can be turned into candy. BMO doesn't make it out, but also doesn't mind. Ice King brings them to the Cloud Kingdom where the candy can't reach them. Finn and Jake ask Ice King how everything happened, who explained how he got asked on a date by Betty, went looking for a bespoke suit, got zapped back to his place, watched Betty get kidnapped by Patient St. Pim, and saw the other elementals brought in to chant with Patience. Then everything went nuts. He tells Finn and Jake that the three of them can rescue Betty. The trio breaks into the Ice Kingdom wearing nice sweaters, and they find their way to Ice King's castle. There, they learn that Patience wanted to revert Ooo back to the Age of the Elements, but it blew up in her face. Jake succumbs to the ice, and Ice King grabs a frozen Betty, so Finn follows him back to the Cloud Kingdom. There, they defrost Betty and Jake, and Finn reveals he has the Farm World Enchiridion. Finn and Jake are told to go take a nap, and the cloud they sleep on drifts away from the Cloud Kingdom. They're too far to go back, too high up to stretch down, so they try and glide their way to the ground. Jake needs to pee, and he can't do this while gliding, and well, one thing leads to another, and Finn and Jake engage in haircut therapy with each other. Finn admits that he feels it's his fault that Ooo is like this, and Jake admits that he's having trouble keeping calm, keeping Finn calm. They then make their way back to Ice King and Betty, who reveal that they have a plan. Finn and Jake are lowered into the Slime Kingdom disguised as slime people in order to steal Slime Princess's gem. There they find a giant slime roller rink where slimed up versions of people are competing to be assimilated. Finn and Jake join up with LSP, Lumpy Slime Princess, to skate against another team, but they're disqualified after a series of unfortunate events. They're subjected to shameful absorption anyways, and Finn grabs the crown. Jake likes the slime too much though, and is fully assimilated. Finn almost gives up, but LSP refuses to assimilate and pulls Finn out. Finn is sad, but LSP reminded him that he and Jake always win. With his newly won jewel, Finn returns to the sky with LSP. Finn, Gunter, and LSP are sent to the Fire Kingdom to get Flame Princess's jewel. There they meet Fire Wyatt and are attacked by Lady Flameacorn. The fire sorta gets to Finn too, as he gets really angry and violent. He controls himself and is found by Cinnamon Bun, who has resisted the fire as well. Cinnamon Bun leads the team as far as he can go and then leaves, deeming himself a loner. Gunter leads Finn and LSP down a hole where Flame Princess is, now taking the form of a massive flame dragon. Finn attacks her and she swallows the gem, causing Finn to go full flame mode. Gunter gives into the anger as well. LSP shouts at them for being so violent, invoking the citizens of the Candy Kingdom as a good example. This inspires Flame Princess to lead the Flame People, including Finn, in battle against the Candy Kingdom. The Fire People wage war in the Candy Kingdom, tearing apart Candy citizens who just seem to want to have fun. LSP sees all this happening and feeds Fire Finn some of Bubblegum's hair. This shocks him back to his normal self and he takes PB and Flame Princess's jewels, leaving with LSP. Finn hands off the jewels to Betty, who just laughs and zips away with Ice King, leaving Finn and Lumpy Space Princess at the mercy of the creepy candy people. Finn realizes that LSP is an anti-elemental of some sort, but she doesn't remember much as she ignored her parents' lessons. Ice King comes back with the Enchiridion, and LSP learns that she can use her lumps to return things to their original state. She flies off and turns everything back to how it was originally, including Sweet Pea's horns and Jake's shapeshifter origins. Finn and Jake meet back up. Finn is weirded out by Jake's new, or I guess old, form and tells him that he seems different. Jake doesn't take well to this. After a weird dream, Jake tells Finn. Finn suggests illustrating and analyzing the contents of his dream. This causes Jake to secretly leave. When he returns to the tree fort, Jake hangs a painting by Germain on the wall and sees Finn once more. BMO interrupts river rafting with Finn and Jake to say that it's time for the Ice King's book reading. Finn is then brought to the library where he sees Ice King read from Fiona and Cake fanfic. Finn goes fishing with Fern, who's upset that he couldn't protect Ooo from the elementals. Finn tries to help out, but it's not that effective. Sweet Pea comes crying to them, claiming that a voice is whispering to him that he's terrible. That night, Finn sees the Lich's hand doing the whispering. He and Fern fight the hand, but it repels them. Finn tells Fern to protect Sweet Pea as he goes after the hand. Finn gets trapped in a pit, but Sweet Pea comes through and busts up the hand. Fern invites Finn to some ruins, but Fern doesn't seem to want to hang out. Instead, he brings Finn to a temple and traps him there, claiming that he's going to replace Finn. Finn finds some secret features in his new mechanical arm. He breaks out and attacks Fern. Fern claims that Finn has been Finn long enough, but Finn says they don't have to fight. The weed whacker in Finn's arm turns on and weed whacks Fern. Finn, traumatized, heads home. During a Banana Guard baseball game that Finn is coaching, a weird creature comes through and starts killing Banana Guards. P-Bubs sends Finn after it, but he's still all messed up from the Fern incident. He can't kill the creature because he keeps seeing Fern, and then Huntress Wizard shows up to hunt it as well. Finn keeps missing on the killing blow, so Huntress Wizard forces his hand by putting herself into harm's way. Finn kills the creature and shares a smooch with HW. Finn and Jake watch as BMO and Ice King go door-to-door selling stuff. They set up an Employee of the Month party for BMO, but BMO comes back with a silver goblet. Then a bunch of baby teeth monsters attack the tree fort and Finn and Jake fight them off. Finn and Flame Princess rap together and are invited to a rap battle. FP is set to go up against Son of Rat Bear, who has beaten his father in battle. They watch Son of Rat Bear perform at the Candy Tavern and his rhymes literally tear the place apart. Flame Princess asks Finn to go on some adventures with her so she can have life experience to rap about. Finn brings Bubblegum a cup of apple cider, which reminds her of her Uncle Gumbald. Finn asks about PB's family, so she tells the story of her original Candy family. At Finn's 17th birthday party, a Green Knight arrives and asks Finn to strike him with an axe. Finn does so, cutting off his head, resulting in the Knight saying that now he gets to strike Finn. Instead, Finn says that they should play carnival games. He loses 2 of 3, and the Green Knight is revealed to be Fern. Bubblegum's long-imprisoned family, Uncle Gumbald, Cousin Chickle, and Aunt Lolly pop out of their horse disguise and let everyone know that LSP's reverting of the elements brought them back as well. They leave, and Finn is bummed out about his birthday. Ice King then pops out of a cake dressed as Flame Princess. Peppermint Butler makes a new sword for Finn, the Nightblade. He summons Hunson Abadir to infuse it with Nightosphere magic, but this just releases the demon upon Ooo. Peps binds him with a spell though. They then go to Marceline's concert at Hamburger Hills Cemetery and follow up at a restaurant. After Kim Kil-won's squirrel employee Rennie gets his timbers shivered, Finn and Jake go to investigate their parents' old office. They think it might be ghosts, but actually discover that there's a time slip. They see younger versions of themselves and even encounter the moment that Rennie got traumatized. The time slips are caused by Clock Bear, who Finn winds up, fixing the slips. Finn also writes a message to his parents, "I love you." When Finn goes to find Jake, all he sees is a note that says BRB. Unsure what to do now that Jake will BRB, Finn sits down with a Blah magazine. He fills in a caption contest, but BMO doesn't think his entry is very funny. Finn goes to Blah headquarters to prove that he is indeed funny. Princess Bubblegum doesn't give him the response he wants, so he goes to see Ice King, who teleports them to Blah. There they find out that the folks behind Blah have been dead for hundreds of years. Finn, Ice King, and a pudding troll put together one last issue featuring Finn's unfunny caption, and then Ice King gets his penguins to destroy everything. Finn is bummed out that he isn't funny, but accidentally ends up doing a great slapstick routine, making BMO and Nepter laugh. Germain visits the tree fort to tell Finn that he had a dream about Jake being alone in space without food. Finn deems Normal Man the right dude to see about this. They use the Martian transporter to zip to Mars. There they see Betty and Kingman. Normal Man got an upgrade. In order to find Jake, they have to go through a 3-part mind maze in the Mars Temple. They do indeed, and Jake is returned. With war brewing, Finn and Jake head to Gumbaldia to see if they can put a stop to it. There they fight Fern again, but Aunt Lolly stops them. She says that she doesn't want the war and that Gumbald is crazy. Finn saves Gumbald from a falling platform, and it appears that war might be averted. At dinner with the Candy family, Finn and Jake are splashed with a sparkly solution and told to go hug Princess Bubblegum. When they return to the Candy Kingdom, Peps wipes them down and is reduced to a little baby butler. Bubblegum realizes that Gumbald tried to dum-dumify her and declares war. P-Bubs wants war, but Finn thinks this is wrong. He uses the nightmare juice from Nightmare Princess to put himself, PB, Gumbald, and Fern into a dream state. There, the fighting continues, but Finn turns into a butterfly and follows Fern, who's a pterodactyl. He tries to convince Fern that they are two sides of the same coin. Jake brings Finn's memory vault to them, and they realize that the grass demon has been influencing Fern. They kill it, but this causes Fern to disintegrate. Back in the real world, Gumbald betrays Bubblegum again, but is doused in Dum-Dum juice. Aunt Lolly accepts peace, but this is interrupted when Normal Man and Golb show up. Finn gets his arm bitten off by Golb, and everyone realizes that Golb is vulnerable to music. The song allows Finn and Simon to escape, but Betty sacrifices herself to make sure that Simon is protected. Golbetty leaves. Finn and Jake plant the fern seedling, which sprouts into an enormous tree, with the Finn sword at the top. Finn and Jake then chill by the music hole, who sings them a new song, or perhaps a very familiar one. All grown up. Years later, all grown up, Finn is called upon by Simon to help Marcy and PB with an issue in the Glass Kingdom, but it's all taken care of when they arrive. At some point, Jake dies, leaving Finn very distraught. He gets a big ol' tattoo of Jake across his chest. He continues to live in Ooo as humans make their way back and build up a civilization. One day, Simon comes to the Candy Kingdom Tavern and is real bummed. Finn decides to take Simon questing to cheer him up. They enter the heart of the forest, blindfolded, and Finn remembers that Huntress Wizard told him to never go there. Simon goes fishing and catches a giant fish monster, but Finn finishes it off. Finn cooks up the fish and has some of Simon's cowboy coffee, trying to convince the antiquarian to focus on less sad stuff. A bear attacks their camp, and Finn kills it, but is injured in the process. Simon and Finn then go their separate ways. In Farm World, Finn meets Simon, Fiona, and Cake when his son Jay brings them home. He allows them to stay overnight. That night, he's visited by the Scarab looking for Fiona, Cake, and Simon, but he tells him that there's no one here. He goes down to the hayloft to warn them, but finds it empty. He goes to where he originally found the magic crown and fights Big Destiny and the Scarab with his flamethrower arm. Scarab stabs him though. Baby Finn is found by Fiona, Cake, and Simon. He then stows away in Fiona's backpack and is brought to the vampire world. He's left with the peppermint tank after it capsized. During the final fight with the Scarab, Baby Finn is summoned along with some others to Fiona World by Prismo. Decades after that, Finn dies and enters the Land of the Dead. There he decides to take on his teenage form and goes looking for Jake, who is apparently in the 50th Dead World. He meets up with his parents and Germain, who tell him the only way to get to the 50th Dead World is to not want to go there. Tiffany and some Undertakers show up to try and take Finn, so Jake comes down from the 50th Dead World to help. This allows New Death to destroy the 50th Dead World, putting everyone in the first Dead World. Finn and Jake reach out to Peppermint Butler, who uses Finn's bones to get them to Life's realm. She gives Finn and Jake a staff called the Kiss of Life to beat New Death. During their fight with New Death, Finn and Jake realize that whoever wins will become Death, and they don't want to be separated again. Also, the Lich is revealed to be the one manipulating New Death. Mr. Fox shows up and hits New Death with the kiss of life, sparing Finn and Jake. Finn wants to be reincarnated, but Jake wants to chill in the 50th Dead World. Right before Finn leaves, Jake changes his mind, and they fist bump before being sent back to the living world. 1,000 years later, Beth and Shermie, possibly the reincarnations of Finn and Jake, find Finn's old mechanical arm. They go to visit BMO at the top of Mount Cragdor and present it with Finn's arm. BMO tells them the story of the Gum War. After hearing the story, Beth and Shermie go looking for the tree fort. They find it and climb to the top, discovering the Finn sword, which Shermie holds just like Finn. After vandalizing Gibbon's palace, Beth and Shermie head to Turtle Princess's library in search of books, only to have Shermie's consciousness taken over by Simon. Shermie just hangs out in his own dome for a bit. When Simon leaves, Shermie yells that he was a prisoner in his own head. And that, my friends and enemies, is the entire timeline of Finn Mertens, aka Finn the Human. And what an adventure it was! From his beginnings as a comet, butterfly, and lady thief to his heroic exploits in the Gum War and beyond, there's a lot going on here. Lots of biz that he didn't necessarily want to get into, but was thrust upon him anyways. We can't just talk about Finn though. Jake is equally fascinating and important to the lore of Ooo. So here we go, a solution that makes everyone happy. 107 facts about Finn, followed by 107 facts about Jake. It'll be like you really lived in the tree fort.
Hi everyone, I'm Justin with ChannelFrederator, and oh my glob, these are 107 facts about Finn the Human. Let's get algebraic. Finn was raised by dog detectives Joshua and Margaret, alongside his magical dog best friend and adoptive brother, Jake, and Joshua and Margaret's non-magical dog son, Jermaine. According to producer Adam Muto, while Finn's birth parents and original home are significant plot points in the series, his true parents are Joshua and Margaret, and his real home is Ooo. Finn has another adoptive brother, who is a koala bear rebel leader of sorts, and on the lam, his dad Martin names a koala Martin 2, who he takes under his wing before abandoning him in the same manner he keeps abandoning Finn. At least his parenting is, consistent. A monster form Finn takes in the episode Don't Look resembles Martin. Kinda dark, but not a surprise given the direction the show took with that character. Finn has a baby brother in the alternate farm world timeline. This opens up the possibility that if Finn's birth parents hadn't separated soon after Finn was born, he might have had a sibling in the main timeline. As mentioned in 107 Facts About Adventure Time, Finn got his name due to his adoptive parents thinking he looked like a mudfish. Fish, of course, have fins. Naturally, they didn't know much about humans, given that Finn was only one of the few on the mainland of Ooo. In the comics, Finn's original name Pen, which was used in the pilot, is canon. He reveals he made everyone call him this because of how much he liked pens. In Gaelic, Finn's name means fair-haired and is specifically about the blonde and blue eyes appearance found in Scandinavian people. Given Finn's blonde hair, this is a perfect fit. Not to mention there's also a famous mythical Irish hero named Finn. Mr. Matt Cumhill, otherwise known as McCool, looks like Finns are just epic. Finn's last name, Mertens, is a Dutch variant of the name Martin, which is obviously his dad's first name, and means warrior. Some of Finn's gibberish exclamations are improvised by Shada. While there are some templates for these moments, he's been given leeway to improvise these for the character. Finn's codename, given to him by his original human civilization, revealed in the Islands miniseries, is Infant PG-87 Mertens. Finn has a birthmark that he describes as looking like a flaming sideways teardrop. Mathematical. Finn is revealed to be 5 feet tall in Dungeon Train. However, he has since grown and is now about the same height as Princess Bubblegum. Finn's weight fluctuates episode to episode. In the DVD commentary for In Your Footsteps, Penn Ward explains that his weight depends on how much Finn has adventured and on his diet, which is famously bad. And of course, his changing appearance between different storyboard artists could be another reason behind these shifts. As part of Finn's real-time-ish aging process depicted throughout the show, he actually grows facial hair, but BMO plucks it out every morning so he can look young forever. If only if we had that luxury. In a WonderCon panel, producer Adam Muto said that they were considering giving Finn an awkward puberty mustache for a period of time. Before Islands, Finn was one of 4 humans on the show, the others being Susan Strong, Betty, and his dad Martin. Muto said that being the supposed last human is far from the most important thing about Finn. According to an Adventure Time DVD special feature called Little Did You Know, Finn's official occupation is hero, and one of his special skills is making origami cranes. Finn has had an innate hero instinct since he was a baby. This is confirmed when we see him as a baby in the episode Memory of a Memory, proudly singing about being a buff baby who can punch you yo buns, and that if you're an evil witch, I will punch you for fun. Some of the heroism exhibited by Finn originated in creator Pendleton Ward's childhood. In middle school, for example, Ward petitioned his classmates to help protect the rainforests. Finn's supposed to be a little bit more hard-edged than a typical hero. Ward explained that his adaptive morality is something of a counterpoint to the do-at-all-cost attitude of the heroes in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Despite being a very brave hero, Finn actually has a few major fears. He's afraid of the ocean, clowns, spiders, and the Lich. In the Islands miniseries, it's implied that Finn may be a helper. His mother Minerva was a helper, which meant that she acted as a doctor in the human civilization. Earlier in the episode Do Not Harm, Dr. Princess, not a real doctor, puts a doctor coat on Finn, who briefly steps into the role and is pleased when he feels like he's doing a good job. Finn even has an ancient handbook for heroes called the Enchiridion, which he obtained by passing a bunch of hero tests and trials in the episode The Enchiridion. The current Enchiridion that Finn has is actually from the Farm World universe, since the original was turned into stone in the episode The Lich. Hopefully Farm World Finn won't need it anytime soon. Finn's alternate forms include the Finn of the Farm World universe, himself as an adult and old man in the Pillow universe, gender-swapped Fiona, and his past lives as the Huntress Shoko and a comet. Ward originally intended for Finn and Jake to be wanderers living in tents. Of course, now they live in their signature treehouse. Ward's process when designing Finn and Jake was primarily to create characters that looked fun and cool. Quote, "I try not to make art, I just want to make stuff that's funny and entertaining," Ward said, end quote. Acknowledging that the show is, of course, still very artsy. Ward wanted Finn and Jake's friendship to have an element of realism to it, making their conversations things real friends would talk about and avoiding putting them against each other every so often. In fact, the entire show grew out of Finn and Jake. Their friendship was the basis for the show, and their character designs came before the world designs. One theory suggests that Finn fell into a coma alongside his regular dog, who he imagines to have magical powers in his fantastical mind. This joins the pantheon of coma fan theories alongside The Simpsons, Rugrats, and Pokemon. Ward wanted most of the characters to have a range of emotions and not just a single note, like dumb or annoying. This is in part because as a lifetime cartoon watcher, he'd notice his mom getting annoyed at some of the more exaggerated characters in the shows he would watch. So Finn has a natural sounding voice capable of expressing many kinds of emotions. Finn can change in subtle ways from episode to episode because each lead storyboard artist tends to provide a unique take on the character, and Penn Ward likes that aspect, saying he likes cartoons, quote, "where the characters can change." Finn's name originally wasn't going to be on the title card of the show, which in full reads Adventure Time with Finn and Jake. The title card for a short time simply read, Adventure Time Presents. Finn and Jake's title cards that are in front of a blank background with just their faces were inspired by the opening sequence for Superbad. One of Ward's inspirations for the show was Dungeons & Dragons, and that's why in each episode that took place in a dungeon, he'd ask the storyboard writers to make Finn pocket some gold or loot to give it that D&D feel. The room where Finn and Jake keep all of their loot was improvised by Ward. Again, inspired by D&D, he drew a bunch of loot and ended up incorporating it into their home. Ward has stated that Finn's D&D alignment started out as lawful good at the beginning of the series and since has become chaotic good. Technically, Finn is a Goblin King. He was only able to leave his post by disguising Whisper Dan, a sort of robot assistant, as himself. Finn's spirit animal seems to be the butterfly, as he can control them with his mind at one point and was a butterfly in one of his past lives. Finn has red-green color blindness, which is revealed in the episode Red Starved. Finn's favorite color is baby blue, boy style, and while you'd think his shirt would be his favorite color, it's actually Munsell blue. Finn's missing some teeth, with one theory being that he likes to bite rocks and other hard objects, although, when in doubt, you can always go to the dentist. As mentioned in 107 Facts About Adventure Time, the romance between Finn and the princess he crushes on throughout the series is inspired by Archie comics. For a while, Finn's interests were focused on the older, wiser Princess Bubblegum and the younger, more volatile Flame Princess. Now he's moved past this with a low-key crush on Huntress Wizard and some other implied flings. In total, Finn has had 5 significant love interests throughout the show: Princess Bubblegum, Flame Princess, Huntress Wizard, Breezy the Bee, and Rosa Linen from the Pillow World. Even though Jake has joked that Princess Bubblegum was Finn's ex-girlfriend, Finn realizes that they never really went out or were a romantic item, regardless of how big his crush was on her. Dating a girl made of fire can be difficult, especially when she's hot to the touch. To overcome getting burned, Finn wrapped himself up in a tinfoil burrito so he could hug Flame Princess. That's kinda sweet and weird, but sweet. Voice actors Jeremy Shada, John DiMaggio, and Olivia Olson revealed in an interview that Finn and ex-girlfriend Flame Princess will not be getting back together. That must have sunk a lot of ships. Get it? Since his relationship with Flame Princess, Finn has grown up quite a bit when it comes to love. He develops feelings for Huntress Wizard, who also likes him, but she feels as though they can't be in a relationship. Here's where the maturity comes in. Finn kindly accepts her rejection and wishes her all the best. Though it's in a non-canon reality that Magic Man creates, Finn's romance with Aaron in the episode Food Chain was his first romance with a non-royal person. Finn is technically married to Aaron. Well, sure, the marriage happened when he was transformed into a caterpillar in Food Chain after a series of trippy events, but still. Not to mention, Finn did technically promise to remarry Aaron when they meet again in an alternate reality. While having some relationship problems with Flame Princess princess, Finn was also married to Rosalinda in the Pillow World, which may or not be real. Looks like this relationship had so much pillow talk that Finn and Rosalinda had 2 kids, Jay and Bonnie. Unfortunately, when Finn came back to reality, he forgot all about his fluffy family. In an interview with Animation World Network, Ward described Finn as an Indiana Jones type, revealing possibly another inspiration for the character. Finn has a self-declared arch-nemesis named Tiffany. It's pretty obvious as he goes around yelling, "Finn, I'm going to kill you." Tiffany hates him because he believes Finn stole his friend Jake away from him and he is jealous of their friendship. Though it's not always depicted, there's a pocket on Finn's shirt which first appears in the season 2 episode It Came from the Nightosphere. Or maybe he just has similar shirts with and without pockets in his wardrobe. Finn owns 3 sweaters that he wears throughout the series. A yellow sweater he would wear to the Ice Kingdom, a pink one knit by Princess Bubblegum, and a winter sweater he wears in the holiday episodes. Finn is currently on his 2nd backpack. After being destroyed by skeletal guards in Mortal Folly, Raggedy Princess, along with other princesses, created him a new one, an identical one. In a Legend of Zelda-like fashion, Finn's backpack can carry a seemingly unlimited amount of items, at one point holding an entire family of fruit people. One of the many things Finn carries in his backpack is a music box given to him and Jake by their parents. It plays a lullaby that can lull the 2 of them to sleep. Aww. Finn's used a total of 5 main swords throughout the series: the Golden Sword, the Root Sword, the Demon Sword, the Grass Sword, and the Finn Sword. In the Islands miniseries, he debuted a new sword, the Small Sword, with a pirate-like appearance. It remains to be seen if it will stick around or was a one-time seafaring weapon. Swordsmith Tony Swatton created a real-life working replica of Finn's original gold sword, which he demos in his YouTube series, Man-at-Arms. Finn has occasionally been able to use magical powers, like learning ice powers from a Freijitsu book and a bunch of other wizard powers in the episode Wizard. Finn uses a hand-to-hand fighting style similar to wrestling, called the Choki Broki style. The silly name was given by Jake. As we mentioned in 107 Facts About Adventure Time, Finn is visually similar to an early Pendleton Ward creation, Bueno the Bear. Bueno the Bear appeared only in some crude, short animations and as the theme for Ward's official website. Finn's hat is actually made of bearskin, and he's owned it since he was a baby. A number of official real-life Finn hats exist that were distributed by Cartoon Network. Finn's hat may have a practical purpose. In the Stakes miniseries episode Everything Stays, the humans on the mainland that Marceline encounters are wearing animal-looking hats to protect them from vampire bites. Just like his age and weight, Finn's hair fluctuates in length. Originally, underneath his hat, he had long blonde hair, then at various points he shaved it off, regrew it, shaved it off again, and as of now, it's long again. As mentioned in 107 Facts About Adventure Time, Finn reveals his favorite food is meatloaf in the episode Still. However, he's shown in a number of episodes to have a thing for Finn cakes, which are cupcakes with his face on them. These must come in a close second. Finn cakes have a simple recipe you can make for yourself. They're just chocolate cupcakes with vanilla frosting and marshmallows for the ears. You'll have to figure out the Finn face for yourself though, and unfortunately, only Finn can eat Finn cakes. Finn's first comic book appearance was in Boom Studios' Adventure Time series. The first issue was written by Ryan North, author of the Dinosaur Comics webcomic. Another of Finn's talents, a Super Ultimate High Five, which he entered into Princess Bubblegum's talent show with Jake as his partner. Finn can also spit very far. He does this in multiple episodes, and at one point, Jake claims Finn could have easily beaten a dungeon monster in a spitting competition. You'd think the dungeon monster would have quite the advantage. In Video Makers, it's revealed that Finn and Jake host a weekly film club in their treehouse, which includes most of their friends seen throughout the series. Finn's favorite song when he was 2 is 3 Baby Spiders, and if he still enjoys it, he's too embarrassed to admit it. Finn briefly served someone other than Princess Bubblegum as a nice knight for the Nice King. The Nice King turned out to be the Ice King without a beard. Finn and the Ice King have always had a complicated relationship. They're not quite enemies, but not friends either. Finn no longer sees the Ice King as evil once he learns the truth about Simon. This is confirmed in the episode Don't Look, in which Finn is given cursed eyes that turn whoever he looks at into how he truly sees them. When Finn looks at the Ice King, he is transformed into Simon. This shows that Finn tends to see the good side of people, and he knows that deep down, Simon is still in there. Finn can auto-tune his voice at will, meaning that the songs he sings in auto-tune are not a stylistic flourish, but his actual voice. He gained this ability after swallowing a computer in real life. In addition to appearing in live action in a Cartoon Network promo, and in animated and Cartoon Network form, Finn has appeared in claymation in the episode Bad Jubies, and in CGI in the episode A Glitch is a Glitch. It's clear that Finn likes to sing, having sung over 30 songs throughout throughout the entire series so far. Which is your fave? I like all gummed up inside. In the episodes Dungeon Train and Pahoy, actor Jonathan Frakes of Star Trek The Next Generation does the adult voice for Finn. Pahoy even has a similar plot to the Star Trek The Next Generation episode, Inner Light. In Spain, France, and Japan, Finn's voice actors are all women. In the French version of the show, Finn's voice actor also provides the voice for his gender-swapped counterpart, Fiona. Throughout the series, Finn uses a lot of math terms. Mathematical is cool, while math by itself is sort of a swear word. Another of Finn's weird slang terms, in The Jiggler, he calls grapes purple whatevers. It could catch on, maybe. Even though Finn says mathematical a lot, according to Princess Bubblegum, there's some irony to this because he's terrible at math. In a Comic-Con panel, Ward claimed that Finn's toughest enemy is the stag, introduced in the episode No One Can Hear You, who cripples Finn by breaking his legs. He jokingly called the stag Sea Crag, though it is never mentioned in the episode. Finn has lost an arm twice, once in Escape from the Citadel, after which it grew a flower from the limb that later turned into the grass sword, and then again in Reboot, where the grass sword was removed and combined with the Finn sword to make Fern. In The Tower, Finn grows an imagined telekinetic spirit arm. This is loosely based on a real-life phenomenon called phantom limb syndrome, in which someone who loses a limb, such as an arm or a leg, still feels as though it's there. Currently, Finn has a prosthetic metal arm. Given that most past, future, and alternate timeline versions of Finn depict him without an arm, this could possibly be how he will remain until the series ends next season, but we'll just have to watch and find out. Jeremy Shada based his voice for Finn on a version of himself, rather than other cartoon characters, meaning Finn's voice is pretty unique and original. Some of Finn's doppelgangers include a bear that impersonated him, mirror versions of himself, the Chimera Stormo created in part of his DNA, and most recently Fern, the grass sword fused with the alternate reality Finn from the Finn sword. Finn has been turned into bread, a hug wolf, a demon, a cat, lumpy space Finn, a zombie, and a foot. Disguises worn by Finn include the wizard Magic Fist, the fancy Prince Hotbod, a split personality of sorts named Davy, and Jake Shadow. Finn owns a flip phone with a touchscreen, which pretty much sounds like the coolest phone ever. It replaced his old phone that looked more like a radiation detector or something. Jeremy Shada ultimately wants Finn to end up with a princess by the end of the series. What do you think? Tell us in the comments. In total, Finn does not appear in 14 episodes of the series, and there are a total of 7 episodes in which he has no dialogue. Artsy. Finn has appeared in 2 other cartoons, the parody Cartoon Network show Mad, and a weird cameo in a dungeon alongside Jake in Futurama. Bart Simpson appeared dressed as Finn in the Adventure Time themed intro to The Simpsons. Finn has appeared in 5 official Adventure Time video games, including most recently 2015's Adventure Time Finn and Jake Investigations, in addition to a number of apps. An Adventure Time DLC recently added to Minecraft now lets you use a Finn skin, and he's also a character in the games LEGO Dimensions and Fusion Fall. The LEGO Ideas program, where an idea for a LEGO set can be made with enough votes, produced a LEGO Adventure Time set, including an official LEGO version of Finn. Right here, I got him. Due to an extensive merchandising campaign, more than 30 different officially licensed toy versions of Finn exist. As well as being a TV star, Finn's a bona fide comic book character. He's appeared in 152 official Adventure Time comic books in total. In August 2017, an Adventure Time regular show crossover comic will be released, meaning that Finn will have a chance to meet up with Mordecai and Rigby. Think Finn will be a fan of the fist pump? In the Cartoon Network live-action promo What Time Is It?, Finn is portrayed by real-life actor Christopher Crane. Adventure Time is censored in a lot of other countries. One example is in the episode The Thin Yellow Line. The moment when Finn is making a file about Jake because he's being a wiener was cut in the UK and Spain. Finn is referenced in rapper Tyler the Creator's song She. When he raps, we can begin the pretend game, I want to be Finn from Adventure Time. So do I, Tyler. So do I.
What's up, guys? This is Jacob, or Jake, I guess, with ChannelFrederator, and today we're counting down 107 mathematical facts about Jake the dog. What time is it? Time to get started. What, were you expecting me to say something else? Jake the dog is the son of Joshua and Margaret, 2 crime-fighting detectives as seen in the episode Joshua and Margaret Investigations. Jake was conceived when a shape-shifting monster bit his father on the head during an investigation. Jake was later born out of the bump that formed as a result of the creature's attack. A natural-born performer, Jake's first words were a song and dance number where he sang,
"Hello, Daddy. Hello, Mommy. It's so nice to be here with you now."
Jake's birth is very similar to that of Athena, the Greek goddess of wisdom and war. According to the Greek mythology, Athena was born out of the head of her father Zeus. Seems similar, right? Jake was never told the truth about his past. In the episode The Witch's Garden, Jake tells Finn that he thinks he received his magical powers from rolling in a mud puddle as a puppy. We, the viewers, learn the truth in Joshua and Margaret Investigations, but the end of this episode shows their parents agreeing to never tell Jake the truth. For those of you who have never seen the show, if you even exist, Jake can shapeshift to a remarkable degree. That means he can stretch, shrink, and contort every part of his body by means of rearranging organs and bones, or even by adding and subtracting body parts. This is most likely due to being born from a shapeshifter's bite. Jake has a half-brother named Jermaine. The two have a weird brotherly connection that allows them to communicate via their dreams. It's usually how they catch up on each other's lives. Like the rest of the characters on the show, Jake actually ages during the series. During the first season, he was 28 in magical dog years, but he recently stated that he's now probably almost 40, though he lost count and is uncertain. Ah yes, that clears everything up. Very specific. It's unclear exactly how Jake ages in correlation to humans, except that it's faster. He's seen as a baby both before Finn and then alongside Finn, but then later he's far older than Finn. However, he must age slower than real dogs, since after Finn's 16 years of being alive, Jake has only reached the dog equivalent of around 40. A real dog's human age equivalent at 16 would likely be somewhere between 80 and 120. Continuing the age conundrum, Jake states that he is likely to live for about another 100 years. Perhaps it's due to the magical genes? No one knows for sure. We mentioned in our 107 Adventure Time Facts video that Jake's personality was inspired by Bill Murray's character Tripper in the 1979 film Meatballs, but his simplistic visual design resembles that of Dogbert from Scott Adams' Dilbert comics. Jake's not only Finn's best bud, but he also serves as a bit of a mentor, often giving Finn advice, sometimes even in song. Some of Jake's advice makes total sense, while some is pure nonsense. You never know what to expect from him. Jake once even gave Finn a whole explanation about how dating works. He said it has 15 tiers. Tier 1 being hugging, Tier 8 being touching her horn, and Tier 15 being, well, Finn's not allowed to go to Tier 15, so Jake didn't say. He just yelled at him to stay away from that tier.
Do not do Tier 15!
Dude, I got no idea what you're talking about.
Jake's a big believer in fate and the glob world, probably because cosmic junk always intervenes with Jake's life. Like when Grob Gob Glob Grodd prophesized that they would meet Jake on Mars in the episode Sons of Mars. Jake was a career criminal before he became a hero. The episode entitled One Last Job revealed that he used to be in a gang of thieves that included Tiffany, Gareth, and the Flying Lettuce Brothers. It's pretty clear that Jake left his life of crime to become a hero/adventurer, but his dark side still comes out every now and then. That's because Jake easily goes mad with power in certain situations. We see this in the episode Furniture and Meat, where he begins bribing people just to see how far they'll go for money. Turns out people will go pretty far for money. It's, well, it's weird. It's really weird. It gets really weird. Sometimes, though, Jake's mischievous side comes out because he's just lazy and prefers to do whatever's easier, like just smashing all of the cutie people instead of helping them in conquest of cuteness. Although he's often depicted as easily distracted and absent-minded, Jake actually has his own newspaper column called Begs the Question. In case you missed our 800 other 107s that mentioned it, Jake is voiced by veteran voice actor John DiMaggio, who's also known for voicing Bender in Futurama, the Scotsman in Samurai Jack, Forearms in Ben 10, Gonza in Princess Mononoke, and many, many others. John has voiced Jake since the pilot episode, but he admits the show confused him when he first started. However, he now gets it after having watched a bunch of episodes, and he said, "I love doing the show, it's fun as hell." As a reference to John DiMaggio, both Finn and Jake cameoed on an episode of Futurama called Leela and the Gene Stock, in which Bender and Jake meet face to face.
What time is it? Time for you to shut up!
A masterfully skilled musician, Jake is seen playing the viola, the acoustic guitar, the ukulele, the drums, and has even beatboxed on occasion. It frustrates him to hear anyone play music horribly, as seen in the episode Gut Grinder when Finn does a terrible job playing the viola. Shelby the Worm actually lives inside of Jake's viola. We also see that Jake, or someone, scratched the word toots on the back of it. It was revealed during the episode what was missing. The way Jake plays his viola is inconsistent. In some episodes he holds it in his right hand, and in others he holds it with his left. However, in the episodes Shh and Video Makers, Jake is seen writing with his right hand, which must mean that that's his dominant hand. Jake lacks formal training when it comes to battling monsters, and instead relies heavily on the use of his magical abilities to overpower his opponents. Seems like it's been working for him so far. Even though Jake isn't crazy about fighting monsters like Finn, he has a fascination with becoming a ninja. He's read all the manuals he can get his hands on. Both Finn and Jake temporarily had ninja ice powers similar to the Ice King's powers in the episode The Chamber of Frozen Blades. Unfortunately, they didn't keep these abilities past the episode. Clearly, Jake's magical enough that he doesn't really need weapons during combat, but he still owns a sword that we see on occasion. It has a skull for a pommel, an eye on the guard, and and half of the blade is serrated on one edge. Without his powers, Jake can barely run for 10 seconds. He also develops a weird man-baby bod in place of his usual form, which we see in the episode The Witch's Garden when a witch steals his powers. Why does a witch steal his powers? Because Jake stole her donut. Real talk, if I had magic powers, I'd probably be super petty with them too. Regardless of his relationship with Finn, Jake admits that he really likes the taste of human-flavored soy products. It's not really discussed in depth, but apparently rainicorns used to eat humans. Maybe that's why there are so few humans left. Oh, right, and probably because of the vampires. Oh, also that great mushroom war. Yeah, that'll do it. Jake's relationship with Lady Rainicorn is supposedly taboo in their world because of the wars that took place between the dog and Rainicorn species over a series of land disputes in the Crystal Dimension. Of course, the relationship between Lady and Jake is a special case because Lady's parents, Bob and Ethel, love dogs. A dog saved Bob's life during the war, so they couldn't be more accepting of Jake. Apparently, Jake has a type. We all know he's dating Lady Rainicorn, but he once had a relationship with a pony by the name of Moniker DeLuise. As seen in The Great Birdman, Jake was taught how to read Braille by an ex-girlfriend who, according to him, wasn't blind, she was just really cool. It's never stated which ex-girlfriend taught Jake how to read Braille, but many fans speculate it was Moniker DeLuise since, well, she's the only ex-girlfriend we've seen in the series. And I don't know, she seemed pretty cool. Jake is actually a pretty jealous boyfriend. He gets jealous when Lady and Finn get closer in My Two Favorite People, and then gets really jealous when Cupcake Man flirts with her in Video Makers. Obviously, Jake can understand Korean, which is how he's able to understand his girlfriend Lady, but it's undetermined if he knew the language before they met or not, since he fetches his old universal translator device in the episode My Two Favorite People. When the conversations between Lady and Jake are translated, they're said to be a little racy. Specifically, a joke that Lady told in My Two Favorite People, which translates into a story of her and Jake running naked through an orchard together and eating apples from it.
That's the end of my story.
He may be in a committed relationship now, but Jake was quite the ladies' man before Lady Rainicorn came along. He's even seen giving pickup advice to a giant snail in the episode Slow Love. There's a very popular theory that Jake is also JT Dogzone, the famous author of the book Mind Games, which focuses on how to get women. This stems from two factors. One, the fact that we know that Jake is a ladies' man, and two, we know that he's a writer because of his newspaper column begs the question. Also, three, the initials JTD are a pretty coincidental match, especially since both of the last names include the word dog. Oh, and did we mention that Jake almost introduced himself as JT Dogzone in the episode The Pit when he meets a pretty girl named Samantha? He says,
"I'm JT, the dog. I'm Jake."
Seems to add up. Do we have a cartoon conspiracy here? Maybe, but the entire episode might just consist of the word yes. He also gives advice to Finn and all the little people that sounds similar to some words in JT's book. He tells Finn it's all about the bumps in your heart. Later, when Finn is playing with all the little people, oh wait, that's the title of the episode, Jake is seen sitting by himself in front of a book written by JT Dogzone. And part of the passage that shows reads, "Now to be clear, JT Dogzone does not condone random flirtation with wanton babes, but rather careful consideration of which lovely honey gives your heart the bumps, because it's all about the bumps." Jake loves to take naps. This is known from the many, many times he sleeps on the show or wants to sleep, but it's especially evident in the episode What Is Life? Finn threatens to prank him so hard out of revenge, and Jake's response is, "Whatever, I'm gonna take a day-long nap." And he does, and then I was super jealous. Jake also loves ice cream, but ironically, Jake also has very sensitive teeth. This was pointed out by the Ice King, explaining that it's why Jake doesn't put ice in his drink, but it has been contradicted on occasion, like in the episode Princess Potluck, where Jake is seen drinking iced tea. Pickles are crazy nostalgic for Jake because his dad used to make them. The two would bond over his homemade recipe when Jake was just a pup. That's why Prismo likes to send Jake jars of his own homemade pickles. He's a pretty cool dude, that Prismo. Another thing he loves? Hot tea. We see Jake drink tea several times throughout the series. He even stays behind after Finn and Flame Princess go off to a dungeon adventure just to enjoy his cup of tea. If you watched our original 107 Adventure Time Facts video, then you'll already know that Jake was officially dead at one point. In the episode Sons of Mars, the King of Mars offers his immortality, and presumably his life, in order to save Jake from the 37th Dead World. The best part about this fact, though, is that the King of Mars was Abraham Lincoln. Jake has been through 3 different spirit realms: the low-level realm in Ghostfly, the underworld in Death in Bloom, and of course the 37th Dead World, that time he, actually actually died. Jake often morphs into a suit of armor known as the Jake suit, in which he's able to encase Finn inside his own body for protection. Must be nice because, as previously stated in our original Adventure Time 107, Jake's insides smell like vanilla. Jake is a fan of Batman, or he's at least familiar with the character. During the episode I Remember You, Jake uses his best Batman impression to talk down to the Ice King when he says,
"Your constant harassment of the female gender makes me sick."
That Batman voice was specifically an impression of Diedrich Bader as Batman from the Brave and the Bold series. The inside joke here is that John DiMaggio voiced Aquaman, Gorilla Grodd, and other characters in the show alongside Bader. Though Jake is afraid of spiders, as seen in Marceline's closet, he also admits to wearing transparent pants made of spider webs, though they were spun by the hands of pixies, so maybe that makes him feel better about it. The Ice King once accused Jake of never crying because he's afraid of real emotions, and he was right. Jake's tearing up at his comment is proof enough for us. Poor Jake. I'm afraid of emotions too. Jake fathered 5 Rainicorn dog hybrids with Lady Rainicorn. Since Rainicorns age several times faster than dogs, even magical dogs, his pups all became similar in age to him shortly after their birth. Jake named his pups TV, Jake Jr., Charlie, Viola, and Kim Kil-Wan. There are 3 girls and 2 boys, and don't be fooled, the girls are actually Charlie, Jake Jr., and Viola, while TV and Kim Kil-Wan are male. It's a dirty little secret of his, but the pups were conceived in an old abandoned theme park in the Swan Seat for the Tunnel of Love, no less, which he groggily blurts out after crashing into it and knocking it over. It was revealed in a later episode by his ex-girlfriend Moniker that Jake always wanted kids. This might explain his overly protective behavior towards them after their birth. Once the pups matured, Jake seemed to ease up on his fathering duties almost completely. The pups have mixed feelings toward him because of it. Some accept him for his faults, while others harbor a little more resentment, though they all still love him, cause how can you not? Jake Jr. can shapeshift her hair, which seems like it could be a result of the genes of the same shapeshifter that bit Joshua, which in turn gave Jake his shapeshifting abilities. Nothing is confirmed though. What do you think? While the extent of her shapeshifting ability remains undetermined, we do know that Jake Jr. has a rebellious side inspired by her father's criminal past. She's seen reuniting his old crime ring in the episode One Last Job. His daughter Viola seems to share his passion for the arts. She's an aspiring actress, and a good one too. Jake likely named his daughter Viola after his and Lady's love for playing the viola. Another popular theory states that her name, as well as Charlie and TV's names, are references to the classic story of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, in which 3 of the main characters are named Charlie, Violet, and Mike TV. All the pups possess a combination of certain powers from each parent. These include things like flight, changes in size, teleporting, coloring objects, and various shape-shifting abilities. Jake forever remains a child at heart. We see this in comparison to his pups when they grow up and act more mature than Jake. Well, most of them do anyway. We're looking at you, TV. Jake starred alongside Lady Rainicorn in their very own Adventure Time promo way back in 2010. The video was a parody of a popular viral video that was circulating on YouTube earlier that year entitled Double Rainbow, in which a man is amazed by seeing 2 rainbows and questions what it means, even getting emotional. In the Adventure Time promo, titled Double Rainicorn, we see 2 Lady Rainicorns standing side by side while Jake comments on them and cries, "What does it mean?" The Simpsons and Futurama weren't the only 2 television shows to reference Jake the dog. He also made several appearances on Mad. Jake also had a popular appearance alongside his buddy Finn during the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade 3 years in a row from 2013 through 2015. However, the floats were since retired after the 2015 parade. Jake's Bacon Pancake song in the episode Burning Low got so famous among fans that a mashup was made by one fan using Alicia Keys' chorus from the Jay-Z song Empire State of Mind. It has over 7 million views on YouTube. During the series, Jake is portrayed as a great chef. He's always seen preparing delicious-looking food like burritos, sandwiches, and soups, and he is constantly experimenting with new dishes like making, bacon pancakes, bacon pancakes. At one point, Jake used his cooking skills to craft the greatest sandwich ever made, which contained a variety of ingredients from Prismo's pickles to lobster sole to the bird from the window. It was so good that Magic Man appeared and took it from Jake before he could even have a bite, though that was more out of a desire to torture Finn and Jake, cause Magic Man is kind of the worst. Jake's love for sandwiches is unfathomable. He's even wasted wishes on sandwiches. Once in lieu of saving himself, once in lieu of saving Finn.
I wish for
A sandwich!
Dude, I'll just make you a sandwich.
And once from a powerful wizard's wand that he just so happened to touch called the Thought Cannon. Yeah, you thought it was gonna be just once, didn't you? No, it was 3 times where Jake wasted a wish on a sandwich. Jake is such a good cook that even insects want to steal his food. He once made a soup that was so tasty a fly tried to eat it, but Jake killed it before he could. Then the fly's ghost literally haunted their house until he could have a taste of the soup. Some ghosts have unfinished business, like bringing their killer to justice. Some just want some soup. It's no secret, Jake would totally eat cinnamon bun if he could. He proudly suggested he and Finn do this during season 2.
Let's go eat cinnamon bun!
Jake loves apple pies too. He loves them so much that he really gets cranky when he can't get one from tree trunks, as seen in Dream of Love. Despite his magical abilities and his unstoppable love for junk food, Jake won't eat chocolate because, well, he is still a dog. Even he knows it would probably kill him. Jake was once a brick for an entire episode, or at least brick-shaped. He joined a brick wall to fulfill his lifelong dream of knowing what it's like to be a brick in an old shack when it falls over. Though Jake didn't get to experience the shack falling in the end, he did learn a whole lot from a little bunny. Jake is easily persuaded. He claims that he'll do anything if he's asked 3 times, as shown in the episode The Limit. The episode The Limit is a reference to Greek mythology, specifically the myth of Theseus and the Minotaur. When in the labyrinth, Jake uses the same technique as the warrior Theseus, who had the idea to use string to avoid getting lost. Of course, in this case, Jake just used his own stretchiness. Nurse Poundcake confessed to PB that she has a secret crush on Jake. I mean, we all know that Jake has a love for food, but that would just be weird. And let's be real, a very short relationship. As seen in the episode's storytelling, Jake occasionally writes certain letters backwards. It's unclear if this means he's dyslexic or if this is common throughout the Land of Ooo. Did you know? Jake once wore makeup. He wore what looks like mascara, eyeliner, and lipstick drawn all over his face, looking oddly like a target to Princess Bubblegum's potluck. When Finn tells Jake that he looks like a target, Jake says that he looks pretty. See, you can be whoever you want to be. Own it, Jake. Jake loves the game Card Wars, but BMO refuses to play with him. Why? Well, he gets major rage upon losing, which Finn soon learns, and so lets him win. Don't mess with angry Card Wars, Jake. It is just the ugliest side of him. Apparently, Jake's love of the game Card Wars stems back to his 20s. He was once undefeated until he lost to a guy named Grand Prix, which resulted in an embarrassing tantrum. Jake's ex-girlfriend, Moniker, is now in a happy relationship with Grand Prix. It's unclear whether or not she left Jake for Grand Prix after the embarrassing incident, but Jake clearly maintained some hard feelings about it. During his 20s, Jake used to rock a luxurious ponytail and a ratty denim vest. Good to see that a late 80s, early 90s metalhead look has its place in the Land of Ooo. In the episode Princess Potluck, Jake reveals that he hates cats. I mean, sure, he is a dog and all, but we wonder if this has anything to do with the fact that Grand Prix appears to be a giant cat. Despite his current happy relationship with Lady, Jake is unable to forget about his breakup with Moniker and let go of the embarrassing Card Wars incident until he gets the help of his wise daughter Charlie to face the root of his problem and officially bury his 20s. Most of the friends that Jake introduces Charlie to in the episode Daddy-Daughter Card Wars were listed in the contacts of his old phone. How do we know there was phone contacts? You can hear Jake read their names aloud way back in the episode My Two Favorite People. As part of his magical abilities, Jake is able to interpret poems just by physically feeling them. We see this in the episode titled Blood Under the Skin, in which he exercises this ability to help Finn on his quest to find the armor of Zeldron.
You don't just read the poetry to understand it. You gotta feel it.
Jake can sense whenever Finn is about to cry. This is described as a sort of mother-daughter type of connection between the two brothers. He can also calm Finn down with his saliva, and that is gross. As seen in Rainy Day Daydream, Jake has a crazy powerful imagination. It got so strong at one point that anything he imagined became reality, but it was only visible to him alone. It's in this same episode that we see exactly how much influence Jake's imagination has over his personality. He's not even close to the same person without it. Once he shuts down the imagination machine and actually loses his imagination, he's portrayed as bland and more robotic in dialogue than even BMO, who I'm sure I don't need to remind you, is a robot. In the Adventure Time comic book series, it's said that Jake is colorblind, but in the cartoon, Finn is actually the one who's a bit colorblind.
Sometimes red things are gray.
Jake has a love for Mozart and Beethoven as he's been seen playing their music on his viola. 3 popular pieces he's played are Mozart's Ein kleine Nachtmusik and both Beethoven's Fifth Symphony and Moonlight Sonata. On occasion, Jake struggles with restless leg syndrome. Apparently, not even magical dogs are safe from the jitters. Initially, Jake refused to accept the fact that Marceline was harmless because of his fear of vampires. Their relationship got off to a bit of a bumpy start in season 1, what with him almost killing her with sunlight, but since season 2, they seem to be on good terms. Jake's no murderer of innocence, but he did once kill BMO's husband, Bubble. Popped him, with no notice. How dare he? Poor BMO! But spoiler alert, it's okay. Bubble was actually just air trapped inside of a bubble. He's free! Thanks, Jake! Unintentional heroism saves the day. Jake can remove his own bones from his body with ease and no pain. That's a nice trick, though I don't know how useful that is, other than making oddly specific trades with his daughter. Jake has a granddaughter named Bronwyn. Her father, Kim Kil-won, enlists Jake's help to talk to Bronwyn about her failing grades, but Jake and Bronwyn end up just facing off in a skateboarding competition instead, because Jake wants to prove that he's still cool. As if that's a thing he even has to prove. Jake has an eye patch collection that was in mint condition, but definitely not after helping this little fella seen in the episode The Jiggler. They also used to have a glass eye collection that apparently belonged to Finn. Rest in peace, oddly specific eye collections. There's a lot about this show that is just oddly specific. Barking doesn't always seem to come naturally for Jake. This is inconsistent through the series, however, because while he does bark in episodes like Gut Grinder and Goliad, we see his failed attempts to do so in episodes like Up a Tree. We do see Jake barking as a normal dog in the episode Jake the Dog alongside Finn, who's also changed in appearance. This is due to an alternate timeline referred to as the Farm World reality that formed when Finn wished that the Lich had never existed. Jake is a genius prankster and he loves to prank Finn. Finn does, however, get him back at the end of What Is Life when Nepter, his new pie-throwing machine come to life, throws pies at Jake as he wakes up. Looks like Jake has gotten better at it though, and is now always one step ahead, as seen in The Creeps when he turns Finn's own prank against him at their dinner event. This time he goes real far to make Finn think that all of their friends are dead. Ha! Gotcha! Just gave you irreparable trauma for the rest of your life. Good goofs with friends. That is a knee slapper. At the end of the Adventure Time Elements miniseries, LSP restores all of Ooo to its original form, including Jake, whose true form is revealed to be almost identical to the blue shape-shifting monster that bit his father. The shape-shifting ability makes Jake an excellent face for Adventure Time merchandising. Literally, you can get Jake's face on everything from underwear to the full-bodied Halloween costume. Speaking of Jake suits, the Simpsons dog Santa's little helper briefly appears having taken the form of Jake in the episode Treehouse of Horror 25.
Looking back on those timelines we went through, characters grow and change quite a bit now, don't they? Lessons are learned, morals change, discoveries are made, and the world itself sees a whole lot of growth. In fact, there's quite a lot to be learned from Adventure Time. So much so that we made a video detailing 13 life lessons you learn from Adventure Time. Bust out that notepad and write these down.
Cartoons have had a long history of teaching lessons to children. After all, a lot of them are marketed to children, in the hopes of teaching them to share, and to buy official merchandise, which is like sharing your parents' money. But even shows that skew a bit older can be filled with a lot of life lessons. One of those shows is Adventure Time. So let's look at a few ways that watching Adventure Time might just make you a better person. Because honestly, I really hope that I can justify watching cartoons makes me a better person. My name is Tim, and today on ChannelFrederator we're counting our top 13 life lessons you can learn from Adventure Time. Let's get started. Number 1. The importance of knowing how to correctly slay a monster. There's a number of safety concerns with wielding a demon blood sword, not the least of which is a demon coming to reclaim its blood. Which is exactly what happens when Keoth puts Finn and Jake in mortal danger. Joshua really didn't have any business leaving that sword to his children. Like, I get it, he's a tough guy. He's gonna leave tools of violence, but that's a really dangerous sword. Still, this brings up a good point. Heroes should always know how to beat up monsters correctly. Vampires can't beat ghosts, for example. It's a rock, paper, scissors type of thing. Also, a circle of protection can't stop a demon sucking. That's in the episode, I didn't make that up. That's an official rule in Adventure Time canon. But you can abuse that by getting a demon to suck up grape juice that's been blessed by a priest. Also, a worm can serve as a priest. Ultimately, if you're a hero, you should know what you're up against. Do your homework. It's good advice for school, and it's good advice for beating up monsters. Number 2, homies help homies. There's lots of advice from lots of shows about helping out your friends. Heck, one of the most popular cartoons out there right now is subtitled Friendship is Magic. logic. So no, homies help homies is not exactly a new line of thinking. But the episode where this is used presents a second part of that. It goes both ways. Finn helps Jake pretend to be a rainicorn at the risk of life and limb. And Jake lets this happen, because hey, homies help homies. But if this is the code we live by, Jake also has an obligation to Finn that he isn't fulfilling. He isn't helping his homie. Fortunately, he learns this just in time to stop his friend from being eaten alive by his future in-laws. If you invoke the homies help homies code for your benefit, you must be prepared to fulfill your obligation as well. Number 3, everything always changes and always stays the same. The Stakes mini-series is pretty cool, and you should totally watch it. In general, it's a really good set of episodes and it has a rad opening theme. Also in this series is a song, Everything Stays, which is really flippin' good, and also has a really good lesson. Even when nothing is changing, everything is changing. Just because something looks the same as the way you left it, doesn't mean that it actually stayed that way. Like the song says, if you leave something out in the sun and come back for it later, you'll see how much it's changed by flipping it over. We always see how we change because we're always around ourselves, but we don't get that luxury in other people. For example, probably some of you are watching this in college. 1, this isn't studying and you know it. You can't fool me, I know you're putting off your paper. And 2, when you go to visit your house and you say, man, it's like everything is still the same. It's changed as much as you did. Seriously though, get on your paper. I know it feels fine to stay up till 4 a.m. right now, but oh man, you will regret it. Number 4, water park pranks are no joke. In the episode Water Park Pranks, Finn and Jake go to a water park, prank the Ice King, and then wind up in a situation even worse than Ice King's. It's a simple bit of fun in an art style not typical for the show. There's also a good life lesson in here, one I think deserves repeating in every available opportunity. Always obey the lifeguard. This is why I'm okay that things turn out so poorly for Finn in the episode. He broke pool rules. Maybe it's because I spent so many summers as a lifeguard. In fact, it's certainly that I spent so many summers as a lifeguard, but it's totally not okay to violate the rules of the water park. Finn and Jake, at minimum, risk significant injury to other patrons, even if Gunter and the Ice King are lame. And Gunter isn't lame. The Ice King is lame, but Gunter is awesome. Number 5, a ruler should fear their people. After a brush with death, Princess Bubblegum realizes that she won't live forever and needs to think about a replacement. Unfortunately, the citizens of Candy Kingdom are, without exception, idiots. Okay, maybe there's one exception. Peppermint Butler isn't an idiot, but you don't want him leading either. Enter Goliad, a candy sphinx made from Princess Bubblegum's DNA along with other standard candy ingredients. It's actually very similar to the ingredients for the Powerpuff Girls when you think about it, and now that crossover is stuck in my head. So Finn and Jake take Goliad out to teach her about leadership, and it's quickly apparent that no one, not even Bubblegum, is qualified to teach anything about leadership. There's an initial lesson there. Having power and authority doesn't mean one is qualified to wield such power and authority, but it gets worse. Goliad decides that the best way to get people to do what she wants is to control the situation with telekinetic powers, robbing everyone of free will. Princess Bubblegum tries to explain that leadership should be collaborative, which is a bit rich coming from her, but whatever. Goliad explains her own philosophy on leadership. The strong lead because they can, and she is the strongest so she can rule over everybody. We expect leaders to look at the big picture, that's kind of their responsibility, but if a leader is given too much power, the picture they're looking at might be a little too big, leading to things like subjugation via mind control. Not all the lessons are jokes and silly, that one's just kind of true. You don't want people having mind control powers. Number 6, you can't change other people. Finn's dad, if I were to use Adventure Time style language, is a butt. He was never around, and the few moments you do see him, you realize it would probably be better if he never showed up at all. He takes every available opportunity to take advantage of everyone around him, and uses Finn's trust to take from him while offering nothing in return. Finn's friends and family generally agree he should cut off the relationship, but Finn wants a chance to make his father see the light. And it never goes well. Finn's dad never does change, no matter what. In the end, he cuts and runs one final time when he's given the chance to be made incorporeal. Finn watches his dad take the deal, and we finally see him give up the notion of controlling his father. It's a rough saga to watch play out, but it also tells us that we probably aren't going to change people. Sometimes that means making peace with flaws, and sometimes that means ending a relationship. But if we put time and energy into turning people into things they're not, we're bound to have a bad time. Number 7, the importance of loving unconditionally. The Ice King, down on his luck from failure to steal a princess, decides to steal just a little bit from each princess and create his own. The results are literally mixed. I suppose there is a lesson in here about how it's wrong to play God and wrong to try and construct a person person by using the physical properties of another person, but the thing I want to point out is that one of the happiest times we see the Ice King is when he's rolling with the punches with his new wife. He learns to love unconditionally despite looks or weird personality quirks. Seriously, look at him, he's so happy in these scenes. Oh, I'd also like to point out that Finn finds her so ugly that he passes out. That's our hero, ladies and gentlemen. And the moment the monster princess gives back her body parts, the Ice King looks so sad until his comedic relief moment. It almost makes you wonder if the magic of the crown once again keeps him from feeling a real cutting grief that he would otherwise feel. Number 8, you can't force a happy ending. Jake is sick and he needs a good story to make him feel better. A story with romance, action, and a happy ending. So Finn sets off to help his brother out. He'll find the perfect story, even if it means he has to engineer the scenarios himself. It doesn't go well. It turns out that life isn't something you can dictate into a neat little story. If you're into YouTube, and since you're on YouTube, I assume you are, it's like John Green says, the truth resists simplicity. The animals have complicated lives and their problems can't be solved overnight. Being a hero for Finn means leaving well enough alone. That's an important thing to keep in mind about heroism. Sometimes it's needed, sometimes people are capable of solving their problems, and if you don't understand the full scope of the situation, you might find yourself making things worse rather than better. The best heroes pick their battles. Number 9. Don't wake people up. Prismo is a strong contender for the most powerful person in the universe. He grants wishes and he's open and honest about the ironic twist aspect of it. His power saves the universe at least once. On top of that, he's a really nice guy and helps people make the most of their wishes. He doesn't let Jake be satisfied with a mere sandwich. It's always good to see a wishmaster with some guiding principles. No wonder the great Cosmic Owl likes to hang out with him so much. But Prismo isn't all-powerful. In fact, he can be killed without much effort, though doing so is a cosmic crime. Prismo is the dream of an old man. If that man ever wakes up, then Prismo will die. And the old man has trouble getting to sleep, so it's not like he would come back anytime soon. This leads to the most important life lesson ever. Don't wake people up. Just don't do it. It's basically a retelling of the classic proverb, let sleeping dogs lie. Personally, I'm pretty hard to wake up. That said, if somebody manages to wake me up, I can't be responsible for what might happen. It's a tried and true lesson, but I think it's a good one. Waking people up is a cosmic crime and should land you in the worst conceivable prison for the entirety of your meager existence. Number 10, be wary of the dangers of shipping. There was a time in my life when shipping referred to packages arriving in the mail. It was a simpler time, and while I'm not stupid enough to say I would prefer to return to the world of dial-up, that ignorance of the world was indeed blissful. Now shipping is a complicated ritual to determine the mythical OTP, or one true pairing, for all cartoons. That or it's a fun activity enjoyed by people who really like certain cartoons, with no motivations beyond that. It's probably the first one though. At any rate, Magic Man slips Finn a bag filled with little versions of the denizens of Ooo. As creepy and unnatural as that is, Finn takes a liking to the little people, and experimenting with putting them into various situations. It's a lot like typical shipping, but the more and more Finn makes crack pairings, the more and more their tiny world falls into misery. Shipping is dangerous. Love doesn't happen the way we want it to, no matter how much you throw two characters together. And it's important not to get too attached to your pairing, because it might not be what's right for the characters. You can't force love, it's in your heart. You gotta listen to the rhythm and feel the bumps and wumps. That's what Jake said. Bumps and wumps. Number 11, things aren't always what they appear to be. Finn agrees to be the loyal henchman of Marceline, the Vampire Queen. It's hard for a hero to agree to do the bidding of an evil vampire queen, but he also can't violate his hero code of honor. He's stuck doing what she says, even if it's sacking the Nut Castle. That's a sentence I said in real life. It turns out though that Marcy is actually good. Good, but she enjoys messing with people. So the things she's getting Finn to do are, in reality, important tasks for the forces of good. Things Finn would surely do if he knew what was going on. Not everything is always as it seems. You have to think critically about the situation. Things that might seem good might be evil from a different perspective, or vice versa. Also, as a side lesson, you should really be careful about what oaths you swear if you have a strict hero code. Marceline might be a good person, but not everyone is. I suppose you could also just decide to have flexible morals, but that doesn't seem like a good lesson for a show to teach. Number 12, history is written by the victors. Finn and Jake lose their treehouse when the deed is bought out from under their nose. Finn can't understand it, After all, the Land of Ooo has a pretty lax legal code, but there are laws and sometimes they're even enforced. So while Finn tries to comprehend, Jake launches into an explanation about laws and their origins, and it's pretty scathing. In the time before civilization, when it was every man for himself, the strongest managed to secure the best resources and left everyone else to take the scraps. Once they were satisfied, that's when they gathered to create the law, so they could always be in control. As Jake says, once they were winning, they changed the rules. It's a pretty biting critique of law, and while anarchy isn't exactly a great system either, it does present an interesting fact and lesson. Victors tend to write history and law, and they're not going to write about themselves in ways that are unflattering or give somebody else an advantage. There's a lot of subjectivity in the way history's written, and even if you agree with something, it's probably important to consider the source. Remember when people said this show was just a happy-go-lucky D&D style adventure romp? Yeah, me neither. And number 13, sucking at something is the first step to being sort of good at something. Sometimes you suck, you just do. A lot of people do. And they feel really bad about it. Maybe those people wouldn't feel so bad if they spent more time watching cartoons. Casual escapism or genuine life advice? Why can't it be both? When Finn tries to spend time being peaceful, he realizes he's wired to solve problems with violence. And he's really bad at solving problems any other way. Even when he tries to create things, he turns them into instruments of death. He gives funeral shoes a switchblade. He's down on his luck until Jake offers the phrase, sucking at something is the first step to being sort of good at something. That's really good advice. Not just because it points out that sucking at things is an important first step, but that you're going to have to stick with it for a long time. You don't go from sucking at something to being great at something. You go from sucking to being sort of good. If you can understand that and put in the proper time and dedication, you'll go far. They're not all jokes. That's just genuinely good life advice.
The main characters have been dissected to the land of dead and back, but what about the hilarious and lovable side characters? When will they get their time in the spotlight? Well, right now, actually. Here's 9 Adventure Time side characters that need their own shows.
There's little question that Finn and Jake's algebraic relationship makes Adventure Time what it is. But we're not here to talk about Finn and Jake today. Sure, they make Adventure Time, but one of Adventure Time's other greatest strengths is its amazing cast of supporting characters. Over the seasons, Finn and Jake's adventure has introduced us to many notable faces and shown us that the Land of Ooo is a fully realized world. We've seen them rock the world of Finn and Jake, now let's see what it's like if they were to have the spotlight all on their own. My name is Tim, and today on ChannelFrederator, we're taking a look at some of the Adventure Time side characters that we think deserve their own show. So without further ado, here are some Adventure Time characters that we think are ready to break out and act on their own. Number 1, Fiona and Cake. Okay, it might seem like a bit of a no-brainer or a cheat to start with Fiona and Cake since they are, after all, just gender-swapped versions of the characters who already star in the show. However, since the duo first appeared as part of fan fiction written by the Ice King, they've become beloved favorites, sparking the audience's imaginations to take them far beyond their initial mirroring of Finn and Jake. If the world of fan art and merchandising is any indicator, people are clamoring for more of this fantastic female adventuring team. And who can blame them? They are a lot more efficient at what they do than Finn and Jake, and there's something appealing about seeing the reverse world in which they live. From hipster vampire King Marshall Lee to the more threatening Ice Queen. Maybe the most logical spin-off to Adventure Time is a world we're already familiar with and love. Sure, it's not reinventing the wheel, but maybe it doesn't need to. Number 2, Peppermint Butler. Few characters on Adventure Time represent the show's perfect mix of cheerful cartoon nostalgia and deranged dark humor more than Peppermint Butler. A loyal subject of the Candy Kingdom and majordomo to Princess Bubblegum, old Peppermint Butler is portrayed as an even-keeled, diligent, and pun intended, sweet-natured individual. However, longtime fans of the show know that Peppermint Butler's personality and backstory reveal there may be something far more creepy and sinister lurking beneath his after-dinner cool mint surface. He's a known practitioner of dark magic, and he even has a relationship with death. Indeed, it's because of this relationship that Finn and Jake don't lose their souls to death, and all Peppermint Butler asked in return was their skin. Now, Finn and Jake still have their skin, so there's always a chance PB was just throwing out one of the show's trademark irreverent one-liners. But considering all the hints that support his dabbling with the dark arts, We doubt it. That's why it makes total sense to us to give Peppermint Butler his own series and explore his ties with the more gruesome side of the Land of Ooo. Sweet and Scary is, after all, a recipe for fun. It seems like there's a whole plot in here about how our favorite butler is the one that keeps the kingdom together while Princess Bubblegum loses herself in science. 2 PBs, but which rules the kingdom? The princess or the dark sorcerer she entrusts the kingdom to? Dun dun dun! Number 3, Tree Trunks. I know what you're thinking. How could a gentle and demure character like Tree Trunks possibly hold up her own show? But when you think about it, Tree Trunks has been the centerpiece for some of Adventure Time's most bizarre episodes. From her introduction where she dies to get a bite of the ultimate apple to her return as the insane overlord of an alternate dimension, Tree Trunks is a character who starts off with a grandmotherly appeal and instead delivers a whole heap of crazy. And if there's one thing Adventure Time fans have proven, they like it when stuff gets really crazy. We feel like Tree Trunks could serve up hilarity as easily as she serves up her trademark pies. And if that dichotomy of character isn't enough to support a show, then what about her raising the freaking Lich King baby? If raising a version of the Lord of Death isn't a compelling narrative, I don't know what is. Number 4, Prismo. A Wishmaster and dream manifestation, Prismo is a character who has the ability to traverse planes in the Adventure Time universe that aren't accessible to Finn and Jake. Because of this, we know this kind, cosmic being often rubs shoulders with some of the show's more metaphysical characters, like Death, the Cosmic Owl, and Party God. His contact with characters and worlds that are beyond Finn and Jake's reach mean Prismo could show us a whole new aspect of the Adventure Time story. Furthermore, the fact that the character is voiced by notable comedian Kumail Nanjiani almost guarantees the hilarity would never stop. Cosmic comedy with an out-of-this-world character? Sign us up. However, there's always a risk with characters like this. It's easy to overemphasize the parts of their character that we love without offering anything new. The trick to this one would be giving Prismo real problems and high stakes to make sure that while he's hilarious, he also has to be an ever-powerful Wishmaster, capable of making the world a better place using indirect influence. Maybe that couldn't hold up a whole multi-season series, but it could support a mini-arc about the most powerful universal forces in the land and what they get up to. Number 5, Lumpy Space Princess. Come on, you thought we'd do a list of characters who deserve their own series and not include Lumpy Space Princess? Easily one of Adventure Time's most breakout supporting characters, the cult of LSP exists for a reason. Confident, loud, and proud, Lumpy Space Princess is somebody who knows what she wants and isn't afraid to say so. Fans have been captivated by LSP's no-hold-barred Valley Girl persona and always delight in her appearance in Finn and Jake's adventures. Over the course of the show, we've been given several glimpses into LSP's world, including a voyage into her home kingdom of Lumpy Space, and also a period of time where she lived as a hobo while fighting with her parents. Both of these scenarios alone seem ripe for a more in-depth look. Can you imagine a whole series set in Lumpy Space? Or what about a cartoon about LSP's time on the road? All we know is Lumpy Space Princess is one of those characters whose appearance always leaves us begging for more. If she had her own show, we'd get our wish. And while all of these moments would be hilarious, they'd also let us see more to her character. LSP might be the most capable person behind Finn, Jake, and Marcy. She lived on her own, she's acted as a princess, and she was willing to help with vampire hunting. You could take her in any number of directions without stretching her character beyond the believable. Number 6, all of the Nightosphere. Okay, so not exactly a character, but wouldn't you just love to see a series set in the Nightosphere? Everyone knows the most fascinating alternate dimension in the Adventure Time mythos is the Nightosphere, ruled over by Marceline's dad, Hunson Abadir, and populated by demons and all manner of spooky things. Now, if you're like us and appreciate the entertainment value of things that go bump in the night, then a Nightosphere spin-off seems like a no-brainer. It's also the perfect framing device to have more stories that center around Marceline. Maybe a prequel about her younger days with her dad before she and Simon met up, or maybe an Adventure Time version of Tales from the Crypt called Tales from the Nightosphere. The show already borders on gallows humor and dark sensibilities. Why not take the leap? Also, given Abadir's business attire, this could work as a dry, muted comedy set in a bureaucratic underworld. Number 7, Gunter. Once declared the most evil being in creation, it's sort of hard to see the Ice King's penguin sidekick Gunter as anything other than an adorable comic foil. You know, except for those moments when his playful activities lead to the detriment of Finn, Jake, or the Ice King himself. Or that whole thing when Gunter was revealed to be Orgalorg, a space creature bent on world domination. You know, the usual stuff one expects from a cutesy animal sidekick. Because Gunter's presence is so cute and devilish, we can see there being enough to merit his own show. Who would have thought that one of the characters with the most nuanced personalities would be the one that never says a word, unless wank wank is a word. But be it in penguin form or a vicious space beast, we're always down for more Gunter. Number 8, BMO. Now, one may argue that BMO, Finn and Jake's living video game console, is too close to Adventure Time's core duo to ever be able to break away and have his own show. However, in several BMO-centric episodes, we've seen the little computer with a heart of gold prove that he has an entire identity away from his crusading housemates. The purest character in the Adventure Time universe, there's an innocence that exists in BMO's presentation that is refreshing and sweet for the viewer, but also tragic. For example, in an episode where BMO befriends a bubble, the viewer experiences the joy of the relationship and then ultimate terror when the bubble is popped. Because BMO, of all the characters on the show, tends to elicit such an emotional response with viewers, we can see wanting to spend more time with him. The fact that BMO, a machine, is the embodiment of innocence and optimism is the kind of sci-fi material that would have made Isaac Asimov jump for joy. Maybe a spin-off about BMO would be the most philosophical, but it would also be the most sweet. Number 9. Firewolf and Snow Golem. In one Adventure Time episode that gave us a glimpse of Ooo away from the exploits of Finn and Jake, we were treated to the touching and humorous story of a firewolf pup separated from its family and raised by a snow golem. Despite the follies of mixing fire and ice, the duo transcended their differences to form a familial bond, and gave the series one of its most heartwarming pieces of storytelling. The episode, devoid of talking, except for a little bit from the Ice King, instead showed us the strengthening connection between two creatures via their emotions. But just like a Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner cartoon, the silence also provided the perfect ground for comedic moments as well. Since the episode already exists outside the world of Finn and Jake, it wouldn't be that much of a stretch to see the pair get united for a whole series of adventures. And honestly, based on the glimpse we were given, we can't say we wouldn't want a dozen more.
And speaking of side characters getting their own shows, wouldn't it be crazy if, like, fanfic came to life? Wait, I'm describing Fiona and Cake, aren't I? Well, we definitely need to go through a couple hundred facts about this adventurous girl and her talking cat, right? With that in mind, why not watch 107 Facts About Fiona and Cake Parts 1 and 2? Grab your swords and your stretchy cats as we delve into 107 facts about the HBO Max series, Adventure Time, Fiona and Cake. Just a little warning, there are spoilers ahead. Number 1. Adventure Time, Fiona and Cake is an animated series that serves as a spin-off to the iconic Adventure Time created by Pendleton Ward. This new series takes viewers on a fresh journey, focusing on the alternate gender-swapped characters Fiona and her cat Cake. Number 2. Adam Muto, who had been deeply involved with the original Adventure Time series, took the reins to develop this spin-off. Number 3. Fiona and Cake is produced by Cartoon Network Studios and Frederator Studios. One of those sounds mighty familiar, and may even be the best company ever. No bias, no bias. Number 4. The series boasts a talented voice cast that breathes life into the characters. Madeline Martin returns to lend her voice to Fiona, while Roz Ryan voices Cake. Number 5. The series clocks in at 10 episodes, with episodes 1 through 8 being released at the time of writing this. Hopefully those last two don't introduce too much mind-blowing stuff all at once. Number 6. The alarm clock that wakes Fiona up from her rat bus dream bears a striking resemblance to BMO, the fan-favorite video game Mo first seen in Adventure Time. It even has BMO's voice.
Snooze, 10 minutes.
Number 7. The rat bus is modeled after the cat bus from Studio Ghibli's My Neighbor Totoro. Number 8. Fiona's outfit in her dream is heavily inspired by Sailor Moon. Interestingly, in her debut episode in the original series, Fiona wore a dress reminiscent of Sailor Moon's Princess Serenity during her date with the fake Prince Gumball. Number 9. When Fiona gets a boost from her skates in the dream, she exclaims, "Hans Brinker action go!" This is a nod to the children's novel Hans Brinker or the Silver Skates, a story about life in Holland written by Mary Mapes Dodge in 1865. The book introduced Dutch speed skating to America and even inspired the Disney Channel original movie Brink. Number 10. The opening tune in the first episode, also known as Not Myself, is performed by Zuzu, a no-nonsense Scouse indie rocker who has also been behind a couple other Adventure Time tunes like Woke Up and Eternity with You. Number 11. You probably recognize the song. It was prominently featured in promotional material for Fiona and Cake as early as July of 2023. Number 12. The introductory sequence shows off a whole bunch of characters that also appeared to be gender-bent versions of Adventure Time classics. Heck, even Flame Princess shows up as DJ Flame, who also breaks Fiona's heart. Number 13. Fiona tries to watch something on TV when she first wakes up and is treated to every single channel playing the classic sitcom Cheers. This show debuted in 1982 and ran for over a decade. Number 14. Fiona's apartment is covered in posters featuring stuff like Toyd Force, Swamp Champ 2, Lost Sword, Alien Game, and more. What's your favorite poster from her apartment? Number 15. Starchy, the Candy Kingdom's #1 gravedigger, makes a couple of multiversal appearances, his human one first appearing on the bus tour. He claims to be from the graveyard or next to it and even sports his classic mustache. Number 16. The bus is actually packed with Adventure Time references. One passenger sports Abracadaniel's rainbow headband and funky haircut combo. There's a gender-bent version of Fern, human equivalents of Hot Dog Princess and a Banana Guard, and of course, Marshall Lee makes an appearance. Number 17. Marshall Lee's guitar, which he uses ever so wonderfully while busking, has a bat sticker on it, a reference to his alternate self, Marceline the Vampire Queen. Kinda funny how he uses a 6-string guitar now as opposed to Marceline's bass. Number 18. Marshall Lee has a mole on his neck with very similar placement to Marceline's vampire bite. It's kinda like a half bite, which is sorta cute. Number 19. This musical miscreant is once again voiced by Donald Glover, aka Childish Gambino. Number 20. Outside of the city aquarium, there's a statue of penguins that looks suspiciously similar to Ice King's right-hand man, bird. It's a Gunther lookalike. Heck, they might even be gender bent too, it's just hard to tell with penguins from so far away. Number 21. After getting fired, Fiona walks by a store called Numbered Facets, complete with giant D20 sign rolling a nat 1. In the store's window, there are many fantasy board games and accessories, including one small box with a prominently featured lemon. Lemon grab, anyone? Number 22. Speaking of lemon people, there's a young man handing out mixtapes on the street who looks to be a pretty one-to-one humanoid version of young Lemon Hope. Number 23. Plus, there's a duo of inept dog walkers raising their voices and moving in very exaggerated ways in the park. If that's not the lemon grabs, I'll eat my hat. You know, if I was wearing one. You can't tell. Number 24. This duo is actually known as the Lemon Carbs, and they're big money investors with their very fancy dog. Gary P wants to meet with them for their moolah. Who would have thought? Number 25. The new versions of classic characters just keep coming. At Butler's Buttery Buns, we meet a barista named Gary, who looks a whole lot like a particularly pink royal from a bygone era. Number 26. Gary is voiced by Andrew Rannells, which is a bit of a change. Prince Gumball was voiced by Neil Patrick Harris in Adventure Time. Number 27. The pink barista puts together an order for a customer known only as CB, but we all know that this is just an elderly lady version of Cinnamon Bun, the lovably clumsy citizen of the Candy Kingdom. Number 28. Even Lumpy Space Princess makes a comeback, this time as Ellis P, the local animal whisperer. Pendleton Ward himself voices this particularly purple person. Number 29. Those bees at the city park look pretty familiar, and for good reason. They're basically the bee that shows up for the end credits of every episode of Adventure Time, minus the cute smiley face, of course. Number 30. Interestingly enough, our other main character, Simon, also seems to watch Cheers quite a bit. This is likely programming meant to keep his 20th century man habitat as legitimate as possible. If this is the case, that could be a hint as to what era Fiona and Cake in their world live in. Number 31. Cheers has some deep roots in Adventure Time, seeing as Simon can be heard singing the theme song as he makes his decline into Ice Kingdom, while fighting the goo monsters in the before times. Number 32. Fiona's old school phone that can play Pixelated Snake or the Worm game also hints at their era. Number 33. The cocktail that Simon orders at the candy bar is full of olives and cocktail onions, and it sounds kinda nasty, right? Well, it's actually pretty close to a real martini recipe, known as a gin salad dry martini. I guess the base liquid is darker than gin in this case, but who knows what's actually in there? Root beer, I guess, which somehow makes it way worse. Number 34. Dirt Beer Guy stays ready for anything. You can see that he keeps a baseball bat close by behind the bar. Smart. Number 35. Simon isn't just being weird by adding eggshells to his coffee. Cowboy coffee is a real thing. The broken up eggshells help the ground settle at the bottom, and they're also alkaline, meaning they can help reduce the acidity of the brew. The more you know. Number 36. The song that plays near the end of episode 2, Part of the Madness, was composed by Rebecca Sugar. Sugar is known for her contributions to Adventure Time throughout the years, which eventually led to her creating the very popular and very musical Steven Universe. Number 37. You can see someone that looks like Boney fishing by the river as Simon walks along. However, it seems that Boney has upgraded. He no longer just uses his arm as a fishing pole. Instead, he's got a more dedicated but equally bone-based fishing rod. Number 38. When Simon dials up Marcy on his super cool flip phone, you can see some of his other contacts. These include Island Lady, Gunter, Abracadaniel, and even Animal Control. Number 39. Simon continues to be voiced by Tom Kenny, who played the Ice King in Adventure Time. Kenny is also famous for voicing SpongeBob SquarePants. Once you hear it, you can't unhear it. Number 40. Inside Simon's brain, a Golb charm can be seen dangling from an electric cliff. This suggests that Simon, despite being normified, remains connected to Golb, the chaotic deity. Number 41. This also hints at Simon's yearning to reunite with Betty, who became fused with Golb. His sneaky rituals in the back room of his enclosure definitely show his desire to do so. Number 42. Choose Goose is back, but he's strangely maniacal this time around. Simon keeps him around as a spell battery, but he's gonna get some good rhyming burns in. He also gets a good electrical burn in. Number 43. Two ducks steal money from Marcia Lee's guitar case in the opening sequence, a quick reference to the two-headed duck from the original Adventure Time opening. Number 44. The two-headed duck makes a comeback in episode 3. When Cake is falling down from the city in the sky, the double-domed creature quickly bites her. Number 45. The squirrel with the cursed apples is voiced by Mark Maron. He's played this role before, but is also known for his stand-up comedy, TV roles, and even a part in Joker. Number 46. The marketplace that sells magic strawberries sells a whole lot more than just that. Taking a closer look at the signage reveals such wonderful ateliers as Stuff I Found in Old Wells, Fermented Pinecone Juice, Have You Seen My Bones, Yesterday's Prophecies, and Knives. Honestly, nicer than my local farmer's market. Number 47. The phone number that Fiona puts on her Have You Seen This Portal posters is 555-0145. Unsurprisingly, this is a fake number, and calling it will get you nowhere. Sorry. Number 48. Some old school Adventure Time slang makes its way into the show. Fiona lets loose a holy schmauzow when she first gets on Astrid's flying bike thing. Number 49. As Astrid and Fiona soar through the sky, citizens of the Fire Kingdom can be seen hanging out on the fields below. Number 50. Speaking of Astrid, she's voiced by Audrey Bennett. Number 51. Fiona and Cake returns us to a relatively new Adventure Time location, the Drift. This decrepit space station has housed aliens, humans, and more throughout history, and was first introduced to fans in the first episode of Distant Lands, BMO. This time, we see a bounty hunter of sorts take down a wayward cosmic entity. Number 52. The bounty hunter turns out to be Scarab, a god auditor. He's got a whole list of cosmic entities that need to be taken care of. While scrolling towards Prisma, we catch a glimpse of some of the other fugitives, including Voidcaster, Caged Dude, and Martin Mertens, aka Finn's dad. His violation? Desertion. So classic. Number 53. When Wyatt accidentally misuses his wish for some peace and quiet, he ends up tied to some train tracks with his ex-wife Tree Trunks barreling towards him on a train. This is a reference to an old trope of damsels in distress being tied to tracks in silent films. Interestingly enough though, this trope is misremembered. It didn't really happen all that often in silent films. There was the case of Snidely Whiplash pulling this stunt, but that was from a full-color and voice-acted cartoon. Number 54. They commit to the gag regardless. There's even silent film title cards to give us dialogue, complete with "Ooh" film at the bottom of each. Number 55. Peppermint Butler makes a triumphant return, flying in on a plane and lassoing the runaway train before it can smush Wyatt. Number 56. Prismo reveals a lot of quick updates as he checks up on Ooo from his magical TV. Huntress Wizard is still doing her thing, Princess Bubblegum is opening up a candy orphanage, Peppermint Butler is sharing a milkshake with Blaine, and Susan Strong is still really strong. Number 57. He also reveals some other universes, like Farm World and the world of Flapjack. Good shout out. Number 58. Throughout the series, there's a recurring motif of golden eyes. They appear in Fiona's bedroom, the spider's tattoo parlor, and prominently on the floating chicken dragon island, or I guess they're cockatrices. Number 59. Looks like Jake is getting older, as evidenced by Prismo's channel surfing. While fighting off cockatrices on the floating island, Finn has to remind Jake to use his powers, and also Jake's looking pretty scrungly. Number 60. Simon Petrikov is all sorts of caked up. Just saying. This is a fact that cannot be denied and cannot be avoided. Number 61. Lemongrab and his lemon people sound a bit different this time around. Justin Roiland is no longer the voice of Lemongrab. That role is now played by Jinx Monsoon. Number 62. Turns out the Ice King didn't come up with Fiona and Cake himself, as was implied in some earlier episodes of Adventure Time. Instead, Prismo made them up and then hid the universe inside of Ice King's big crazy brain. Number 63. Prismo brings back some old Prismo gems as well, including his mortal self and Prismo's pickles. Looks like he's even expanded production on those briny little cukes. Number 64. While in a huge field of corn, Cake takes the form of a UFO and starts knocking over stalks, an action akin to creating crop circles, the flattening of crops often attributed to supernatural forces, usually extraterrestrials. Crop Circles is also a song by Odile. Check it out. Number 65. The corn world turns out to be more than just corn. It's actually Farm World. These days it's given off a real Mad Max vibe. Post-apocalyptic road loot for the win. Number 66. I'm not kidding when I say there's a Mad Max vibe either. Fiona's looted costume includes a right shoulder pad, just like Mel Gibson's titular character in 1979. Number 67. The designer bag Fiona finds amidst the wreckage is a Vespucci. Not a real brand, but probably a play on Gucci. Amerigo Vespucci was an Italian explorer whose name actually serves as the basis of America. Number 68. In Farm World, everyone seems to be repurposing what's left over from the before times. This is especially true when it comes to clothing. People are wearing floppy disks, people are wearing tires, people are wearing fenders and stripped computer monitors. It's very fashion forward and a nice nod to post-apocalyptic tales. There's no sheen in the future. Number 69. By the tire yard, there's a flower growing out of a basement window. Written on the leaves are the words, "Me help." One can only assume that this was supposed to be "help me" and there was somebody trapped down there. They're probably beyond saving now, as the flower has since grown to full height. Tragic. Number 70. Destiny isn't just the name of the 5th episode, it's also the name of a character you probably forgot about. No, not you, I know you remember Big Destiny. Big Destiny is back in charge of Farm World as leader of the Big Destiny gang. Doesn't look like he's changed much either. Destiny gang rules! Number 71. Fiona's backpack has Finn's busted up flute in it. She shows it off while trying to bargain for a crown with Farm World's human Choose Goose, aka Choose Bruce. Number 72. Ever notice how Fiona doesn't have a nose? Yeah, well, you're not alone, but Big Destiny's son does notice. Farm World folks have noses and other people seem to not. Number 73. Farm World Finn seems to have done quite well for himself. He's got a litter of kids and lives separate from the chaos of the Mad Max side of things. Number 74. Simon refers to the soup served up at supper time as a soup of Theseus. This is a reference to the ship of Theseus, a thought experiment that asks if you keep replacing parts to a ship over time, and if you eventually completely replace each original part, does it still remain that original ship? Or is it something new? So is this soup really the same one that their mother started on the day she died? Number 75. When Jay Mertens and Young Destiny explain their secret romance, Cake gets excited when she hears that their tale is one of enemies to lovers. This is a common trope in romance and, by extension, fanfiction. Number 76. Farm World's Finn still has his mule, Bartram, first introduced in the Adventure Time episode Finn the Human. He's just as stoic and radical as ever, still going by Barbar. Good thing he didn't get sold way back when. Number 77. At the end of each episode, Fiona and Cake both dream the same dream. Fiona's is just a little bit bigger than Cake's. Oh, how sweet. Number 78. As Cake glides through the Ice Palace, she swings by a room featuring a little girl playing an axe bass. It looks like Marceline, but she appears to be made from ice, akin to the Ice Scouts. Number 79. Bubblegum Princess is the candy queen in Winter King's world, and she's just as loony, if not loonier than the Ice King himself. Just look at those awful, awful banana guards. Good lord. Number 80. Her song, Baked with Love, is written by Brian David Gilbert. Number 81. The creepy little lick she plays after letting Simon know that the whole blender thing isn't a metaphor is Toccata and Fugue in D minor, organ, by Bach. It's been heard in many different places and always accompanies some chaotic evil. Number 82. There's a horrifically disfigured version of Gary P's pastry mention hanging out in Candy Queen's blender room. All the details are there, all the way down to the raspberry scarf. Number 83. Gary P's baking experiments go beyond just biscuit dudes. There's also a little donut man, a strawberry friend, a cinnamon bun fella, and more. Number 84. In fact, all of his baked goods are forms of Candy Kingdom citizens from Adventure Time. Cupcake Man, the Marshmallow Kids, the works. Number 85. Gary also starts to explain the origins of Mr. Cupcake's romance with Chocoberry, which appears to be an exact retelling of the very first episode of Adventure Time, Slumber Party Panic. Number 86. In the Baby universe, Baby Finn joins in on a classic Adventure Time fist bump between Simon and Fiona. Of course, this is a shout out to all of the great fist bumps throughout the series, but it can also be seen as a little throwback to Finn's Buff Baby song and dance. He can puncture your buns and he'll do it for fun. Number 87. Cake transforms a very funky hat onto her head while talking about slaying vampires. This particular design is very similar to that in many depictions of Van Helsing, vampire slayer of lore. Number 88. Speaking of specialty vampire slaying, Bonnie's got a wall full of steak-based weapons inside of her Peppermint Butler tank. We're talking steak shuriken, double stakes, sword stakes, curved stakes, ring stakes, and even hammer stakes. They take this steak stuff seriously. Number 89. And you better take this stuff seriously. Finn's hero and all-around awesome dude, Billy, couldn't hack it in this world. His desiccated body can be found next to a rock reading Turn Back, absolutely perforated with vampire bites. Number 90. At Ms. Abadir's blood drive back in the human world, there's plenty of vampire imagery. Just look around that stained glass monstrosity. Number 91. But the big reference at the blood drive charity event comes in the form of a Ricardio mascot character. Remember that scoundrel from the episode of the same name? Number 92. In the same shot that you get a good look at Ricardio, there's also the Magic Man's hat, hanging from a candlestick/coat hook. Number 93. In a flashback, Simon discusses some antique items in a presentation. He didn't actually find any of these items in his adventures as an antiquarian, but is excited about them nonetheless. These pieces are all things that Adventure Time fans will recognize. First off, there's the Armor of Zeldron, the hilarious and heavy impervious armor that allows the user to fly. Finn found this armor after seeing Sir Slicer and all of his armored compatriots in sweet sets and feeling a little jealous. Number 94. Next up on Simon's presentation is the Wand of Disbursement. This is a magical item used by Grob Gob Globgrod to take someone's soul and send it across the cosmos. Either that or the 37th Dead World. Number 95. Then there's the Porcelain Lamb Relic. This has a cursed gem in the center of it and stole Finn's and Ice King's faces for a bit. That's a fun throwback. Number 96. Of course, the Enchiridion is also mentioned in his presentation, but nobody takes it seriously. The Lich would have taken it seriously. Number 97. In the Dead World, Bimo wears a mask that is very similar to the face of the Cosmic Owl. Number 98. The Cosmic Owl also pops up on the Scarab's Bounty Hunter board, but he ignores the call to keep hunting down Fiona and Cake. Number 99. If you look closely during the Good Times tape that Bimo puts in their butt, you can see that the Ice King becomes a skeleton for a couple of frames after attempting to kick Gunther. Number 100. In the piles left behind the Melted Ice Kingdom, there is a whole bunch of ninja stuff. from books like Cool Jutsu and Ninja Guidebook to weapons like sais and katana. This takes us right back to the Adventure Time episode, The Chamber of Frozen Blades, where Jake, Finn, and the Ice King engage in ninja combat. Number 101. As the squad leaves the Melted Ice Kingdom, Fiona looks toward the Ice King's busted up drum set. Inside the kick drum, what appears to be the tip of the Ice King's crown can be seen, but it's not immediately confirmed. However, the Ice King does specifically mention his crown being inside of the kick drum during the tape, and then for the rest of it, he isn't wearing it. Number 102. Betty's student ID is YCP5547. If you know what that means, let me know down in the comments. Number 103. Simon and Betty's song is called Everything in You by Half Shy. Number 104. Cake can be heard humming this tune throughout her adventure in Ooo, which makes sense since she used to live inside of Simon's head. Number 105. Orbo's voice actor is recognizably Australian. In fact, it belongs to an Australian cattle dog, or maybe a blue heeler. Yep, Orbo is voiced by David McCormack, best known as Bandit on the hit show Bluey. Number 106. Fiona and Cake seem to have some anti-magic properties. Cake accidentally transforms one of the hot dog knights into a regular hot dog. This transformation is accompanied by a rainbow of colors reminiscent of Prismo's transportation magic. There's also that whole thing with the Winter King. Awkward. Number 107. The world they visit in the episode Jerry is very, very similar to the Ooo from Adventure Time, but in this universe, the Lich won. The consequences are about as dire as you would expect. It's nice to see that BMO can still stay positive through it all. Football, however, is nowhere to be found. Let's get another heaping helping of facts. Who doesn't like seconds when it comes to cake? Reminder, there will be spoilers, so make sure you're prepared. Alright, on with the facts. Number 1. During the intro sequence, you can see a Golb charm getting shocked with electricity and then breaking apart. This is mirrored when Simon actually pulls off his ritual to see Golbetty again, but it can also be seen as foreshadowing to their final meeting. Number 2. Speaking of foreshadowing, did you notice that the camera flies right into the back of Simon's head? This lets the audience know that Fiona and Cake's world exists inside of his dome from the very get-go, although you would have to wait until episode 2 to really see this confirmed. Number 3. 3 different versions of Finn are showcased during the intro. We first see Fiona in her bus tour uniform, seemingly in her boring world. Then there's baby Finn running through the vampire world. Last up is adult Finn, all bearded and muscular, complete with Jake tattoo, hustling in the forest he took Simon adventuring in. This serves as a reminder that these are all the same person, connected but from different universes. Number 4. Simon flies towards the screen screaming at the end of the intro. He's holding on to what appears to be a big old tetramino. These are the pieces that Golbetty crunches unworthy beings into and can be seen floating around the gigantic chaos entity. If you look closely, you can also see that the Ice King crown is flying along with them. I wonder which poor sucker ended up as this particular shape. Number 5. The God Auditor and all-around vengeful lunatic, Scarab, is voiced by Kaylee McKee. McKee also voices my secondary main in Guilty Gear Strive, Testament. Number 6. McKee even voices all the little scarabs that result from Golbetty's protection of Simon. What range? Number 7. Prismo is voiced by Sean Rohani, who can be heard in all sorts of other animated shows and video games, from the English dub of Record of Ragnarok to the latest Bethesda game Starfield. Number 8. The candy shop Gary and Marcia Lee visit is run by Lord Monochromicorn, and has never actually talked. Number 9. The candy shop also has a capsule dispenser that looks like a Gumball Guardian and a poster with the phrase, "Dentists will try to stop you" printed on it. Nice. Number 10. The Lich makes a comeback at the end of episode 8, Jerry. And what would the Lich be without a terrifying voice? Yes, he is still voiced by Hellboy himself, Ron Perlman. Number 11. The Lich straight up tears Billy's skin off, leaving nothing but his skeleton behind. Even his floppy, unsocketed eye goes up in flames. Number 12. Fiona and Cake were originally designed by Natasha Allegri, a crew member who worked on Adventure Time. Allegri designed characters for the first 2 seasons and eventually became a storyboard revisionist. Number 13. Allegri first created Fiona and Cake just for fun. She would post doodles and art on the 4chan image board known as Co, and made the gender-swapped version of Finn and Jake for a Rule 63 thread. You know, for every male character, there's a female version and vice versa. People liked these doodles a lot and they blew up online. Eventually, in Season 3 of Adventure Time, these characters got their own episode, and the rest is history. Number 14. Pendleton Ward and Natasha Allegri also worked together on a silly little project called Peekapoo Poop Chew back in 2011. It's a fart joke with Pokemon. Just thought you should know. Number 15. While on the bus tour in episode 1, Fiona mentions the city park while a fountain is featured prominently. The statue in the middle of this fountain appears to be a version of Betty, which makes sense when you realize that this is inside of Simon's head. Number 16. A much less detailed version of this statue can be seen in the background when Fiona first wakes up in her magical dream world. Just look to the left of Mr. Cupcake and Chocoberry. Number 17. The classic Adventure Time dragon makes a comeback too. It circles an enormous cyclops, leaving a little goo trail behind. Seeing that the dragon has a butt and teats, I'm not so sure if the cyclops should be comfortable with that. Dragons are pretty weird in Adventure Time, not actually resembling any other mythology's interpretation. This particular dragon first appeared in the 10th episode of Season 1 of Adventure Time, Memories of Boom Boom Mountain. Number 18. I mentioned in the last video that in the end credits of each episode, Fiona and Cake share their dreams. This is just as true in the actual events of the show as shown by when they both have the same dream after returning to their world. Simon in the fridge and all. Number 19. Queenie of Queenie's Bus Tours is voiced by comedian Chelsea Peretti. You might recognize her as Gina from Brooklyn Nine-Nine or from her stand-up. Number 20. When Simon gets zapped by Golbetty, he ends up in the body of Shermie, a little gray cat person in the far-off future of Ooo. We've met Shermie before in the episode Come Along With Me in Season 10. It's heavily implied that Shermie is a descendant or possibly the actual reincarnation of Finn the human. Just look at that pose. Number 21. Shermie was based on a cat belonging to storyboard artist and now supervising director of Fiona and Cake, Steve Wolfhard. The cat's name is Shortcut, just so you know. Number 22. Shermie is accompanied by Beth, a far-off descendant of Jake the dog. Number 23. Beth is also known as Pup number 38,000. Jake and Lady Rainicorn's bloodline seems to be going strong. Number 24. Beth has a middle name and a last name, making her full name Beth Burrito Jackson. The burrito likely originates with Jake's love of this food, and Jackson might be a portmanteau of Jake and son or Jake's son. Number 25. Beth's portal powers take notes from the classic Valve puzzle game Portal. By letting someone fall from height into one, they can carry their momentum and get launched long distances. Shermie is really good at this. Number 26. Beth also has a storage room of sorts inside of her portal, big enough to hold a multi-story ladder, books like The Great Picnics, and a whole whack of stuffed animals. Number 27. There's also a mug inside of Beth's portal room, and it's almost identical to Jake's favorite cup that he throws away in the Adventure Time episode Puhoy. Number 28. There's also a snow globe in there, and inside that globe is a miniature model of Tree Trunks' house. Number 29. Gibbon, another Pup Rainicorn shapeshifter descendant, is also still ruling over his kingdom. One of the pups chasing Shermie and Beth shouts out after them, "Gibbon doesn't forgive!" Gibbon being the unmerciful ruler of the Pup Kingdom, who has one of the Ice Thing's gems as an eyeball. Number 30. Beth and Shermie's checklist towards the revolution paints a picture that can only tell us that they're revolutionary communists. Onwards, comrade. Number 31. When Beth and Shermie visit the library, it's in a state of disrepair, but you can still see that there are turtle decorations adorning the outside. Turtle Princess was in charge of the library in Adventure Time, and one can only assume that she held the same role here. Number 32. There's a robot endoskeleton of sorts inside of a turtle shell at the library as well. It dual wields book guns and is pretty darn cool. Number 33. Even Fiona and Cake's shared dream at the end of the episode features a realistic turtle with long blonde hair, atop a pile of books, reading another book. Man, Turtle Princess getting a lot of representation here. Number 34, we learn that Scarab really is immortal, as Golbetty can't actually stop or kill him, only divide him up into little funky Scarab Juniors. Number 35, this immortality is compounded upon at the very end, where we see Scarab on cleaning duty at Prismo's place. What's an eternity between buddies, right? Number 36, when Simon, in Shermie's body, finds a book about the Magic Crown, he exclaims, Euripides!
Euripides!
Euripides was an ancient Greek tragedian, famous for such works as Medea and the Trojan Women. Number 37. The library is full of pagelings, but not as we already knew them. Back in the episode Paper Pete, Finn's yawn was stronger than the pagelings' attacks. The pagelings in the future library seem much more feral and dangerous, and it must be from either too many hollow books or not enough. Number 38. Huntress Wizard's human counterpart, Hunter, is likely Latino, as evidenced by his saying of Kalinda as the dandelion petals float around in the episode Cheers. Number 39. Hunter is voiced by Vico Ortiz, a Puerto Rican drag king, activist, and actor. Number 40. In the episode Casper and Nova, Marshall Lee is wearing a t-shirt that looks a lot like the one Marceline gifted P-Bubs when they started dating. Number 41. Ancient Artifacts, the book telling the story of Casper and Nova, is almost identical to the book Simon wrote and showed off to the 20th Century Man exhibit visitors. You know, except for like the gun features. Number 42. Casper and Nova are stand-ins for Simon and Betty, from their chosen quest all the way down to how they make decisions. They want to discover and document important talismans similar to Simon and Betty's antiquarian pursuits, with Casper being very single-minded and Nova wanting to see what else is out there. Number 43. Choose Goose's counterpart in Shermie and Beth's world is known as Pond Swan. Also, all the geese are long gone, implying that some sort of goose extinction event occurred. Very sad for all the Goose fans out there. Number 44. Pond Swan's rhyming cadence extends into his technology as well. He appears to be a cyborg of sorts, and when he flies away using his UFO-like skirt, it leaves behind exhaust letters that spell Eat Feet. Number 45. With Simon taking over, Shermie gets to live inside of his own mind for a while. It's a pretty sweet setup, with video games, snacks, and even a little itty-bitty statuette of Beth on top of the TV. Number 46. For whatever reason, there are two Hansberg restaurants within a block of each other in Fiona and Cake's world. Is this because Simon can only imagine so many different restaurants, or is it an animation error? Who knows? You can see this in the episode Cheers right after the Scarab kills all of the released egg prisoners. Number 47. There's also a karate dojo called Kick to Win that you can see in the background, which could have been very helpful in fighting off the Scarab. Heck, it would have been very specifically helpful. The ad on the window says that Dan will teach you. Learn to kick, plate, him, her, and bug. Number 48. The fountain we saw on the bus tour has changed thanks to Simon's interactions with Golbetty. It's no longer a statue of Betty there, but now a statue of gold. Well, it was until the Scarab zapped it. Number 49. This statue stays around after the Scarab's rampage, too. When Fiona and Hunter are planting weeds in the park, you can see it as the sun rises. Number 50. There's a little bumblebee person outside of the post office as it gets zapped. Check out that yellow and black striped outfit. You always gotta have a bumblebee in here. Number 51. When Cake goes big mode, she takes on the form of Godzilla, and even gets a musical cue to boot. This motif is very similar to those from classic kaiju movies. Number 52. Remember that Kick to Win dojo? Well, apparently Cake did learn. The first thing she does in the fight against the Scarab is kick him through a wall. Kick bug. Number 53. In order to blow the dandelion petals out to all the people in her world, Fiona climbs atop an ice truck. So in a way, Simon/the Ice King is supporting her in this endeavor. Number 54. After getting blown away by Golbetty, Simon drifts along, touching down on different shapes. Each time he steps down, he catches a glimpse of a different world. Number 55. The first world he sees is the extinct world, all barren and sun-bleached. Number 56. Next up is the vampire world. Flesh, mushrooms, and desperate graffiti as far as the eye can see. Number 57. The third world he steps on is inhabited by really tiny creatures, and he accidentally crushes a fruit cart in the middle of town. I guess it could be worse. Number 58. He briefly touches upon Baby World when a shape brushes up against his arm, but no babies can be seen, just the plush and colorful landscape. Number 59. There's a water world, water park prank world, a super hardcore capitalist hellscape, a brief visit to farm world, a Jake world that's mostly just magic dog, and a lava world. Number 60. When Simon finally lands on what appears to be Ooo, there's a little snail to the right of his foot. This is the same snail that has appeared in every episode of Adventure Time, save the pilot, food chain, the wand, BMO, obsidian, and the Frog Seasons shorts. He's also possessed by the Lich at some point. Probably wasn't that big of a deal, right? Number 61. In case you were on the fence about the Scarab, you can go right ahead and consider him a pretty bad dude. The building he destroyed after Fiona World went legit was called Homeless Hamsters. Come on, man. Let those little dudes find their own incredibly creative way to die. Number 62. Fiona and Finn scream pretty much the same way.
Finn!
Number 63. The blue butterfly seen throughout this season might be a facet of Betty looking through all the different worlds. Number 64. Cake turning into a hammer is actually sort of foreshadowed by the adventures of Casper and Nova. In the UI around the interactive book, you can see their inventory, and at one point, a hammer very similar in shape to Cake's hammer form is seen in one of the bubbles. This hammer fight is also foreshadowed by Fiona's hammer in her dream in the very first episode. Number 65. Wildberry Princess does have a humanoid form in this world. They can be seen walking their little dog around and cowering from the Scarab's attacks. What a cute jacket. Number 66. The ice thing, Gunther, Orgalorg, forget it. The bearded, bird-footed creature with gems for eyes can be spotted at Dirt Beer Guy's place, and he's still missing a gem. Number 67. Jay and Destiny Jr. go on a date at the aquarium, and you can see the penguin room behind them. I'm not saying that's a Chainsaw Man reference, but it could be a Chainsaw Man reference. Number 68. Fiona's roller derby team name, Snarla Gortelli, is a reference to the Cheers waitress Carla Tortelli. The Cheers influence lives on. Number 69. Somebody's looking for a pet worm in Fiona Land, and that just makes me sad. The poor worm. Number 70. Also, a Daddy Issues themed stand-up night is on a poster. That just sounds perfect for a certain vampire queen. Number 71. In Simon's new 90s themed exhibit, there are a few mannequins on display, representing a Valley Girl, a skater, and a grandma. The Valley Girl is wearing an outfit that's very similar to the iconic yellow tartan of Alicia Silverstone's character Cher in the movie Clueless. The skater looks like a skater, and the grandma is very grandma. Number 72. There's also what appears to be a Tamagotchi knockoff on one of the display screens behind Simon. Number 73. The tune that plays at the end of Cheers is called Blue Shift by Kendall:3. She's described as a rabbit girl virtual idol AI born to entertain you on her Bandcamp. Check out some more of her music. Number 74. Every episode of Fiona and Cake is named after a character from the show. You've got the obvious ones like Fiona Campbell and Simon Petrikov, and some more abstract ones like Destiny and The Star. The funny thing about this is that it implies that Cheers is actually a character, not just a sitcom that keeps popping up. Number 75. Sammy and Normulon from the episode Prismo the Wishmaster are yet another reference to Cheers, which has two characters named Sam and Norm. Number 76. The episode The Star shares its name with a tarot card, which represents new hope and revelation, but inverted represents loss and despair. This mirrors the situation of Ooo and Marcy drastically changing with Simon gone. Number 77. Fiona's last name being Campbell is a fun discovery. Finn's biological mother, Minerva, also has the last name Campbell. Number 78. Marshall Lee's mother, Hannah Abadir, runs a vacuum company called Abadir's Vacuums. Get it? You know, because she sucks, like a vampire, but also as a person. Number 79. Abadir's home very closely resembles the Nightosphere, just with less demons and killing. Well, on the surface anyway. Number 80. When Gary is first seen making a latte, he puts in a swan design, referencing Princess Bubblegum's winged mode of transportation. Number 81. It's impossible for Marceline to get a tattoo. While attempting to get a matching one with Princess Bubblegum, Marceline continues to heal her skin as soon as the design's put down. Number 82. P-Bubs also cannot be tattooed as her skin is just too darn sticky. It gums up that tattoo machine. Number 83. The magazine MLE, pulled out of Fiona's backpack in Farm World, is her universe's counterpart to the recurring BLE magazine that appears throughout Adventure Time. The counterparts run deep. Even the magazines get one. Number 84. The Cosmic Owl is also wanted by Scarab, but for a reason you might not expect. Profiteering. Owl? Come on. Number 85. The stickers on Marshall Lee's guitar case are references to real punk bands. An example of this is Daikini Kill, paying tribute to Bikini Kill. Number 86. The cell phone Fiona uses is very similar to a Nokia 3000. Indestructible. Number 87. When scrolling through the Scarab's list of wanted individuals, everybody but Prismo has 2 mugshots, showing them head-on and in profile. Prismo has only one because he's literally 2-dimensional and could not give you a profile if he wanted. Number 88. 2 of Finn's children in Farm World, Jay and Bonnie, share names with his children from his adventures in Pillow World. I guess Finn likes those names. Number 89. According to Steve Wolfhard, BMO's wish to Prismo was the one behind Baby World, although BMO ended up being turned into a baby monitor. Number 90. The Ice Scouts in the Winter King's world look like the Servant Pearls from Steven Universe. Number 91. The Winter King musical sequence was animated by Smallboo, the husband-wife animation duo known for stuff like Batman Spider-Man, the game Later Alligator, and my personal favorite, voicing a clown-themed food truck worker in Big Top Burger. Number 92. In Marshall Lee's van, there's a pendant that resembles Marceline's childhood toy, Hambo. Number 93. The suits Marshall Lee and Simon wear to the blood drive party are basically the same ones they wore in the comics Adventure Time 2017 Spooktacular. Number 94. When BMO dies trying to get the remote working again, Cake picks him up. When she does this, her normal powers activate and turn BMO into the alarm clock we saw at the beginning of the show. Number 95. Fiona has 3 top fantasies and starts letting people know when Cake starts talking. It's later revealed that her second fantasy is a world made of candy, and her number 1 fantasy is being turned into a kaiju-sized version of herself. Number 96. In the episode Jerry, there are a few notable errors. The first one is that BMO's green button appears to be red for a shot. Number 97. Another error appears when Simon is in the library and gets shushed by a patron. The note from Betty that he's holding becomes a book for a moment. Number 98. The last one is that Simon's white streak is missing for a bit during the time that the Lich has Fiona, Cake, and Simon in a trance. Number 99. Dan Mintz voices Jake's offspring, TV. Mintz is best known for voicing Tina Belcher on Bob's Burgers. Number 100. When Simon is in the presence of Golb, the clouds in Fiona World change shape to match the shapes that Golb makes. Number 101. The buildings in Fiona World, even when totally normal at the beginning, have all sorts of strange glitches and anomalies. Doors lead to nowhere, stairs climb where they shouldn't, and architectural oddities are abound. This is likely thanks to being inside of Simon's mind. Number 102. There's a drink called Super Porp advertised next to the slush machines in Casper and Nova, but this isn't the first time that we've seen this. This stuff was first introduced in the Adventure Time episode Dark Purple. Number 103. Right as Prismo pulls up his laptop to show Scarab how to make stuff, his face glitches out. What's up with that? Could it be foreshadowing to more Adventure Time series? Number 104. Right now, Fiona and Cake sits at a 100% critic rating on Rotten Tomatoes and a 98% audience score. Number 105. No new news when it comes to a second season or any other spin-off, however. Executive producer Adam Muto said that it's out of the team's control. Number 106. There are lots of possibilities for a follow-up though. There are many universes explored during Fiona and Cake that had some loose ends left untied. And there's also the prospect of finding out who Prismo's boss actually is. Number 107. The official soundtrack to the show is labeled Season 1, which does leave room for additional seasons. That's no guarantee, but it is an interesting discovery. On the topic of Fiona and Cake, how crazy is it that Adventure Time has changed as much as it has over the years? Like from the pilot to guest animated episodes all the way to the HBO series that we've seen over the past little while. To commemorate that aging process, we've put together a little video about the evolution of Adventure Time. Enjoy.
Who knew a story about a boy and his dog best friend could be so deep? While Adventure Time has been great ever since the series premiered in 2010, it's gradually morphed from a smart and nuanced take on classic fantasy tropes into a full-on subversion of traditional storytelling. Hi, I'm Adrian with ChannelFrederator, and today we're talking about how Adventure Time has changed from its humble beginnings to its latest season. This is Then vs. Now, Adventure Time. Finn. Few aspects of Adventure Time have changed as much as its leading man. Leading boy? Leading boy who's gradually become a man at heart? Whatever his emotional age may be, Finn the human has changed in a big way since the start of the series. What's most immediately noticeable, revisiting episodes from the show's first season, is Finn's voice. Jeremy Shada, who's the voice of Finn, got the job at age 13. 7 years later, and while Finn has only aged 4 years, going from 12 to now 16 as the series progressed, the character essentially went through puberty along with Shada, with voice cracks and everything. Pretty realistic. The Finn of today now has a noticeably deeper voice than the Finn of the show's early days. Along with a more mature voice, Finn has also developed a more mature personality. According to Adam Muto, Adventure Time's current showrunner, the Finn of the first few seasons saw things in mostly black and white, or good guy and bad guy terms. As we'll get into shortly, the show ultimately doesn't have very many full-on bad guys, and as it progressed, Finn learned to see the changes in the people around him. For example, in the episode Don't Look, Finn acquires magic eyes with the ability to view people as he truly sees them. Thus, when he views the Ice King, he doesn't see the nuisance he was in the early season, but rather the tragic Simon Petrikov that he is. This shows Finn has matured and sees the humanity in even the most obnoxious resident of Ooo. Again, more on that later. Finn's relationships. Mirroring the show's progression, Finn's relationships with other characters have gone from subtly nuanced to, well, way more nuanced? At the start of the series, Finn has a pretty notable crush on Princess Bubblegum. Unlike most Princess and Knight stories, Finn never gets much out of it other than a couple friendly kisses and a lock of her hair that he kinda creepily holds onto, but eventually the relationship settles into a platonic friendship kind of thing. Calling back to Don't Look one last time, in the episode when Finn views PB, all he sees is a bro to hang out with, not a romantic interest. Meanwhile, Finn goes through a serious relationship and harsh breakup with Flame Princess, and then develops mutual feelings for Huntress Wizard that they ultimately decide can't be acted upon. In the episode Breezy, it's revealed that Finn's gone through a number of aimless flings in the meantime, which all in all is a pretty adult look at romance, especially considering Finn started out as a kid with a boyish crush on a candy princess. Possibly the biggest change to Finn's character is his status as the last human of Ooo, which is how he's introduced in the early episodes, before it's gradually revealed that there are like a lot more humans out there. First, Finn meets his dad Martin, who turns out to not really be the greatest dude and ends up abandoning Finn again to be some sort of new kind of cosmic life form. Don't you hate when that happens? Then in the Islands miniseries, Finn finds not just an island full of other still living and thriving humans, but his mother, who's uploaded her consciousness to a supercomputer. This time, Finn's the one who decides to leave, giving up the potential of life with his birth mother to return to his home in Ooo, with the people he knows and loves. Since Finn was first introduced as the last human, it's unlikely that the show's creators originally had plans to incorporate Finn's birth parents, let alone build such complex relationships with each of them. But this is another way that the relatively straightforward Finn has been given some serious human depth as the show progressed. Tone. Adventure Time wasn't always dealing with issues like parental abandonment. While its first season approached real problems like balancing friendships with romantic relationships and confronting personal phobias, the tone of the original seasons is pretty light and is very much committed to fun above all else. Its first episode, for example, revolves around a slumber party and breaking a royal promise. And yes, okay, candy zombies, but they're really more cute than anything. Other first season episodes include topics like Finn getting to know Jake's girlfriend, Finn and Jake pulling pranks on each other, and Marceline reclaiming the treehouse. All pretty light and simple problems. Ocean of Fear, in which Finn's fear of the ocean is personified by an evil spirit, it's probably the darkest the show gets in season 1, especially considering that Finn confronts but doesn't fully conquer his fear. But this is just a hint of what's to come, and was ultimately won amidst a number of more traditionally adventure-oriented episodes. 3 Buckets, which premiered in July 2017, begins with Fern, Finn's clone. Created from a combination of his grass sword and alternate version of himself from the Finn sword, Fern feels like he can't live up to the actual Finn and goes through a serious identity crisis. The episode moves from dark to darker, as Fern takes a heel turn and traps Finn in a big ziggurat structure, causing Finn to retaliate. Spoiler alert, and I really mean it. If you haven't seen it, just skip forward a bit. In the end, Finn reduces Fern from a being of grass into a pile of grass. Finn returns home to Jake, shaken and in tears. Yep, Adventure Time's now dealing with murder, and not of obviously evil monsters. While the act could be seen as something more symbolic of cutting ties with toxic people, or literally being at war with yourself, Finn's emotional reaction is very clear, that he's never taken a not pure evil life before, and now has to deal with the consequences of his actions. There's just a certain finality to it, right? Okay, maybe not the best time for jokes. Given that the shows had Finn deal with sacrificing his own happiness, phantom limb syndrome, and serious depression, this turn felt like a natural progression of the series rather than a shift. It's easy to forget sometimes that the show is about a post-apocalyptic future, which is a testament to just how dark the show's gotten since the days when an evil Heartman was the biggest threat to Ooo. Villains. Anybody with a passing familiarity with Adventure Time knows that the Ice King was initially the show's big bad guy, along with the Lich. Though he wasn't all that evil, and maybe could have been friends with Finn and Jake if he weren't so obnoxious and capturing princesses all the time. He was an antagonist nonetheless, with multiple episodes devoted to Finn and Jake putting a stop to his villainous schemes. Then Simon and Marcy in Season 5 changed everything. The episode, which flashes back to about 1,000 years in the past, reveals that the Ice King was one Simon Petrikov, a scientist caring for the young Marceline in a much more apocalyptic version of Ooo. It shows that he first wore the crown that ended up turning him into the Ice King in order to keep Marceline safe. Since that reveal, the Ice King's become more of a frenemy, and sometimes just an annoying friend to Finn and Jake. Ultimately, none of the show's villains are safe from the show's aggressive humanization in the long run. The Lich, which is basically a pure embodiment of evil, ends up being transformed into a bighorn baby named Sweet Pea. Though he's haunted by thoughts of the evil Lich, in the recent episode Whispers, Sweet Pea resists the temptation of an alternate reality version of the Lich, ultimately completing his transformation into a bona fide good guy. Even pure evil got the chance to redeem itself, and redeem itself it did. The way the show treats its villains now is a far cry from its beginnings with Evil Heartman. Seriously, you can't forget that Ricardio the Heart Guy was an actual thing that happened. Episode protagonists. The show's full title is Adventure Time with Finn and Jake, so it's really no surprise that the show's format began by chronicling, well, the adventures of Finn and Jake. But even that most basic premise fell by the wayside, with full episodes and in some cases, multiple episodes in a row focusing on other characters entirely. Season 8 had the episode Jelly Beans Have Power, which chronicles Princess Bubblegum trying to get in touch with newly awakened candy powers. The episode High Strangeness is totally out there and explores how Tree Trunks had a fling with a space alien. Yes, we're serious. And even the Season 9 episode Ketchup is mostly just a storytelling session between Marceline and Bimo. 2 whole episodes are devoted to the Root Beer Guy saga, who, until his speaking debut in Season 5's Root Beer Guy, had just been a background candy person. While this first episode is a fun genre experiment playing around the noir film tropes, he returns as a major character in Cherry Cream Soda, where he's resurrected from the dead as Dirt Beer Guy, and his wife has to go through the struggle of reconnecting with a loved one thought to be lost. These diversions from Finn and Jake's story allows a depth into the show that provides stakes beyond the main characters' lives. The audience gets to explore the entire world, and in the case of Cherry Cream Soda, it explores the complexities of those thought to have a lost spouse at war, which may be one of the absolute last things you'd expect a cartoon to tackle. The series staff. Probably the biggest change Adventure Time's undergone behind the scenes since the show's inception is the series creator Pendleton Ward stepping down as showrunner. Ward decreased his involvement with the show and became solely a writer and storyboard artist sometime during Season 5, with no announcement until after the transition has been made. Ward is still closely involved with the show, having served as co-writer on 2 episodes in Season 8. Another major departure from the show was Rebecca Sugar, who wrote and storyboarded the first Fiona and Cake episode among others, and wrote many of the show's iconic songs like Marceline's Fry Song and Jake's Bacon Pancakes. Rebecca Sugar now works full-time as showrunner in Steven Universe, though she returned briefly to work on the Stakes miniseries in Season 7. Other staff changes on the show have taken the form of guest directors and animators for one-off episodes. These include 3D animator David O'Reilly's A Glitch is a Glitch in Season 5, Japanese anime author Masaki Yuasa's Food Chain in Season 6, cartoonist David Ferguson's Water Park Prank also in Season 6, and claymation animator Kirsten Lapore's Bad Jubies in Season 7. And in this past season, Ketchup featured a sequence directed and animated by husband and wife cartoonists Lindsay and Alex Small-Butera, as well as a sequence co-animated by Over the Garden Wall creator and Adventure Time storyboard artist Patrick McHale and his young son. Heartwarming, and also explains why Finn and Jake ride on the back/belly of a giant cat. Allowing these new voices to each bring their unique approach to the world of Adventure Time has been yet another way the show has managed to cover new ground and feel fresh over the course of 222 episodes and counting. Episodic versus serialization. When Adventure Time first started airing, each episode had a very episodic and bottled feel to it. It was designed almost like levels of a video game, where Finn and Jake would accomplish one goal or defeat an enemy by the end of the episode before continuing on to the next task. As the seasons continued on, smaller arcs started to form revolving around characters such as the Lich, Magic Man, and Ice King. These all built into a larger story of Adventure Time and started to answer some of the questions that fans were beginning to ask, like, what happened to Ooo? Where did Finn come from? And where is is all of this going? The later seasons try to tell an ongoing story of Finn and Jake's journey, rather than short bursts of random unrelated adventures that started the series out. However, the longer arcs in Adventure Time didn't happen overnight. Some have been building since the very beginning. For example, the Enchiridion that Finn earns in Season 1 has several payoffs in larger story arcs, including fighting the Lich, and more recently when Betty uses it in the Elements miniseries. The Cosmic Owl was also introduced in the first season, and seems to appear at key moments in the later seasons. He was originally just a one-off character, but now serves a more pivotal role in the series, helping to explain the meta-universe we're all trying to understand along with Finn and Jake. The shift in the show also coincides with the tone change that we talked about earlier. As mentioned, the show got a little dark in recent seasons as opposed to the light silliness of the first season. The darker and deeper the story delved, the more serialized the show became, and began to give us answers. The introduction of miniseries within the show also provided a stronger sense of serialization, with Stakes giving Marceline her backstory of becoming a vampire, and Islands focusing on Finn discovering more about where he came from. Some fans feel that the shift has caused the show to lose its humor and charm, while others believe it's for the better with stronger storylines and developed characters. What do you think? Yeah, Adventure Time still rules no matter what. We know. Don't gotta tell us.
Sure, change is good, but you can't let other people change who you are, right? That's the ethos of Lumpy Space Princess anyway. Do you relate? Well, if so, you might actually be that sassy purple cloud. Here are 13 signs you are LSP.
Over the last 7 years, every Adventure Time fan has gotten the chance to fall in love with the many citizens of Ooo. I mean, even the Lich is cute now, but everyone knows there's only one person whose bravery, intelligence, and outstanding level of coolness makes them stand above the rest. That's right, we're obviously talking about Lumpy Space Princess. Everyone wants to be just like LSP, but first, you have to meet some very rigorous criteria of awesomeness. If you really think your lumps have what it takes, we're here to put you to the test. I'm Alyssa with ChannelFrederator, and let's see how you measure up against these 13 signs that you're Lumpy Space Princess. Let's get started. Number 1, you are confident AF. Let's start with the obvious. If you're truly a Lumpy Space Princess, you are not some lumpin' poser. You are always the most beautiful, wonderful, important, stylish, cool person in any given room at any given time. At least in your opinion. You know how awesome you are, and your main goal in life is to spread that knowledge to others. And you're never surprised when everyone wants to hang out with you. Though sometimes people act weird around you because they're intimidated by how important and beautiful you are. But you can't blame them. Really, you'd be intimidated by you too if you weren't you. Which you are, thank glob. Number 2, you like to have fun. No one wants life to be boring, so you make sure to live it to the fullest and have lots of fun.
Oh yeah, I'm having a fun time. Oh my gosh, probably the best time I've ever had.
So many people are totally lame, and you want to enjoy everything and anything you can. Parties, movie nights, potlucks, murder mystery nights, film shoots, you partake in all of them, and let your awesome energy shine. You live it up and hang with your friends every flippin' chance you get. Cause having fun and making totally awesome memories is the best part of life, you guys, and you deserve that happiness. Live it up, people. Number 3, you make everything look cool. We've already established that you're the life of every party, but when you come into a room, you do things your way, and you own it. And by glob, you can make anything seem cool. You can make a plastic bag look like a fresh and fabulous dress. You can drool fervently in your sleep until you create a puddle, and it's adorable. You could stuff food in your face at a rapid pace and look so fine while doing it, and you even look cool while vomiting. Only you can make these things seem totally rad. Oh, and not to mention, use totally rad Valley slang. All this coolness leads to this next sign. Number 4, everyone wants your lumps. AKA, you get hit on pretty often. It goes without saying that if you're an LSP, your lumps are irresistible. Everyone wants them, and some people will just not leave you alone. Steven, Ricky, Chad, Jessica, this is a great gift and a great curse. To your peers, you are an object of great jealousy, because when you put your lumps to work, no one is immune to their charms. And can you imagine the pressure of your love interests? You love often, and you love hard. Not everyone can handle that intensity. All your old bays, like stupid Brad, just don't know how to handle you and your intoxicating lumps. I mean, you can write a whole book about your lumps. You can sing songs about them. They are everyone's envy on the dance floor. On the other hand, those last two could also just mean that you're Fergie, but her lumps are clearly inferior. Sorry, Fergie. I mean, they're not even purple. LSP takes the win. Her and her lovely lady lumps. Okay, Brad? Number 5, you have lots of friends. Though you have lots of jealous haters, you also naturally have lots of friends. Who wouldn't want to hang out with someone so hot and fun? You spend a lot of time with those friends doing countless activities, and your circle keeps getting bigger and bigger. But you also have a BFF that you turn to for everything.
Hey girl. Oh, Turtle Princess.
princess!
You update him/her on everything, and she/he always has your back. You can tell your BFF your secrets, and she/he will totally always support you and your work. And ask your permission to date the dude that was hitting on you earlier. BFF code, you know. Thanks, girl. Number 6. Food is always number 1 after your awesomeness. Food always belongs to you. All of it, without question. In the LSP rulebook, rule number 1 is always take the food, or find ways to make people give you the food. And let's be honest, anyone's food is fair game. It's your stomach on the line after all. Food taking methods may include taking babysitting jobs, crashing state events and conferences, pretending to be a monster, or something you're not, and inviting yourself into other people's homes. The best food is obviously free food, and the best kind of food, of course, is finger sandwiches. Oh my god, finger sandwiches. Get in my belly! Number 7, your parents are so lame, and you can't stop fighting with them. See, some people deal with your awesomeness better than others, and it's really a credit to you that you've managed to become so great when you came from such lame parents. They just don't get you. They think they can tell you what to do? Well, they can't. And they have the nerve to say they don't think you can make it by yourself? Well, guess what? You don't need your mom, you don't need your dad, or their finger sandwiches. A tough, spunky, awesome individual such as yourself can make it on your own. Parents just bring you down anyway, so whatever. You learned earlier than most that you're way better off finding your own way, because you're just that mature. And like the Fresh Prince said, parents just don't understand. This Fresh Princess definitely knows that. So peace out, mom and dad. Double points in this category if your parents are literally conjoined. Number 8, you live on your own, even if it's a rough life. Runaway or not, at some point you left the lame parentals to live on your own. Now, someone as wonderful and cool as you naturally deserves the finest luxuries, but you're so humble that you don't even need those to be comfortable in your own lumps, even if you can get them, which you can't. Not yet, at least. But you're totally cool with that. In fact, just to show how independent you are, you sleep wherever, even outside, in a sleeping bag, on a log that's rotting, while eating canned beans for dinner. See, you totally improvise and take care of yourself. Mom and dad, you're the nomad type that can pretty much just go with the flow and figure out things on a day-to-day basis. And even if you've spent time with wild animals or wild makeshift beds, the musk just adds to the flavor of your bod. Other people are just jelly because you're a cool hippie. It's a hip throwback. It's not your problem if they can't keep up with you. You live the free life. Free spirits unite. No, not you, Steven. Number 9, you are totally fashionable. Though you have no problem walking around in your birthday suit, you also can rock any outfit and make sure to change up your style often. You can don the sexy red outfits, the glittery ones, masquerade masks, Christmas sweaters, quinceañera dresses, wedding dresses, and as mentioned, you can even make plastic and paper bags look like an amazingly trendy dress. You like to improvise with your clothing and accessories, like making an awesome lipstick out of custard. It's no wonder people follow you with all your great crafty ideas. Hot to trot. Too sexy for your paper bag shirt. Number 10, you're never afraid to speak your sassy mind. As a thoroughly independent go-getter, you are never afraid to speak exactly what's on your mind at all times, even if your perspective is different than most others. And you definitely are not afraid to say no. No one can get away with telling you where you should be, what you should do, who you should be with, even if you still want to be with Brad. No one will ever have to wonder what you're thinking. You'll make sure they know exactly what's on your mind, especially when they've wronged you, which is often. You'll make sure they know what you think, even if they haven't asked, because a mind so complex and fascinating as yours never stops processing and spitting out information, even slightly more colorful information. Number 11, you have ambitions/hobbies. Yes, you like to party and have fun, but that doesn't mean you don't work hard too. You have hobbies on the side, like writing your own book or doing some film acting, and you always give everything 100%. You even are willing to go undercover to do research for your projects, because you never half-ass anything. If you're in all the way. That's just the LSP way. Number 12, drama surrounds you. As the center of everything, a lot of drama swirls around you. Some of it you make up yourself, but that doesn't matter. You're just trying to make up for everyone else being so boring. And because you're an elegant princess, and you are a princess, damn it, breakfast princess. Because you're an elegant princess, you're able to handle this drama with dignity and poise, as if dealing with everyone wanting your lumps wasn't enough already. Part of this dignity and poise is just informing everyone about it, which leads to our final criteria. Number 13, you know all the gossip. Granted, most of it's about yourself, but everyone knows that's the real good stuff. You are the most interesting person around. One of the upsides of witnessing all this drama is knowing all of this drama. Your cell phone is a wonderfully skilled tool, and you've always got it in hand to help you stay constantly informed. Even while cooking your dinner in the forest, nothing can beat the blinding speed and doggedness of your thumbs. Being in the woods with no outlet is absolutely no obstacle to keeping a resourceful individual like yourself from staying connected. And like every good gossiper, you make sure to keep everyone up to date and to talk about your gossip all the time, with everyone, at any time. But seriously, Brad, why'd you do that, Brad? Just why? Oh my glob! Oh, glob, why?
We'll wrap up this fantastic journey with a couple of videos delving into the references and theories that have fans ranting and raving, even now. Plus, a quick interview with the voice of BMO.
Adventure Time itself is one big Dungeons & Dragons adventure. Pendleton Ward himself is a huge fan of the tabletop game and has mentioned that it helped inspire the show. In the episode Wizard Battle, the Grandmaster Wizard tells all competing wizards that they will be fighting using the 8 Schools of Magic, which is a reference to the 8 Schools of Magic within Dungeons & Dragons. To refresh your memory, they are Abjuration, Conjuration, Divination, Enchantment, Evocation, Illusion, Necromancy, and Transmutation. I wonder how many homeworks of magic there are. Probably also 8, now that I've asked myself that. The Season 1 episode Dungeon also parallels elements within Dungeons & Dragons. In the episode, Finn and Jake battle creatures that parody known monsters within the Dungeons & Dragons world, such as the Jelly Cube, aka Gelatinous Cube, the Demon Cat, which is better known as a Displacer Beast, and the Bucket Knight, or Construct. Luckily, Princess Bubblegum is able to beat the monsters and help Finn and Jake escape the dungeon. Now that is a great session of D&D. The series title card actually serves as a reference as well. Specifically, it references the cover for the D&D made-for-TV movie Wrath of the Dragon God. The iconic red lettering and sword in between make it kinda hard to miss. Another reference to Dungeons & Dragons can be seen in the first season episode The Enchiridion. Finn must complete a series of challenges to prove his heroism and retrieve the book that is the Enchiridion. Finn is told to destroy an ant, but when he asks if the ant is evil, the trial reveals that the ant's character alignment is true neutral, neither good nor bad. Character alignments are used in Dungeons & Dragons as a way to organize the moral and ethical imperatives of a character. There are 9 total alignments ranging from lawful good to chaotic evil. Finn, being a hero, can't destroy the ant as it is an evil but neutral, thus leading many fans to believe that Finn is lawful good, someone who follows the rules and upholds the morals of a hero. Although arguments can be made that Finn has moved from his original alignment of lawful good at the beginning of the series to more of a chaotic good where he now is in the current series, especially after his unfortunate weed-whacking incident. Character alignments are mentioned again in the episode Ignition Point, when Finn asks the Flame King if his evil daughter could be turned good. He responds that there would be penalties to her experience if she acted out of alignment, which, along with being a reference to alignments being based on the experiences that characters have interacting with one another, is also the same consequence D&D players may experience when changing their alignment. Ultimately, the king agrees that it could happen, which causes Finn to smile. Who's the most beloved horse in all of Ooo that roams around on a beach ball? Why, it's James Baxter the horse, of course. James Baxter was named after the famed British cartoonist who has worked on several Hallmark, Disney, and DreamWorks animations. Pendleton Ward once attended an animation lecture at Cal Arts given by Baxter, and while there, someone asked him to animate a horse balancing on a beach ball, to which he declined. But the idea stuck in Penn's head, thus when given the opportunity, Ward reached out to Baxter and asked him to animate James Baxter and voice the character as well. See kids, horse animation dreams do come true. Adventure Time is no stranger to referencing film and television. They love poking fun at the familiar. This can be seen in the episode Ghostfly when Peppermint Butler arrives at the treehouse in the fog to get rid of the ghost fly that is plaguing Finn and Jake. The whole scene is clearly parodying The Exorcist. The episode Video Makers features Finn and Jake finding a VHS tape of Heat Signature 3. The film's tagline, "Under the ocean and no one can hear you die," is a reference to the tagline for the movie Alien, which is, "In space, no one can hear you scream." After becoming mad with power and wealth in the season 6 episode Furniture and Meat, Wildberry Princess attempts to execute Finn and Jake by pouring their own gold over them. This is a reference to the iconic death of Viserys Targaryen in season 1 of Game of Thrones, who died after having molten gold poured over his head. Spoilers, I guess, but in the grand scheme of things, he's in the series for like a nanosecond. And the episode Princess Day pays tribute to the film Thelma and Louise, ending with Marceline and LSP crashing a stolen car off of a cliff. They watch the car crash from the sky as they float to safety. In the episode Ketchup, BMO relays the adventures of what happened to them while they were away from Marceline in the Islands miniseries. One such tale includes BMO being visited by a noisy blue jay yelling, "Whoa!" go! This is a shout out to the equally boisterous Blue Jay Mordecai on the hit series Regular Show. The character on Adventure Time was even voiced by J.G. Quintel, who created Regular Show and voiced Mordecai. This isn't the first time Quintel has crossed paths with Adventure Time either, as he co-wrote the episode Ocean of Fear way back in Season 1. We'd be remiss to mention Adventure Time without some video game references, so here are some of our favorites. The episode Guardians of the Sunshine has several references to various video games. At the beginning of the episode, Finn's face resembles none other than the classic Pong while singing, and the episode also uses many sound effects similar to the Mega Man game series. The Bomba item is also a reference to Super Mario Bros. And the bomb-like weapons they use, namely the Bob-omb. The Mario Bros. Parallels don't end there though, as many fans over the years have noticed the similarities between Finn, Princess Bubblegum, and Ice King with Mario, Princess Peach, and Bowser. Finn and Mario loyally rescue their princesses from the evil, if not just plain annoying clutches of their enemies on a regular basis. The earlier seasons of the show definitely feel more like watching a video game in some ways, with Finn rescuing various princesses, but as the series has gone on, some enemies have turned out to be much more complicated, as have the heroes. Either way, I'd pick Ice King over Bowser any day. Besides, any evil overlord who can also go-kart circles around me would force me to admit that I just can't ever beat them. A nod to the Zelda franchise can be seen in Lady and Peebles when Ricardio, the Ice King's evil heart, returns and wants to wed Princess Bubblegum. The heart bears the resemblance to Majora's Wrath, the final boss in the video game The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. It's no surprise though, as Rebecca Sugar, a known Zelda fan, storyboarded the episode. BMO is the fun-loving, living video game console, toaster, soccer player, actor, detective, friend, and so much more in the series. Finn and Jake can be seen spending time playing various video games, including Finn's favorite, Compy's Castle, which is similar to the gameplay of the real 1985 video game Gyromite. Although, my personal favorite BMO game is Regression Simulator, as seen in the episode The Vault. It's a clear reference to the indie game Super Hexagon, and it also seems like a pretty fun video game if you're into past lives and such. Final Fantasy VII also gets a shout out in the episode Germain when Jake finds a sword in his brother's house that closely resembles Cloud Strife's Buster Sword. Jake has a hard time controlling it, but to be fair, it's pretty big. I'm pretty sure anybody other than Cloud would have a bit of a time with it. Adventure Time references a lot of things, but what it references best in our opinion is itself. In the Season 1 episode, The Duke, we're introduced to the Squirrel, who is an enemy of Jake simply because Jake refuses to publish a letter he's written for the newspaper column Begs the Question. This infuriates the Squirrel to such lengths that he plots to kill Jake, but his plans always fail. Throughout the season, the Squirrel returns in hopes of getting his revenge on Jake. He also returns in the 5th season in Princess Potluck, where he fires several arrows at Jake, and by the end of the episode he actually manages to hit Jake with one, but it does no damage. He's then seen again in the Season 7 episode Normal Man. When Jake is climbing Wild Trap Mountain, the Squirrel attacks Jake, but once again, Jake has no idea who the Squirrel is, which only fuels the Squirrel's hatred and vendetta. Is this the end for the Squirrel and Jake? One can only hope not. Another great reference within the show is in the Season 1 episode Evicted, or rather, it starts in Evicted. The episode ends with King Worm hypnotizing Finn and Jake to hug him. Then, the Season 4 episode King Worm ends with Finn and Jake kicking the King Worm out of their house in a way that seemingly matches up with the ending of the Season 1 episode. This shows that, wormholes or not, Adventure Time always has a way of ending up full circle.
Hey guys, I'm Sapphire and you're watching Toon Buzz on ChannelFrederator. So today I'm going to be interviewing the amazingly talented Nikki Yang, who has done a lot of different things in animation. Right now she's a writer and storyboard artist for Clarence, and she's also been a writer and storyboard artist for Adventure Time, Family Guy, Gravity Falls, Fish Hooks, and she's also the voice actress on Adventure Time for BMO and Lady Rainicorn. And she's also gonna be a mom soon. Yay! Thank you so much for doing this with us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Great.
So you're originally from South Korea and you moved to America to study animation. So what got you interested in animation?
I always loved the animation when I grew up. Like I watched a lot of Miyazaki's, and actually I was going to study more character animation, like character design. But I kind of falling into like more filmmaking and animation.
Okay, cool. What was your first role in the animation industry?
It was PA actually.
Oh really?
Yeah, and then I hate it. I mean, it's a good job.
You can be honest with us.
And I actually stayed only a week, and then I had a chance to take a test. So a second week I become a revisionist. Yeah.
Oh wow, so you were only a PA for a week?
Yeah.
Wow, moving on up so fast.
Yeah,
Wow.
Yeah, I was lucky.
Yeah, no, that's great. What show is that?
Family Guy.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
cool. Could you describe your personal approach to storyboarding?
I just play in my head, like, you know, like a film, like how does it work, and then just to visualize on the paper. That's my process.
You're currently working on an upcoming Bravest Warriors minisode, right? Okay, without giving too much away, could you give us a little pitch on what it's going to be about?
Okay, it's about cow and phobia. That's all.
Okay. What is special about Bravest Warriors that makes it appeal to you?
I think it's when you hear the bravest warrior, you think like they're tough and you know they're a warrior, they're going to kick your ass, but actually they are very emotional. And I think that's the big part of the show, and then it's a very unique, and then that's what I like the show.
What's it like working with Penn Ward and the amazing team on Adventure Time?
Yeah, it make me laugh. Yeah, they're great people, and a lot of life and joke and relaxing, and yeah, it's talented people. I'm really lucky to work with those people.
Has anyone asked you to sing the BMO pregnant song since you've been pregnant?
I think they almost did in the Wondercorn. Yeah, I'm glad that they didn't ask me. Because I forgot like how it goes. Like I think like, oh BMO, how did you get so pregnant?
How did you get involved with voice acting?
Because all my friends are very talented. And then yeah, they had the show. I knew Penn while I'm making a short with Frederator. After his show got picked up, he asked me if I am interested in doing voice, because he was looking for somebody who can speak Korean. I got try, and then they liked it, so I took the Reinacon position first, and then later on I think they were struggling to find the BMO's voice, and they just asked me like, hey, you wanna try? So I said, yeah, why not? And then, yeah, so that's how it happened. Very, very lucky.
Oh, great, awesome. So how do you think YouTube is changing the way animators work?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. Like before, like you have to create with those big giant company, and then you need the distribution to reach out the audience. But right now, like you can just do it like in your garage, and then you just put in the internet, and then you know you get the audience. So it's pretty amazing. I watch shorts here and there through the internet, and like Charlie's the Unicorn. I think everybody watched that. So, yeah, those are like they never like advertise or anything. It's just like mouth to mouth, and people know about it, and it just spreads so quickly. That's the power of, I guess, the internet.
You also recently directed and wrote a live-action short film, right? The Killing of the Alaskan Crab. So is there anything else in the future that you'd like to tackle? I mean, you've done so much already, but is there anything else?
I'm making a pilot with some companies, and then that's another chance I can make a short. And yeah, I hope it will happen.
Oh, cool. For animation or live action?
Animation.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Well, do you have any advice for aspiring animators and artists out there?
Just I guess you have to trust yourself, and then just keep doing what you want to do. Just you believe it, and just stick to it, and hopefully it will reward, and then you'll be happy because you are doing what you want to do. Yeah.
Cool. All right, well, thank you, Nikki.
Thank you.
That's all my questions. Yeah. All right, well, thanks for watching, guys.
Holy schmauzow! That was a lot of Adventure Time content. Hopefully you feel all caught up and inspired to continue your adventures through the Land of Ooo. What was your favorite part? Do you prefer OG Adventure Time, or are you more of a new era individual? Make sure you let us know down in the comments, and subscribe to Channel Frederator for more like this. Thanks for watching, and remember, Frederator loves you.